Chapter 1: The Mission. There were 5 people walking along the path to their destination. They were all silent for the most part, keeping constant vigilance in case anything out of the ordinary happened. There was 4 ninjas leading a man who was all in all their mission. The one leading the group was a silver-haired jounin, one of the more famous ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hatake Kakashi. Behind him to his left was a pink-haired kunoichi who was called Haruno Sakura, and even though she tried to hide it, the other 4 in the group saw her throwing glances at the boy she had a crush on. He was to Kakashi rear right. His name was Uchiha Sasuke, the sole surviving member of the Uchiha clan. His dull onyx eyes looked back and forth constantly. Then bringing up the rear was the loud-mouthed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. His blonde hair was spiked in random directions and was only held out of his eyes by the Hitai 8 that all of the ninja wore somewhere on their bodies. In the center of the group was Tazuna, the bridge builder from Wave Country. He was their mission, he was the reason they were out here. "Man, I still can't believe I got stuck with Sasuke," Naruto said and glared at the Uchiha. Feeling eyes boring into the back of his head, Sasuke glanced backwards at the blonde. "What are you looking at, loser?" the Uchiha said lazily, and Sakura quickly turned on Naruto also. "Stop checking Sasuke out, UFAG!" she yelled, and Tazuna cringed from the annoying voice. "Naruto, stop stirring up trouble," Kakashi said, not turning around to defend the innocent boy. Naruto sighed at his team's behavior. It wasn't anything new to him. He already knew about the demon fox in him, even though his 2 comrades didn't. Kakashi, on the other hand, resented him secretly. Naruto knew it for a fact. Sasuke was just a jerk and Sakura was always trying to impress her love. And if that meant being a bitch to Naruto, then by God she was gonna do it. "Fuck my life," Naruto thought and continued walking, glaring at each member individually. "We are going to stop here to catch our breath," Kakashi suddenly said, and the 3 genin dropped to the ground happily. "We need to keep going. That faster we return the better," Tazuna said, looking around anxiously. "Chill out, old man, we are tired," Naruto said, laying back, and he felt a couple glares shot at him. "Respect," Kakashi muttered. Naruto stared at the sky and sat up suddenly when he heard the sound of kunai whistling through the air. He watched as his sensei was struck by multiple kunai with exploding tags on them. "Sensei!" Sakura screamed as they were blown back by the explosion. Naruto slammed into a tree and groaned as he stood to his feet. Sasuke had reacted quickly and grabbed Tazuna before the old man could get harmed by the explosion. Sakura was pulling herself out of a prickly bush with minor cuts on her arms and legs. "Shit!" muttered Sasuke as he dropped Tazuna to the ground and ran up in front of Naruto, and he was joined by Sakura. Suddenly 3 shapes detached themselves from the trees and landed in front of the trio. Before them stood Chat, appeared to be a team of Chunin from Grass Country. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he drew out a kunai to attack with. "Why the hell are Grass Nin out here?" Sasuke asked them, and they didn't answer at all. "Screw them, Sasuke-kun, let's just get rid of them," Sakura said, and her voice wavered some. Sasuke grunted and drew out several shuriken and threw them without a moment's hesitation. They whizzed at enemy team and they jumped out of the way of the metal projectiles and launched a volley of kunai at Team 7. Sasuke and Sakura threw themselves to the side and Naruto quickly blocked all of the kunai threatening to hit him or guide themselves towards Tazuna. "Gotta protect the old man at all costs," Naruto swore to himself and jumped up into a tree and launched himself from a branch. He flew at the team of Grass Ninja and he brought his hands out in front of him as though he was doing a dive. The metal kunai pointed at one of the members and Naruto began to spin. The 3 enemies jumped out of the way just as he slammed into the ground, and before they could react, a smoke bomb went off and covered the area. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The green smoke cloud was blown away by a white cloud, and when it died down, 20 Narutos stood staring at the enemy team. "Let's go, bitches," he said mockingly and got ready to fight. "Get out of the way, loser," Sasuke yelled as he ran through the crowd of clones and pushed Naruto down onto the ground as he ran at the Grass Chunin. Sakura followed close behind and stuck her tongue out at Naruto, and he hissed. "Good-for-nothing team. he thought to himself as he sat back and watched his team fight. Sasuke drew out 2 kunai and began fighting with 2 of the nin, while Sakura threw herself hopelessly against the last, trying to look cool for Sasuke. Naruto and his clones all winced when the grass nin spun around and his foot connected with her face and sent her flying. Without prompting, one of his clones jumped to the side and caught her before she slammed into a tree. She groaned and clone dropped her and she winced from the action. "Damn you, Naruto!" she cursed and went to join the fight again. Naruto shook his head and watched as Sasuke was fighting with his 2 opponents. The raven-haired boy threw a punch at one nin, and when he ducked under it, the boy spun around with a roundhouse kick and slammed his foot into the other nin's face. Naruto watched as the ninja skipped a couple feet and came to a stop. Sasuke turned his attention back to his other opponent, not paying attention to the grass nin getting to his feet. Naruto saw that the grass ninja had a kunai in his hand and the blonde swore in anger. Sakura was being overwhelmed by her opponent and he made a split-second decision. "All right, go!" Naruto yelled at his clones. Sakura ducked under a punch aimed at her head and saw a grass ninja about to stab Sasuke in the neck. She did the only thing she could then. She screamed, "Sasuke!" Sasuke turned and saw the arm of the grass ninja already traveling down at his face. He didn't have any time to react, and just as the kunai was about to hit his face, 11 boots slammed into the teen's head. Sasuke watched as Naruto and his clones landed without effort and looked at him. "Pay attention," Naruto said and turned to see his other clones fighting with Sakura's opponents. "Shut up, loser!" Sasuke shouted and blocked a kick from his opponent while Naruto ran at his own. Sakura was startled by Naruto's clones' sudden appearances, but was somewhat thankful the boy had appeared to help her. She watched as the clones began to wail on the man, and when they were done, he slumped to the ground unconscious from the assault. She turned and saw Naruto and Sasuke battling it out with their opponents. Naruto ducked under a kick and sent his foot straight up at the teen's chin. The point of his boot slammed into the teen's chin and sent him flying up into the sky. It was then that Naruto used the attack he had practiced with his clones so many times. The first clone bent over and another one jumped off its back. This continued and soon there was a perfect line of Narutos in the sky leading up above the boy, and they all soared and held themselves with chakra. Naruto ran and began to jump off all of his clones' backs and got higher and higher into the air, and as he poured incredible amounts of chakra into his feet, he jumped high into the air off of the last clone's back. As he soared, he saw the teen look up at him as he made a single hand seal again. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones appeared by him and grabbed his arm and leg. They spun in a quick circle and sent him flying at his opponent. "Oh shit!" the teen muttered as Naruto's fist slammed into his face and sent him rocketing back down towards the earth where several of Naruto's clones sat waiting for him. They all cocked their fists back, and just as the teen landed, they swung out at him and sent him flying back up into the air. His body flew past Naruto and the blonde grinned as he did a few flips and fell towards the earth with his stomach facing the sky. All of his clones massed together and caught him, and he felt several of the clones go up in clouds of smoke as he crushed them. Naruto dispelled the clones just as the teen crashed into the ground next to him. The blonde looked over and saw Sasuke deliver a vicious combo towards his grass nin. First he slammed his fist into the boy's face and dropped to his hands and feet and swung around, sweeping the boy's feet out from underneath him. As the boy flipped up, Sasuke jumped up and did a quick flip and slammed his outstretched leg into the teen's gut and sent him crashing into the ground where he laid still. Naruto looked over to where his other clones had pummeled Sakura's opponent. He rolled his eyes. "They treat me like shit and I still save their asses," he thought, and Sasuke glared at him. "Don't ever interrupt one of my fights, ever again," the Uchiha shouted at him, and Naruto rolled his eyes and walked towards the stunned Tazuna. It was then that in a twirl of leaves Kakashi appeared before him and stopped him in his tracks. "Bastard," Naruto cursed and glared at his sensei. Well done you guys, you all handled things well. Besides you, Naruto," Kakashi said and looked at Naruto with his one eye. "What the hell did I do?" Naruto yelled at the silver-haired man in anger. "You rushed in without thinking, then you didn't let your teammates try and fend for themselves and see how much experience they had and what they had to work on. Also, you didn't even think to guard Tazuna. What if there had been a fourth enemy? Kakashi asked, and Naruto looked at him and answered simply. Then you should have had your annoying ass down here. With that, he walked past the annoyed Jounin and helped Tazuna to his feet. Loser, Sasuke muttered. Always getting in the way, Sakura exclaimed and walked over and stood by Sasuke. Besides, it was a test to see how you guys would do if I was killed, and Naruto, you acted too brash. You must think no matter what the circumstances, Kakashi said, shaking his head at the blonde. Tazuna sighed as the team assaulted the blonde boy yet again and understood the boy's hidden sadness. Naruto started to walk onwards, ignoring the icy stares he felt directed at his back. I hate my team, he thought solemnly as he walked. I hate him, Sasuke thought as he looked at the blonde's back. He is so annoying, Sakura cursed in her mind. Why was he put on my team? Kakashi complained to himself. They had walked for about an hour when suddenly Naruto felt something was out of place. He turned and looked at his team, who stared at him dully as though to say, "What do you want, loser?" He was about to roll his eyes when he heard a slight noise that his sensitive ears picked up. He acted with swiftness that amazed his team. In a blur, he had released a kunai into a tree and waited for an enemy to fall out, but was shocked when a simple branch fell out. He looked at his team, who was glaring at him in anger. You loser, Sasuke muttered, and Naruto didn't bother responding. The blonde turned and began walking again and was at Tazuna's side when he heard the whistling. He quickly dropped to the ground, grabbing Tazuna's shoulder as he did so, taking the old man with him. Just as they hit the ground, a large sword embedded itself in the tree they were standing next to. Naruto rolled over and jumped to his feet and drew out a kunai while the rest of his team had done the same. Is this another test, sensei? Sakura asked as she looked around wildly. No. This is real, be on guard, Kakashi said as he looked around. Ha ha! A low chuckle came from a tree above Naruto, and he watched as a shape detached itself from a branch and landed on the sword. Naruto took a quick step back and observed the man in front of him. He had on a pair of loose black pants and no shirt. He had very defined muscles, and Naruto could tell right away that he could use the sword he was standing on perfectly. Around his jaw were bandages that only allowed his upper face show. Then in his forehead a headband sat crooked, and his black spiky hair hung over the side of it. Team 7 careful, Kakashi muttered, and 2 of the 3 genins nodded. Naruto already knew that the caution was meant for Sakura and Sasuke, so he paid attention to himself instead. Ah, it's the ever-so-famous copycat Kakashi, Zabuza exclaimed as he flipped off his sword and leaned against the hilt. Zabuza, the demon of the mist. Your erranked missing nin from the hidden mist village, Kakashi said as he made sure his 2 students were behind him. Naruto watched as Zabuza pulled the sword, which was stuck in the tree rather deep, out with no effort. Naruto immediately went on guard to fight off the ninja. Naruto, do not fail again. Guard our package, Kakashi yelled at him, and the blonde sighed angrily. So I am no supposed to help, why? He demanded, and Kakashi replied simply. Because me, Sasuke, and Sakura can handle this fairly easy, he said, and Naruto glared at him. Naruto ground his teeth together and grabbed Tazuna's hand and pulled him away from the fight. He ran for about 20 yards when he stopped and began to observe the fight with interest. He wants Sakura to fight instead of me. Fuck my life. He swore to himself and watched as Zabuza made the first move of the fight. The mist ninja ran at Kakashi with amazing speed, and as he threatened to swing and decapitate the Jounin, he suddenly turned and brought his blade down at Sasuke. Naruto watched as the raven-haired boy froze as Zabuza released a wave of killing intent as he brought the blade down at the teen. Kakashi acted without hesitation and appeared in front of Sasuke holding Zabuza's blade off with his kunai. Kakashi brought his leg around behind him and threw Sasuke to the side and jumped out of the way, allowing Zabuza's giant blade to slam into the ground. Naruto felt the ground vibrate a little bit from the blow and winced. If that hit anyone, they would have been dead. Naruto looked over at Kakashi and saw that his kunai was cracked along the blade. the spider webs slowly inching their way across the weapon until it cracked and Kakashi dropped the now useless weapon to the ground. Naruto watched as Zabuza chuckled lightly and rested his sword on his shoulder. So I see this will be like a game of cat and mouse then, eh? The Mist Ninja said and formed a simple set of hand seals faster than Naruto had seen anyone else do before. Zabuza slammed his hands together finally and looked up and grinned. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Suddenly mist slowly began to seep in from the woods and smothered the area, making eyesight nigh impossible. Naruto grabbed Tezuna's hand and pulled the man closer to him so he could speak in his ear. "Listen up, I'm gonna have a clone watch after you. Don't move, got it?" he asked, and he felt Tezuna nod. Naruto formed a cross and whispered quietly. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared out of nowhere and the mist around it swirled. Naruto had the clone latch on to Tezuna before slipping off to join the fight, not because he wanted to protect anyone, but because it was his duty as a Konoha shinobi. Naruto quietly made his way along the grass and closed his eyes to focus, and he heard a whistling noise coming towards him. He jumped out of the way as the area he just stood exploded and sent chunks of dirt flying in all directions. Naruto saw mist swirling around the body of Zabuza and Naruto cursed. He ran to his left and crashed into something. "What the hell? Naruto!" Kakashi yelled and Naruto jumped away quickly. "What are you doing here, loser? You're supposed to be guarding the package," Sasuke said angrily and Naruto rolled his eyes. "I should be out here fighting, not Sakura. She is so weak it's pathetic," Naruto said and he heard Sakura growl angrily. "Don't get in the way," Kakashi said and pushed Naruto aside. The blonde clenched his fists and drew out a kunai and held it in front of him while Kakashi slowly leaned over towards Sasuke. "Hey Sasuke, care to heat things up for us?" the Jounin said and Sasuke smirked as he made a quick set of hand seals. He took a deep breath and launched his attack straight out in front of him. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. The fireball lit up the blind conditions and roared away. It didn't take long for the mist to immediately start to evaporate from the heat. After a few seconds, Naruto could finally see his own hand again and looked over at his team. They were glaring at him and he ignored the looks and looked over to find Zabuza staring at them lazily. "Took you losers long enough," the Mist Ninja said as he did a quick backflip and landed lightly on the small lake that had been near them. Naruto watched as Zabuza started making hand seals and slammed the last one together. Suetun Mizu no Muchi. A whip of water rose up from Zabuza's side and swirled around him before lashing out and speeding towards the team. Naruto and Sasuke jumped out of the way while Kakashi brought up a kunai and tried to block the attack but wasn't so lucky. The water whip hit the kunai and split into two ends that wrapped around the Jounin. Kakashi realized the danger too late and the water whip yanked him backwards and he flew towards Zabuza with startling speeds. Zabuza cocked his fist back and punched Kakashi square in the face and sent him flying high up into the air. As the silver-haired man flew, the water whip still held on to him, and when he was about 200 feet up in the air, it pulled him back down and slammed him into the surface of the lake, sending large waves in all directions. "Hee whiplash," Zabuza muttered and watched as Kakashi dragged himself out of the water. The man was sputtering and his clothes were soaked. "The dumbass," Naruto cursed and Sasuke grunted in annoyance. They watched as Zabuza made a few more hand seals and they couldn't hear what he said, but suddenly Kakashi was inside of a water bubble that there was no escape from. Zabuza looked at them lazily before speaking. "Yo, your shit's in my water," the Mist Ninja said and Naruto sighed. "You're too old for that, dude," the blonde muttered and Zabuza chuckled. "I'm only 23 actually. But either way I take that as a rude comment," he said and Naruto shrugged. "As though I care, go and take your lame sayings and shove it up your ass," Naruto said and got into a fighting stance. "How you think you're so dash?" Zabuza began. "Do it," Naruto yelled and Zabuza stopped speaking. "Do it now, motherfucker. Bring me a kunai and I'll do it for you," Naruto screamed and his team stared at him in shock. "Kid, I'm gonna kick your ass," Zabuza said as he held his sword up in front of him. "Well, I'm gonna shove my foot up your sideways," Naruto mumbled and ran at Zabuza. He got to the edge of the lake when he realized two things. First, he couldn't walk, much less fight on water yet. Second, Zabuza's attacks were water-based. "Well, this isn't gonna feel good," Naruto muttered as a large ball of water slammed into him. Suetun, Suidama. Naruto hit the ground and skipped backwards several feet and finally skidded to a stop. He groaned and slowly rolled to his feet and stared at Zabuza, who was obviously smirking in triumph. Naruto reached into his pocket and drew out a kunai and ran up to Sasuke and got ready to fight. "What do you want, loser?" the Uchiha said darkly, and Naruto rolled his eyes. "We need to work together to get out of this mess," Naruto said, and Sasuke shook his head. "I can do this just fine by myself," he said, and drew out an oversized shuriken and threw it at Zabuza. It whirled at the man, and Naruto watched as Zabuza simply leaned out of the way and let the shuriken pass him by harmlessly. Sasuke grinned and yanked his hand back, and the shuriken changed direction and came whizzing at Zabuza from behind. The mist ninja turned and swore as he jumped out of the way of the large weapon, losing concentration on Kakashi's water prison. The Jounin fell to the surface of the water, coughing and sputtering as Zabuza watched him with interest. Let's see if I can beat the shit out of Kakashi," the mist ninja muttered and waited for the Jounin to prepare himself to fight. Kakashi slowly got to his feet and looked over at the genin. "Good job, Sasuke. Watch over everyone else since Naruto doesn't know how to. I will take care of things here." With that, Kakashi reached up and removed his Hitaiate from his eye, and Sasuke gasped at what he saw. His clan's Sharingan, and Kakashi was bearing it as though he was an Uchiha. "How the hell?" Sasuke began, but Kakashi cut him off. "Another story for another time," the Jounin said, and watched as Zabuza began to make some hand seals. Sasuke watched as the two ninja began to battle and turned towards Naruto. "You heard what Kakadash?" Wham! Sasuke was sent skidding across the ground and came to a stop when Sakura fell to her knees and held him. Sasuke looked up in shock to find Naruto staring at him dully, his fist outstretched. "Naruto!" Sakura screamed, and Naruto ignored her. "You loser, how dare you hit me!" Sasuke yelled, and Naruto shrugged. "Well, you want to do what you want, then I'll do what I want," Naruto said, and Sasuke jumped to his feet seething. "What the hell is that supposed to mean, loser? Why do you think Konoha has ninja teams? So that they can work together to get a mission done smoothly. If they wanted a person like you to act alone, then they wouldn't have put you on a team now, would they?" Naruto yelled at him, and the Uchiha stared at him darkly. "Not everyone is on a team, loser," was all Sasuke could think of. "Yeah, if they're doing a mission where stealth and large numbers aren't available. Even Itachi was on a team." Naruto finished, knowing that would get to Sasuke more than anything else. "Don't you dare to ever say my brother's name again, you piece of shit, loser," Sasuke yelled, and was about to slug Naruto when Kakashi's voice stopped him. "Sasuke, don't waste your time on him. Focus on the task at hand. We will deal with his actions later," Kakashi yelled as he created a water dragon just as Zabuza did. Naruto watched as Sakura and Sasuke sauntered off towards Tazuna, who had seen the whole ordeal and had sided with Naruto on the matter. "Poor kid," the old man thought. "Fuck my life." Naruto sighed angrily and began walking towards his team, even though they really weren't. As he walked, he felt a sudden presence and looked up in a tree to find someone hidden in the leaves. The person noticed that he saw them and was about to do something when he shrugged and winked at them and continued walking. The person in the trees saw his lips moving and knew he was speaking to them. "Do as you please," was all he said, and walked past. Naruto chuckled inwardly. If his team was going to be a bitch to him now, then they would have to deal with the consequences, he guessed. He listened as the ninja he had ignored acted swiftly and interrupted Kakashi's battle. Zabuza had succeeded in getting a hit on Kakashi when he performed the hidden mist technique again and nailed the Jounin with a water dragon. Now Naruto watched as several senbons stopped Kakashi as he brought his hand out in front of him to use some type of attack. The senbons had hit all of the points in Kakashi's arm that would make it go numb and make it useless. Naruto watched as the figure he saw dropped from a tree and landed next to Zabuza, and he grinned wildly. "Oh, you bitches are dead. Meet Haku." The Mist Ninja laughed and Kakashi jumped back worriedly. "Master, we cannot fight anymore, we have our orders. Let us go," the ninja said, and Naruto took in their features. They had long black hair that was in a braid and a pair of shorts that looked like a skirt. Their shirt hung over the shorts, making the whole thing look like a dress. But that wasn't what stuck out to Naruto the most, no. The thing that really stood out was the mask they were wearing. It was pure white with 6 vertical red stripes going through it and a pair of horns emerging from the forehead. The eyes were crazy yellow and Naruto shuddered at the grotesque image. Zabuza chuckled as Haku grabbed his shoulder, and they disappeared in a swirl of what looked like mist, but Naruto watched as it sparkled before fading away. He sighed in relief. That threat was now gone. He turned and began walking when he suddenly heard Kakashi's voice stop him cold. "Naruto, you're in some serious trouble for what you did." "Fuck my life," Naruto thought for what seemed like the 10th time that day. Chapter 2: Team Training? Naruto looked at the ground ahead of himself as he walked. He had been punished just as the jerk Kakashi had said. His punishment was to carry the bags of all the people he was traveling with to and from Wave Country. Naruto grunted and shifted the top bag so it didn't fall off and hit the ground. Sasuke, hearing his grunt, grinned in his dark and rather stupid manner. Kakashi turned and looked at Naruto for a little bit before ignoring him like he was before. "Fuck my life," Naruto thought to himself as he stepped over a fallen log, his limbs screaming in protest. His stamina, while high and seeming endless, wasn't really favoring him at the moment. "Hurry it up, Naruto," Kakashi said without turning around and began to chant. "Left, right, left, right, left, right. Good-for-nothing team," Naruto muttered, and Kakashi turned his head slightly to look at Naruto. "What was that?" the Jounin said, and Naruto turned away and looked at the trees passing by. "That's what I thought," Kakashi said and turned his head again. "Hurry it up, Naruto, we are almost there," Sakura said, angrily turning towards the blonde. "Oh, will you just shut the fu-" Naruto began. "There she is," Tazuna cried, seeing his town come into view. Naruto grumbled and watched as the other 4 picked up speed, leaving him behind. They had walked through the town and Naruto was shocked to see the condition of the villagers. There was children sitting at street corners begging for food, while there were some that were digging through garbage. Naruto watched as a small boy ran in front of him as a shopkeeper half-heartedly threw something at him. Naruto closed his eyes and looked a different way, but every way he looked he set his sights on the same sad scenes. He saw some people laying against walls with flies buzzing above their heads. He saw many kids attempting to pickpocket things from people, and when he saw one succeed he cheered the small child on, hoping that they would be able to get themselves some food or clothing. But to his shock, the small child ran over to a woman in a torn and dirty dress and handed her the stolen item. She smiled at the boy and kissed his forehead as she walked into a shop and sold the item. When she walked out, she had 4 loaves of bread and she gave 2 to the boy, who danced away. Naruto watched as he came across other children that looked his age, and without a second's hesitation the small child tore hunks from the bread loaves that he had and shared with them. "Poor kids," Naruto muttered sadly and continued wailing. "Yeah, it wasn't always like this though," he heard Tazuna say from beside him suddenly. "What happened then?" Naruto asked as they walked out of the town and started down an oath. "Gato came to Wave Country and began to rule the village," Tazuna said angrily, and Naruto nodded. "So you guys have yourselves a big bad bully?" the blonde asked, and Tazuna chuckled. "Yeah, if you want to call him by such a small name. He is a damn thug if you ask me," Tazuna cursed, and they walked in silence for 10 minutes. "So why aren't you with my team?" Naruto asked suddenly, and Tazuna grunted. "Ah, I told them how to get to the house. Besides, they all left you behind, so I came to help you find the way. Also, I wanted to talk to you," Tazuna said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, and Tazuna waited before speaking again. "The way they treat you, why do you put up with it?" the old man asked, and Naruto let out a low breath. Well, all my life I have put up with that attitude, you see. I am cursed with a burden, Naruto began, and Tazuna nodded. The nine-tailed fox, you have heard of it, right? Naruto asked, and Tazuna tapped his head for a second, thinking. Oh yeah, the demon thing. Yeah, I heard of it. Why? Well, when I was a newborn the damn thing attacked my village, but thanks to the fourth Hokage it was stopped. Well, it wasn't beaten or anything, but it was instead sealed into a baby. That baby would be me. So ever since then the villagers think I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, so they treat me like shit. Kakashi is one of them, and Sasuke and Sakura are just… Naruto trailed off, not knowing what to say about them. Two little punks with a log up their asses? Tazuna said, and Naruto burst out laughing. Yeah, something like that, he exclaimed, and they saw Tazuna's house come into view. They became silent when they saw three shapes standing on the doorstep waiting for them. As they got near, he saw Sasuke and Sakura glaring at him while Kakashi looked at him with his one eye. Naruto stopped about 5 feet from them and dropped their bags to the ground, and when the small dust cloud settled he looked at the bags and then at his team. Get your shit, he said, and he and Tazuna walked past them into the house. When he entered, Naruto looked around the beautiful home. Well, beautiful to him. He looked at the dark rosewood walls and the elaborate designs on the ceiling. He followed Tazuna, who showed them around the house and then brought them upstairs to where they would be staying. He placed them all in different rooms, and when Naruto saw his he sighed in relief. It was a plain room, but it had a bed and a dresser. That was all he was asking for, was a nice comfortable bed and a dresser. He dropped his bag on the ground and plopped down into the bed and laid down and took in the softness of the bed. He didn't know how long he was there because he suddenly heard his door open and he looked up and found Sasuke standing in his doorway. What do you want, team? Naruto asked, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. How do you do that shadow clone technique? Sasuke demanded, and Naruto stared at him for a minute before laughing. What's so funny, loser? Sasuke yelled at him. You're so stupid it's not even funny, Naruto said and laid back down. Don't ignore me or I will beat the shit out of you, Sasuke said, taking a step forwards. So you want to see how to make them? Naruto said darkly and made a cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Wham! Sasuke slid down the wood wall and fell to the ground in a heap as Naruto's door closed in his face. Annoying ass bastard, Naruto said and laid back down in the bed. Sasuke stared at the door in shock. He had to have that technique. Naruto knew that the Uchiha wouldn't give up so easy. He wanted his technique, and by God he was going to get it. Well, as long as Naruto was the master of it. Flashback no Jutsu begin. Naruto, the Sandaime Hokage muttered. This is such a cool technique, I mean look what I did to that traitor with it. Naruto cheered as he pumped his fist in the air. Naruto, Sandaime said again. Can you do this technique, Ojaizen? Naruto asked, his wide blue eyes staring at the Hokage impatiently. Naruto, the Hokage yelled, and Naruto squinted his eyes shut and scratched his head. What? The blonde said, and the Hokage sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in thought. Okay, now, like I was trying to explain, Kage Bunshin is a forbidden technique. None can use it because of its effects, Sarutobi said, and Naruto's blue eyes widened again. So I am the only one who can use it? The blonde exclaimed and was about to start dancing when the Hokage held up a hand to stop him. No others can use it, but not to its fullest extent like you can. But like I was saying, Kage Bunshin is a forbidden jutsu, and forbidden jutsu can be learned and mastered. If you master the Kage Bunshin, then you become the master of it, which means that you can teach it to whoever you like, and if anyone wants to teach someone, then they must ask your permission first. Understand that in other cities this rule will not apply, but as for here in Konoha, and any Konoha ninja that wants to now learn this jutsu has to ask you, and if anyone, besides those who already have the ability to use the jutsu, actually use it, then they suffer the consequences, which could mean being stripped of their title. Sarutobi said, and Naruto raised his hand. What is it? So then what you're saying is that I am the god of this jutsu pretty much? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi nodded. Also that I can teach it to anyone? Sarutobi chuckled and nodded again. Well, can I take the privilege away from people? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi stopped laughing and looked at Naruto, who was grinning innocently. Well, yeah, I guess so, Sarutobi said, and Naruto nodded happily. So now that you have mastered the technique, you get this right here, the Hokage said, and pulled out a regular-sized red scroll. What is this? Naruto muttered and took the scroll. Well, it is the scroll of Kage Bunshin. It has been removed from the Forbidden Scroll and placed on this. All you have to do to claim mastership is sign your name in blood, Sarutobi said, and Naruto quickly unrolled the scroll and bit his thumb. He signed his name in 13 fluid strokes, and the scroll glowed for a second before it returned to its normal color. So that's it? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi nodded. That's it. Now use this power wisely, Sarutobi said as he thought. What have I done? Flashback: no Jutsu end. Naruto walked over to his bag and stated to unpack his things, which added up to not much. He had a spare orange jumpsuit, a pair of black shorts, and an orange t-shirt. He then had some sparse weapons, and at the bottom of the bag he found the red scroll. Well, I should hold on to this now. Damn Sasuke. Naruto cursed and threw the scroll on the bed and threw the now empty bag in the corner. He grabbed his black shorts and orange t-shirt and swapped his clothes. When he was done, he slid the scroll into his pocket and walked out of his room to meet his team and see what they had to say about the whole incident. As he walked down the stairs, he heard a voice coming from a room to his left. He looked and found that it was slightly cracked open, and he took the opportunity to peek in, and he found a little boy sitting on a bed crying. Naruto frowned and pushed the door open more and walked into the room, and the boy looked up at Naruto in shock. Hey, who are you? The boy said and sobbed again. Naruto raised an eyebrow and walked over to the bed and sat down beside the boy. The name's Uzumaki Naruto, what about you? Naruto asked, and the boy took a deep breath, still sobbing a little bit. My name's Inari, the boy said as he wiped his face off. Oh, you're Tazuna's grandson. He talked about you as we brought you here, Naruto said, and Inari nodded. So why are you crying then? Inari leaned forward and looked at the door before speaking. I was coming upstairs, and that one boy, the one with the black hair, he pushed me into the wall, and when I cried he called me a baby. The son of a bitch, Naruto swore inside his head, and he stood up. Come on, we'll take care of it, he said and held out his hand to the boy. Inari looked at the hand and then at Naruto and grabbed it and pulled himself off the bed, and the two walked downstairs. When they entered the kitchen, Naruto found that only a woman occupied it, and Naruto tried to remember what her name was, but couldn't. Is that your mom? Naruto asked the boy, and he nodded. Does she know what happened? Inari shook his head, and Naruto grunted. Hey, Miss Me and Inari are going for a little walk, Naruto said, and the woman spun around scared. Oh, it's just you. Tazuna said you were here, but why didn't you go to the woods with your team? They said they were going to train, the woman said, and Naruto shrugged. Well, like I said, Miss Me and Inari are going for a walk, Naruto said, and the woman laughed. Oh, please, don't call me miss, it makes me feel old. My name is Tsunami. So where are you two boys going? Tsunami asked, and Naruto looked down at Inari and looked back at his mother. It seems that my teammate was rather harsh to Inari, so I am going to go and talk to him about it, Naruto said, putting quotations around the word talk. Tsunami's eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Inari, who looked away. What happened? What did he do? Tsunami demanded, and Naruto grunted out a quick response. He pushed Inari and then called him a baby, just because he didn't get what he wanted from me, Naruto said, and Tsunami tightened her grip on the wooden spoon she was holding. Okay, be back for dinner then, she muttered and turned back to what she was doing. Naruto wasted no time and walked out of the house with Inari in tow, and he began walking towards the only area that woods that a ninja could truly train. Naruto picked up Inari as they got to the edge of the woods and put him on his back. The boy was startled at first, but Naruto chuckled and began to walk off into the woods, jumping over logs and boulders that were in his path. It took them a good 15 minutes before they reached the clearing that his so-called team was at doing their exercises. Kakashi was watching as Sasuke and Sakura attempted to climb trees without using their hands from the looks of it. Naruto saw that before Sasuke fell off the tree, he would make a slash marking his progress. Naruto saw that on both trees slashes slowly inched up the trunk. Naruto was pissed that he was excluded from the exercise, but it couldn't be helped. His team was full of assholes. He walked out of the woods and into the clearing, catching the attention of Kakashi and Sasuke. Sakura noticed that they were looking at something, and then she'd found Naruto standing there with a small boy on his back. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Kakashi demanded, and Naruto glared at him. "Obviously not training, sensei," Naruto said and set Inari down beside him, but the boy clung to his leg. "Get lost, loser, this exercise is too hard for you. Besides, this is your punishment for attacking me," Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto. So Kakashi-sensei, you are going to punish me for not teaching Sasuke the Kage Bunshin?" Naruto said, and they could hear the annoyance in every word. "No, you attacked him, that is why I am punishing you, but I do think you should teach the technique to him. It would further his training," Kakashi said, and Naruto burst out laughing. "Well, I say not. Not you nor this fag can make me either want to know why," Naruto said, and Sasuke took a step forward. "Oh really, why not?" the Uchiha said darkly, and Naruto glared at him with a new glare that they had never seen before. "Because you attacked an innocent civilian, you don't deserve the technique," Naruto said, and Sakura snorted at the accusation. "Sasuke-kun wouldn't ever do that," she exclaimed, and Kakashi chuckled too. "Stop trying to get attention, Naruto. Your punishment has furthered itself because of these actions," the Jounin said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Inari, who was that pushed you down into the wall and mocked you?" Naruto asked the frightened boy. Inari pointed at Sasuke, who glared at him with eyes full of rage. "Sasuke, is that true?" Kakashi asked lowly, and Sasuke snorted. "Yeah right, the loser just wants attention. Now teach me the damn move," he yelled at Naruto, who shook his head. "I don't have to teach you anything," Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest. "Come Sasuke, we'll teach you the jutsu myself," Kakashi muttered, but Naruto stopped him abruptly. "No, you won't, as are my orders. Since you will not punish Sasuke, then I will," Naruto said, and looked straight at the Uchiha. "For as long as you live, you may never learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu from another Konoha ninja. You may not learn it from any other ninja either, for if you do, you will be stripped of your rank and sent to prison." Naruto then turned to Kakashi, who was about to interject, and spoke again, his voice darker. "You Hatake may never teach Sasuke or any other person the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. If you do, you will be stripped of your rank and become a genin. Then you will only have D-ranked missions from then on." "You can't do that," Kakashi exclaimed, and Naruto chuckled lowly before pulling out the scroll in his pocket. "Well, I am the master of this jutsu, and my word involving this technique is the law," Naruto said, and picked Inari up and put him back on his own back. "You can't do that, you loser. You didn't even invent the jutsu. Nor are you a council member or Hokage," Sasuke yelled, and Kakashi hushed him with a hand. "Sasuke, it is no use. Naruto's word about this jutsu is law, and if you go against what he just said, that law will be carried out," Kakashi said, and Sasuke stared at him in confusion. Naruto chuckled as he walked away from the three angered ninja. When they got about halfway home, Inari spoke. "Why didn't you beat him up?" he asked sadly. "Inari, the thing that I just did hurts both him and my sensei beyond physical pain. The jutsu I banned him from learning is one of the more powerful techniques that my village has, and so when I banned Sasuke from learning it, he lost the ability to get something he really wanted." Naruto finished, and Inari looked at him with a grin. "Thanks so much, Nisan." Inari cheered, and Naruto grinned at the name Inari had given him. "I guess I am just a hero, huh?" Naruto asked, still looking forward. He waited for a response, but when he looked back at Inari, he found that the boy was silent and tears flowed down his face. "What's wrong, Inari?" "And nothing, it's just that I don't believe in heroes anymore," Inari said, and he became deathly silent. Another question to ask Tazuna about, I guess." Naruto thought as he continued walking with the boy. Dinner that night was indeed interesting. As Naruto and his team made their way towards the table, they found it was already set for them and their seats were picked. The table had just enough spots to fit them all. At the head of the table sat Tsunami and on her right was Inari. Next to him he called Naruto over and on the other side of Naruto Tazuna was placed. Then on the other side of the table Sasuke and Sakura were sat then at the other end of the table facing Tsunami Kakashi sat down. So all in all the arrangements looked like this. Tsunami facing Kakashi, Tazuna facing Sasuke, Naruto facing Sakura and Inari watching the tension. Tazuna had a stone face as he stared at Sasuke. He had heard what the teen had done to his grandson early that day and he was pissed. Tsunami had learned that Sasuke wasn't punished by Kakashi, but Naruto was, and she sat glaring at the silver-haired Jounin, who kept his eye on the ceiling waiting for dinner to be served. Naruto was playing a game with Inari, and he could feel Sakura's and Sasuke's eyes boring into him. He knew that ninjas had a better ability at hearing than other people, so he whispered just audible enough that both Sasuke and Sakura could hear him. If looks could kill, then I would be 6 feet under by now. Naruto continued to play the game as Sasuke and Sakura averted their attention somewhere else. It took maybe about 10 minutes of pure tension before Tsunami got up and served dinner. She set Inari and Naruto's plates in front of them, smiling warmly at them, and then giving her father his plate and kissing him on the top of his head. She then grabbed the rest of Team 7's plates and slammed them down in front of them with glares. Hell hath no, Naruto began to think. No fury like, Tazuna thought at the same time. A woman scorned. Kakashi finished the chorus thought with a sigh. Tsunami sat at her place at the table, and with the joined chorus of thank you for the dinners everyone dug in. It happened when Kakashi's and Sasuke's plates were almost empty. Naruto heard a low rumble resounding from the stomachs of all of his team, him not included. Tsunami looked up from her plate and raised an eyebrow as Kakashi and Sasuke bolted from the table, and they heard 2 doors slam shut. Sakura looked at Naruto in horror until all of a sudden her stomach rumbled again. Much louder this time. She got up and began to limp towards the bathroom, and Naruto heard the rumble again and saw Tsunami making a countdown with her fingers. She reached 1 and then 0 when it happened. Sakura tried to escape it, but it happened. Her stomach grumbled and Naruto watched as he heard a series of weird noises coming from her ass. Tazuna had put his fork down and covered his nose while Tsunami covered her mouth. Sakura's shoulders hunched up and her head slammed into her left shoulder, and she kept pushing it into it, harder and harder, as her face contorted trying to fight what was happening. Her fists clenched together in front of her and Naruto saw the blood leave the tight balls of flesh. Sakura let out a low whimper as she ripped ass loud enough for everyone to hear. Naruto was horrified since he never heard a sound like it in his life. It sounded like a rocket going off in her pants, and she hunched her body over and the sound intensified. Oh my god! That's nasty! Inari shouted and Sakura whimpered as another explosive fart made her topple to the ground. She tried to crawl away, but her body wouldn't allow it as she let loose another fart. We shall call this the rocket fart. Sakura moaned as she got to her feet thinking it was over, but that was when the grand finale hit her. It became silent as her stomach slowly rumbled, then the sound got louder and louder. Naruto knew that whatever was coming next was not a rocket fart at all but something much worse. Sakura must have known something was about to happen too because she looked at Tsunami and shook her head. Please no, she said, and that was when it happened. Sakura farted so loud that the windows vibrated and Naruto had to bring his arms up in front of him to shield himself from the wind, which was tinted green, which was blowing things about. Sakura was screaming, but it was sounded out because her fart was loud enough that Naruto couldn't hear himself think. The rocket fart had evolved into a mega rocket fart. Suddenly it began to die down when the final thing happened. The fart roared once more and Sakura's shorts turned brown as she shit her pants in front of everyone in the room. She shook as the explosive diarrhea began to tear her shorts apart and splattered the wall with her brown shit. Naruto was gagging along with Tazuna while Inari had covered his eyes. Tsunami simply watched with amusement as her payback unfolded. Soon Sakura sank to her knees and toppled over into a pile of her own shit. You shit your pants big time, Sakura, Naruto said, and Tsunami got up and walked to the kitchen. Naruto stood and left a crying Sakura to wallow in her own pool of shit so that he could talk to Tsunami. He found her dying from laughter, and he waited until she was done to ask her what she had done to his team. "How did you do that?" he demanded with a serious face, and she was worried that he was mad at her. "I bought a few solider pills since we sell them here in this country, and then I mixed it up with a laxative," Tsunami admitted, and she watched as Naruto's face slowly grinned at her. "I have a new prank," he yelled, and the two began to laugh again. Chapter 3. Befriending a Foe. 3 days passed after the dinner incident, and ever since then Team 7 had been a lot more polite to Inari, and they also made sure there was no more hidden surprises in their meals. Walls and floor were finally clean also, and the odor that had lingered finally drifted away. Naruto was now sitting with Inari at the table, telling him the basics of a ninja's life since the boy was very interested in the subject. The teen and the little boy had bonded in the last 3 days and were inseparable. So, ninjas use something called chakra to fight. Pretty much everyone has some chakra, but you have to be trained to learn how to use it. Naruto said, and Inari nodded happily. "So how old do you have to be in order to become a ninja?" the little boy asked, and Naruto chuckled. "Well, it depends. There are some children your age that are highly skilled, but those ninja are rare. In fact, you know my annoying teammate?" Naruto asked. "The fag," Inari replied, and Naruto laughed. "Yeah, him. His brother was an ANBU captain when he was only 13, so he was younger than me when he took on one of the hardest jobs in the village, and he was skilled at it," Naruto said, and Inari's eyes widened. "Whoa, that's so cool. Wait, how old are you, Nisan?" Inari asked, and Naruto grinned. "I'm 14 and my birthday is in 6 months, so 14 and a half, Naruto said, and Inari grinned. "Well, I'm only 8, so if I want to become one of these genius ninja, then I have to get working." Inari trailed off and looked at Naruto wide-eyed. "Can you teach me how to be a ninja?" Naruto bursted out laughing, and Inari stared at him in shock. When he had regained his composure, Naruto sighed as he realized the boy was serious. "Reminds me of myself," Naruto thought, and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Well, I could teach you the most basic ninjutsu, and maybe some taijutsu, but Naruto was saying. "Yeah." Inari jumped to his feet cheering, and Naruto sighed. "But you may not have enough chakra to do any ninjutsu," Naruto said, and Ayambai shrugged. "Let's go start now," the boy yelled and ran out the door, and Naruto sighed and followed him outside. Inari was standing impatiently in the grass, rocking on his heels. Naruto walked up to him and crouched down so that he was at eye level. Well, first I'll teach you how to use the most basic jutsu there is, Kawarimi no Jutsu," Naruto said, and scratched the back of his head. How was he going to teach this boy when he was one of the lower-level students in the class? "What is that?" Inari asked as he settled down some. Naruto chuckled lightly before he explained. "It's a technique that you can use in situations where you're in a pickle. For example, let's say you were being held hostage by an enemy and needed to escape. You could use this technique to swap places with any object that you can visualize at the time. Now, when you first start using the technique, you may only be able to swap places with things that are about 10 feet away. But don't worry, because after a while you'll be able to swap places with anything inside your 100-foot perimeter." Naruto finished, and Inari nodded his head in understanding what Naruto had just explained. "Okay, so when can we get to it?" Inari said impatiently, and Naruto sighed as the boy made himself seem more like himself with every passing second. "Okay, well, first I have to teach you how to make the hand seal. After you get the hang of it, you won't even need to use a hand seal anymore," Naruto said, and knelt down in front of the boy and grabbed both of his hands. He curled his 2 inner fingers down and pushed the boy's hands together. "There, that is the hand seal you need." Inari nodded his head in excitement and watched Naruto with curiosity. "Now what?" the boy asked, and Naruto's sweat dropped. "I have no idea. I think we should start with the basic exercises actually," Naruto said, and picked up a small pebble. "What's that for?" Inari asked curiously, and Naruto chuckled. Your homework assignment. You hold this pebble in your hand and focus your chakra on it and try to make it hover above your palm as steadily as you can. Naruto said, and Inari nodded. Wait, how do I focus my chakra? Inari asked, concentrating on the pebble. Naruto's sweat dropped again and Inari continued to focus on the pebble. Well, just kind of meditate for a little bit and search your body for the power. It shouldn't be too hard for you. But when you find it, focus it on the rock. I'll continue to teach you how to use the Kawarimi technique when you have gotten the pebble to float for at least 10 seconds and about 2 inches off your palm. Naruto said, and Inari nodded, closing his eyes. Naruto chuckled and walked away from him and into the house. He had his own training he had to do. A couple days ago he had snuck up on Sasuke and Sakura talking about the tree walking exercise, and he learned the basics from the snippets he heard. Granted that it would take him a little bit to learn the technique, he knew he would try to master it within 2 days. He would then gloat and shove it in Sasuke's face to enrage the fag even more. Naruto grabbed his training clothes, which meant his shorts and orange t-shirt, and quickly changed. He stuck the red scroll back in his pocket again and ran from the house and spared Inari a quick glance. The boy was sweating as he tried to find the chakra. Maybe he can't do it, Naruto thought, and silently cheered the boy on as he ran into the forest to find a secluded spot to train. He found his spot in about 10 minutes and stretched out some before getting ready to start his exercise. He pulled out a lone kunai so that he could mark his progress like Sasuke and Sakura were doing, and planted his feet away from each other. He charged some chakra into his feet and ran at the tree. He jumped up and took 1 step on the trunk. Crack. Naruto was sent hurtling away from the tree and crashed into the ground and rolled a couple feet. What the hell? He thought to himself as he jumped to his feet. He tried it again with the same result after taking 3 steps. After he picked himself up off the ground again, he realized what was happening to him. So if I use too much chakra, then I destroy the surface and it propels me away. Which means if I use too little chakra, then I won't stick. With that thought, Naruto sighed and charged some more chakra to his feet, but made sure it was about half the amount he was using before. He ran at the tree, and after 4 steps the same result happened, but he marked his progress anyways. The slash mark was about 10 feet up the tree, and Naruto cursed as he charged even less chakra. It went on like this for a while until Naruto collapsed against the tree, panting and soaked with sweat. Fuck my life, he thought as he drew in short breaths. Haku had been walking along a path when she heard a low yet audible explosion ahead of her. She slowly drew a few senbon and continued on her path where she was going to get herbs. As the trees parted in front of her, she saw a boy trying to run up a tree, but the bark exploded and sent him flying off of it. Haku looked at the boy more closely and gasped. It was the boy who had seen her the other day, the one who allowed her to attack his sensei and didn't put up a fight about it. Haku debated on whether or not she should kill this boy and get an obstacle out of hers and her master's way. She slowly took aim with the senbon and then suddenly dropped them into a bush and sighed. She couldn't bring herself to kill the boy no matter what. She wasn't that evil. Haku stepped out of the trees and approached the boy, who was now laying against a tree catching his breath. She moved slowly and quietly until she was about 3 feet away from him. Hi, she muttered. Naruto heard a female voice talking to him, and he opened his eyes to look at whoever was in front of him. What he saw made him speechless. The girl in front of him was simply stunning. Her beauty radiated off her like sunlight. She had dark brown eyes and black hair that hung freely behind her and reached below her shoulders. She was wearing a beautiful dress that reached a bit past her knees and opened up at the top to reveal a bit of her cleavage, and Naruto turned red and stammered. "Oh, hey there," he exclaimed and jumped to his feet, and the girl watched him curiously. "What are you doing here?" he asked, and the girl giggled and he smiled at her soft laughter. "Oh, just gathering herbs for some random things," she said softly and bent over and picked up a small herb and placed it into her basket. "Oh well," Naruto said as he trailed off, not sure what to say. "What am I doing? I sound like an idiot," he yelled mentally, and Haku cocked her head at him. "So are you a ninja?" she asked, looking at his headband on his head. "Yeah, one of the best," he exclaimed, but then sweat dropped. Actually, one of the worst. I'm trying to master this exercise, but it's not working, he said sadly, and Haku giggled. Oh well, I forgot my manners. I didn't introduce myself. My name's Haku. Right when the words left her mouth, Naruto was already on guard. He had jumped away from her and landed in a low crouch, bringing his kunai up in front of him to guard himself from any attacks she planned. I thought you seemed familiar, Naruto said, and Haku stared at him and cursed herself mentally. Zabuza-sama had said her name out loud to the ninja when they saw her, and now she had blown her cover. Please, I am not here to fight you, she said, and Naruto stared at her blankly for a bit longer. Why should I trust you? He said, and Haku had a quick comeback. Because I could have killed you had I wanted to the moment I first saw you, she said, and Naruto slowly lowered his kunai. That's true, but still, he muttered, and Haku gave him a heartwarming smile. Oi! She is beautiful, he mentally thought, and Haku knew she had gotten him to trust her. Let us be simple friends on this day and hold off fighting until necessary, she said, and dropped the basket down and walked over to him. Here I will show you how to complete the exercise you are learning. Naruto watched as she slowly took his kunai from his buttered grasp and tossed it at a tree where it stuck firmly. My team's gonna kill me, Naruto muttered as she led him towards a tree that wasn't ruined by him. Here, lie on your back and put both feet against the tree. Then slowly send chakra to your feet, and when your feet stick to the tree, you know that's how much you should use. Then it is just a manner of maintaining that concentration, Haku explained with a friendly smile. Oi, why didn't I think of that? Naruto asked himself and slapped his forehead and glanced at the tree that he had destroyed in order to learn the technique. Haku giggled, and Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus chakra into his feet. Naruto and Haku sat making little figures from long blades of grass and sticks. They had been there since that morning, and it was now a little past noon. They had both shared their life stories and learned that they were close in age. Haku had just turned 15 the day before they had seen each other on the way to Wave Country. Naruto was shocked that a girl so beautiful was so young. He didn't let that thought escape his lips though, and gave her a late happy birthday, to which she burst out laughing. Even though they shared their life stories, they didn't give away any essential information about themselves. Yeah, they told each other about things like family and teachers, and their own gifts. Haku hadn't explained what her gift really was, but she told Naruto that she had a Kekkei Genkai that was very strong. Naruto told her about the demon that was sealed inside of him, and she gasped when she heard how he was treated. So that's why you didn't rat me out that day? You were getting back at your team, she muttered, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, but don't tell them. Konoha would really wring my neck then, Naruto said, and both of them laughed. So we have been here for hours. What do you say we see if I can make any more progress on the tree climbing exercise? Naruto asked, and Haku giggled and nodded her head. Naruto focused his chakra and ran at a tree that wasn't destroyed and made it halfway up its trunk before he back-flipped out onto a branch and landed gracefully and stuck to it. He grinned in excitement, and Haku gave him thumbs up. Naruto stood very carefully and grinned at her, but took a step and slipped. His arms flung out uselessly, trying to balance himself, but it was no use. He fell backwards, and Haku let out a startled gasp, but Naruto swung down underneath the branch and stood upside down. I think I got the hang of it now, he yelled down, and Haku rolled her eyes at him and walked over to the tree. Then do this, she said, and ran up the tree and did a cartwheel and then a front handspring and landed on the trunk again, crouching. Yeah, it wasn't very ladylike to do a flip and cartwheel with a dress on, but Haku had told Naruto that she always wore shorts underneath dresses because of perverts. Naruto's jaw couldn't hand open since he was upside down, but had he been upright it would be on the ground already. I want to do that, he exclaimed, and reached up and grabbed the branch. He swung his body back and forth for a bit and then swung around and landed on the top of the branch. He walked towards the trunk and slowly made his way down towards Haku, who grinned at him. Well, that takes practice because you have to control the chakra in your hands and feet very precisely, Haku said, and stretched her arms out. But I guess I could teach you this, she said, and did a handstand and walked down the entire tree. When she got to the end of the trunk, her legs snaked over her head and touched the ground, so she was doing a back bridge with her hands on the trunk of the tree. She slowly and gracefully stood up straight, and Naruto gaped at her. Like hell I could do that. I can barely walk on my hands for 10 seconds. He thought, and slid down the tree and landed next to Haku, who beamed at him. You're crazy. Too bad we have to fight later though, he said, and Haku frowned and nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, I like you. You're the first person that I have bonded with since I met Zabuza-sama, Haku said, and Naruto sighed. Well, until then I guess we are still friends, he said, and held out his pinky to her. Friends, outcasts, and enemies. We are frenemies. She giggled and took his pinky, and they shook on it. How touching, Haku. You finally made a friend, a voice suddenly said from behind a tree, and both teens stiffened at it. Zabuza-sama, Haku said, looking at the man as he walked out into the clearing. I thought you said you were going to gather herbs, he said, and looked at the blonde, studying everything about him. Yet here you are with the enemy that you could have killed easily. Zabu-dash, she began, but Naruto cut her off. We aren't enemies right now. We're just friends who will fight when the time comes, the blonde said, and Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Oh really then? Then what will you do as you look her in the eyes as she kills you and your team? The Mist Demon asked, and Naruto shrugged. I guess I'll die, was his smartass reply, and Zabuza began to laugh. I guess I see why you and Haku became friends, Zabuza muttered and studied the blonde more carefully. Hey, you familiar? Who is your father? Zabuza asked suddenly. I have no idea. I'm an orphan, Naruto said, and looked at Haku. I had better get going. I'll see you guys when we fight. But until then, be safe, Haku, and thank you for helping him with my training, Naruto said, and began to walk away. Not so fast, punk. You're going to go and rat me and Haku out, and we can't have that, Zabuza said, placing his hand on his sword hilt. Zabuza-sama, trust me when I say Naruto won't rat us out, Haku said, and smiled at the blonde. In fact, he was the first to see me the other, but didn't alert anyone. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at Naruto and released his sword. Well, whatever, kid, I'll see you at the bridge. Haha, I can't wait to see how events turn out. Me neither, Naruto said, and disappeared into the woods, leaving a laughing Haku and an amused Zabuza. Naruto walked in the front door, and several pairs of eyes landed on him in suspicion. Naruto saw Kakashi staring at him, trying to figure out some unknown question, while Sasuke and Sakura glared at him. He was about to make a remark when Inari spoke up. Hey Nin, I found my chakra and made the pebble float, the boy exclaimed, and Naruto smiled at him and sat at the table. Great job, Inari, Naruto exclaimed, ruffling the boy's hair. Now tell him the whole story, Tsunami said, dishing up plates. Inari looked down before speaking. I kinda poured everything I had into it, and the pebble flew through a couple windows, and then I hit some random fisherman's boat and it sunk. Naruto stared at Inari and looked at all of the windows visible to him, and sure enough, the kitchen window was broken, and straight across from it was another broken window. From there, Naruto had no hard time believing that the rock flew and hit a boat, since the little house was near a small lake. Well, keep practicing, we'll move on with the next steps when you get better control, Naruto said, and Tsunami handed him his plate. Naruto, what are you teaching him? Kakashi asked dully, and Naruto looked at Inari, then at Sasuke. Kage Bunshin, was all he said, and he saw Sasuke's eyes glaze over as anger overtook him. You son of a bitch! The Uchiha yelled and stood up, his chair crashing into the ground. Naruto grinned wildly, and Inari knew he should go along with the joke. I can already make one clone, the boy said, and Sasuke's eye twitched as he stormed upstairs. Naruto, you loser. You'll teach this little bra-dash, Sakura began, but Tsunami's sharp eye stopped her. This little boy the technique, but not Sasuke-kun. Naruto shrugged, and Kakashi shook his head. That's very disappointing, Naruto. I expected better from you. I see you still don't deserve to train with Sasuke and Sakura for now. This tree climbing exercise is very important, the silver-haired Jounin prattled on. I don't need to learn it," Naruto said and began to dig into his food. "Why not?" Kakashi asked, sitting up. "Because I am the master of the Kage Bunshin," Naruto said, simply ending the conversation. The blonde forgot to mention that while it had taken Sasuke and Sakura nearly 5 days to even start to master the technique that had only taken him one. Naruto rubbed his eyes as he stepped over another log and continued following his team. Kakashi had decided that he should come and observe his teammates while they did the exercise, but what he was really saying was that Naruto should come and watch his team gloat about the fact that they could walk up trees. They soon reached the clearing and Naruto saw the trees that both Sakura and Sasuke were working with and saw that their slashes reach about 3/4 of the way up the tree trunk. Kakashi pointed and told Naruto to sit near a tree so he could observe. As he sat down, Sasuke smirked at him before running at the tree and running up it. "Big whoop fag," Naruto thought to himself as Sasuke slashed the tree before back flipping off the trunk and landing on the ground. Sakura did the same and her mark was a little bit above Sasuke's own, but the Uchiha wasn't angered. Kakashi had explained that Sakura had precise chakra control, so this exercise would be easier for her. "See, Naruto, you could be learning how to do this," Kakashi explained, and Naruto chuckled heavily before falling over on his side, cracking up. "What's so funny, loser?" Sasuke demanded, glaring at the blonde. "Why learn something that is so easy to do?" Naruto said, wiping away a tear. "Besides, is this all you have to show after 7 days of practice?" Naruto said, pointing at the Uchiha's tree. "Pathetic!" he shouted and started laughing again. "Watch it, loser. I'd like to see you do this exercise," Sasuke said darkly, and Naruto shrugged. "Okay, if I do it in one try and make it to the top of the tree, then you have to carry all of the bags home," Naruto said, and Sasuke snorted. The Uchiha looked at Kakashi and the Jounin nodded. "But if you lose, then you teach me the Kage Bunshin," Sasuke said flatly, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Well, since we're upping the stakes, then I'll change my own deal. If I do it in one try, then you have to do the D-rank mission from hell. You have to catch that damn cat 25 times on different missions," Naruto said, and the Uchiha started laughing. "Without using chakra," Naruto added, and Sasuke shrugged. "Let's see you do the exercise," Kakashi said, and Naruto chuckled. "Have fun catching the cat, fag," Naruto said and ran at a fresh tree. He got close to it and then stopped. Wait a minute. I don't want a running start." With that, he placed one foot on the tree and then another. He stood there 3 feet off the ground and craned his head to the side to see the shocked faces of his teammates. He chuckled and ran up the tree. He flipped off branches and landed on trunks until he was at the very top. He then jumped back down onto the trunk and focused chakra into his lead hind foot and slid down the tree until he stopped on a large branch that was 20 feet away from the ground. He crouched on the branch and looked at his team, who were staring at him in shock and amazement. "While it took you a week to master this exercise, it only took me since yesterday to do it," Naruto said and ran around the trunk of the tree. He touched down on the ground and looked Sasuke straight in the eyes. "Have fun catching the cat on your next mission." With that, Naruto sauntered away from the team so that he could go and train Inari. The last thing he heard was Sasuke yelling at him and Sakura joining in. Kakashi was grumbling and glaring at the blonde. Chapter 4. What is a hero? Another week passed by quickly. In that time, Inari had finally learned how to summon his chakra and how to direct it into an object. The boy had just as poor amount of control over chakra like Naruto. It was only by luck that Inari had passed the pebble test without killing anyone in the process. He had passed the test 4 days ago, and Naruto had immediately begun to work on the Kawarimi technique with him. The boy was showing some potential, but Naruto was getting frustrated. After 4 days of practice, he was at where he is now. "Gah! Again!" Naruto shouted, and Inari pointed down with authority. "Hey! Don't ignore the fact that I did the technique. Look, I moved an inch away from where I was last time," Inari shouted, and Naruto got onto his hands and knees and looked at the area and saw that the boy was telling the truth. "Like that's going to make a difference in battle," Naruto muttered as he squinted his eyes. Growling, Inari muttered and slammed his hands together and focused his chakra. Naruto watched as blue chakra began to swirl around his body, making a slight breeze. He may do it, Naruto exclaimed mentally. Kawarimi no Jutsu. There was a poof of smoke, and when it cleared, Naruto hunched over with a sweat drop. Inari had moved about an inch further ahead. That's another inch, Inari yelled, seeing Naruto sigh. And another death, Naruto shouted back. Here, watch this, Naruto said and slammed his own hands together. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He reappeared about 2 inches away from where he was. When he saw this, he jumped back startled and stood on one leg with his other stretched up in front of him, his hands thrown into the air. You suck, Inari yelled. They had continued to train for the rest of that day until night, and Inari had finally been able to move about 5 inches forward, trading places with something bigger than a blade of grass finally. He had swapped places with a small twig this time. Naruto was actually impressed with the boy's progress. He had excelled farther than Naruto had in a week when he first trained to be a ninja. As of now, they were sitting at the table eating dinner, which was silent as were the dinners 6 days before. Everyone was tense about the fact that Zabuza would attack any one of these days now. Also, it was because Team 7's feud had escalated when Sasuke decked Naruto and sent him flying. Then when Naruto went to retaliate, Sakura had intervened and stopped Naruto dead in his tracks with a blow that would cripple the strongest of male ninjas. After that, the two had been avoiding him, afraid of any severe consequence he would inflict upon them. Naruto and Sasuke were glaring at each other at the moment as they ate their food. Naruto wanted to go into town for a small visit and get some snacks for his duration of the stay in the small town. As he finished his food, he stood and looked at Tsunami. Well, I am heading out. I'll see you guys later, he mumbled and started to walk away. Where are you going? Kakashi asked, looking at the blonde. Like you care, Naruto said and shut the door. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat. Tsunami stared at him in disgust. She really didn't like the ninjas and she would kick them out of her house was it not for Naruto, who interacted with Inari. She hadn't seen the boy happy in so long. Naruto walked through the path on the woods until he reached the small town, happy to see most of the shops were still open. He was somewhat mad that they didn't sell weapons at the village, but Tazuna had explained that Gato had taken that as a sign of resistance. Naruto walked through the small village, not seeing any of the small and poor children he had seen the first time he had been there. He finally arrived at the right store and walked in. The items they had were scarce, but Naruto knew there would be enough. He walked along the aisles and finally filled his arms with little bags of treats and walked up to the counter. The man looked at him and told him how much all of the snacks cost. 2,000 yen equals $20, please, the man said, and Naruto nodded his head. He pulled out 2 bills and handed them to the man and slapped his head in anger. Wait, I'm short on change there, sorry, Naruto said and pulled out 5 more bills. It was 3 times the amount that he owed, but he gave the man a serious look as he handed him the money. The man nodded in thanks and slipped the amount due into the register while pocketing the other 6,000 yen. Please come again, the man said with a smile, and Naruto chuckled and left. Tazuna had told him that Gato's thugs hung around the small shops and made sure that no one was ripping money off. Naruto walked into the street with his bag in hand and started walking when he felt a tug at his pants. He turned and saw a small girl running away with his froggy wallet. He cursed and ran after the girl as she cut around corners and weaved between carts. Naruto watched as she turned into an alley and ran, but was stopped by a large wooden gate. She turned and looked at Naruto in horror as he neared her. Please give me my wallet back, he said, and the girl looked at him while tears formed in her eyes. He walked closer and she dropped into a ball and held the wallet tightly to her chest. She was waiting for Naruto's kicks and punches to come, but they didn't. Instead, she felt Naruto slowly unwrap her arms from around her legs, and soon she found herself sitting without the wallet. Naruto was crouched down in front of her, smiling. If you needed something, you had but to ask. With that, he drew out several bills and handed them to the girl, who stared at him in amazement. This had never happened to her before. Naruto then pulled out a bag of his treats and handed them to her. The girl immediately tore into the bag of gummy candies and started to eat them. "So what's your name?" he said and held out his hand. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." The girl stared at his hand, then looked at his face and grabbed his hand with her small dirty one. "And my name is Tejui," she said shyly, and Naruto chuckled. "How old are you?" he asked her kindly, and she held up 8 fingers. "Ah, you're the same age as Inari, do you know him?" he asked, and the girl shook her head. "No, I have not heard of him," she said and ate another gummy. "Oh well, no matter. So where are your parents?" he asked, looking around but found nobody. I don't have parents," she said sadly and looked down at the ground. "They were killed by Gato." She whispered the man's name and Naruto frowned. "That bastard," he swore in his mind and stood to his feet and held out his hand. "Come on, let's go and get you all fixed up." Tejui took his hand and stood to her feet, still munching on the gummies. They both walked out of the alley and Naruto saw many giving him kind smiles. They had expected the boy to beat on the girl, but instead they had walked out hand in hand and she was munching on some of his food. Naruto led the girl through town until they came across a clothes store where he bought some of the only things they had. He got the girl a pair of black shorts, a pink t-shirt, 3 pairs of socks, a pair of shoes, and also a small black backpack. He stored all of the clothes into it and took her hand again, and they walked away. He then found the public baths and gave the man at the front counter double the amount necessary so that the dirty girl could take a nice warm bath. Naruto waited outside for about half an hour when the girl poked her head out from around the door and asked in her shy little voice, "Do I put on my old clothes?" Naruto laughed and shook his head no and tossed her the bag. It landed by the door and the girl reached out one hand and pulled the black bag in, and after 10 minutes she came out fully dressed. Her hair, now that it was clean, was a light shade of auburn. It reached down past her shoulders. Her skin was noticeably cleaner now also. It was a soft creamy color and Naruto chuckled when he could not smell her stink. "Thank you so much, I feel much better," the girl said happily and hugged him. Yeah, haha, come on, let's go get some food for you," he said, and they walked from the bathhouse. Naruto knew that he was going to go broke after investing all of this money into the girl. He had already given her a total of 10,000 yen and spent over 6,000 on her. They walked until they arrived at a food store and they went in and bought a bunch of stuff for the girl which they stored in her bag. They then visited the same clothes store and he let her pick some different clothes out and they stored those in the bag too. As they left the store, she was beaming and had Naruto's hand in her own. Naruto knew that her having all of this stuff would be dangerous for her, so he made a quick decision. He led her towards a secluded alley and they stood in the darkness. "Okay, Tejui, people will want to steal from you now, so take this for protection, all right?" he said and handed her a kunai that she stared at in shock. "But I don't know how to use this," she exclaimed, and Naruto chuckled. "If someone tries to hurt you or steal your stuff, then just slash at them with the sharp end. You don't have to be a ninja to hurt someone with it. But only use it if someone is trying to hurt you, okay?" he asked, and Tejui nodded once. "I got it, Naruto-san. Only when I am being harmed," she said and slid the kunai into her pocket, but Naruto shook his head. "Too dangerous there, it could cut your shorts. Here, do this," he said, and she handed him the kunai as he tied it onto a string he pulled from his pocket. "There, now wear it around your neck and in your shirt." Tejui complied, and when they were done a slight bulge could be seen in her shirt, but other than that she was all set. "Thanks for everything," she said and hugged Naruto tightly. Naruto was surprised for a second but kindly returned the hug. "You should be set with the amount of money you have and your supplies." With that, they turned to leave when they heard voices from around the corner and Naruto stopped dead in his tracks and pushed Tejui behind him. "Stay silent," he said. He crept closer to the corner and listened to the conversation. "Yeah, those worthless ninja Gato hired are pointless," the first man said. "Good thing that after he uses them to destroy those ninja, when we attack he is going to let us kill them. That one girl is really cute, and if I can have my way with her," the second said, and Naruto heard the first laugh. "Yeah, most of the guys want her, I know I do. he said, and the two chuckled as they begun to walk away. So when are we attacking again? He asked, and Naruto heard the second man sigh. Tomorrow, you moron! The man yelled, and the two started laughing and their voices disappeared. Naruto looked at Tejui and swept her up into his arms. It was well past midnight by now, and he had to hurry in order to warn all of the Nesakari people. Tazuna left for work at 5 in the morning, so that gave him enough time. Tejui looked at him as they began to run towards the gate in the village. When they got there, he set the girl down and stared at her for a second before picking her up again. I don't trust to leave you here right now, so you're coming with me. With that, he took off for the clearing in the woods that he had met Haku in. They arrived several minutes later, and Naruto set the girl down and looked around wildly. He was breathing heavily as he found the tree that he had left Zabuza and Haku at and ran over to it. Tejui followed him, her eyes open in fear. What's going on, Naruto-san? The girl asked fearfully, and Naruto held up a hand asking for silence. I'm trying to find someone, he said, and looked for retreating footsteps, and he found them. He sighed thankfully and picked Tejui up again and started to run along the path that the footsteps were on. He ran for what seemed like hours looking for something, but when the footsteps ended, he found himself in another clearing. What the hell? He asked himself angrily and looked around wildly. Haku! He yelled out and got no response. Haku-chan! He yelled louder, and Tejui stared at him in horror. Naruto punched a nearby tree in anger. Where could they be? He stood up straight and looked at Tejui. You're going to stay with the family I have been staying with for now. It is too dangerous for you to be out and about. With that, he picked the girl up and they ran in the direction of Tazuna's house. Naruto jumped over fallen trees and large mud pits until he got back on the familiar path to the family's house. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the frightened Tejui and reassured her. It's okay. We're going somewhere safe, he said, and picked up the pace. He had wasted about an hour trying to find Haku, so now he had maybe 3 to warn his team and get ready. Okay, she whispered. They ran for minutes until they finally saw the house come into view with the lights on. Naruto wasted no time and slammed into the door, blasting it off the hinges. He stumbled in and found Tazuna and Kakashi staring at him in shock. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened at his sudden appearance. Naruto, what the hell? Kakashi exclaimed, and Naruto held up a hand while panting. Gato is attacking the bridge today, Naruto said, ignoring the glares from his teammates. The bridge? Tazuna yelled and started pulling things on with much more vigor. Sasuke, Sakura, get your stuff ready, we are going to watch the bridge, Kakashi said, ignoring Naruto. What about me? Naruto asked, setting Tejui down. It seems you get to be a babysitter now, Kakashi said, eyeing the small girl who flinched under his gaze. Son of a bitch. He doesn't want me to help because I may upstage Sasuke, Naruto mentally yelled while his facial features slowly turned into those of anger. Just because you want Sasuke to look like a hero, Naruto said flatly. Naruto, Kakashi yelled, and the blonde grabbed Tejui's hand and led her upstairs to a spare room. After he had let the girl crawl into the bed, fearful for her life, Naruto went to his own room. He knew that if he tried to go with his team, he would be scorned and sent home, so he figured, why not let them do it? Naruto quickly peeled off his mud-caked clothes and threw on a nicer set. It was his usual orange jumpsuit. He threw himself down in his bed and put his arms under his head and stared at the ceiling. Why did I get placed with such a shitty team? He asked himself and closed his eyes. He was worried about Haku. She was his first real friend that was his age. Naruto awoke to the sound of an explosion and jumped to his feet. He looked around quickly and grabbed his pouch of kunai and strapped them to his leg and ran from his room. As he entered the hall, he found Tejui making her way towards the source of the sound. Stay in your room until I have someone come and get you, he ordered with a soft whisper. The girl nodded and she fled to the room she was in again. Naruto turned and slowly made his way downstairs. He jumped from the last 3 steps and landed in the hall and found everything all right. He ran to the kitchen and his jaw dropped open in shock. An entire wall was blown away and left a gaping hole in its place. He looked outside and found a scene that frightened him very much. Two men were standing outside and one had Tsunami by the throat and Inari was crying as he watched with horror. Naruto acted quickly and ran outside making a cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. His shout made the men turn their heads towards him and they faltered as 10 clones jumped at them. 5 went after one man while the others went after the other. The first man was a large fat guy and Naruto's clones smashed into his fat and sent him rolling backwards. His other clones took on the other man who had Tsunami. The man had a sword drawn and it was pointed at Tsunami's throat threateningly. Naruto's clones slid to a quick stop and stared at the skinny white-haired man. Naruto dismissed his clones and stood in front of the skinny man and saw the fat one getting to his feet. Naruto could only watch as the fat man walked over grinning and grabbed Tsunami and slung her over his shoulder. "Take one more step and the bitch dies," the skinny man said as his sword pointed at her neck again. "You make one move to even harm her and you're dead," Naruto yelled and drew out a kunai. Big talk from a little man. The fat guy laughed and Naruto clenched his fist. "Release her," he yelled in anger. "Mommy," Inari sobbed and the fat guy laughed. "Hear that, Abo? He boy wants his mommy," that fat man chuckled as he mocked Inari. "Gigi, it isn't nice to mock children. You're supposed to kill him," Abo screamed happily. Naruto roared and spun in a quick circle and threw the kunai at the 2 men who easily dodged the weapon. It clattered to the ground behind them and they burst out laughing. "We are supposed to fear you, right?" Gigi laughed and Naruto smirked. "Yeah, pretty much." With that, the kunai disappeared and was replaced by the real Naruto who dashed at the 2 men. Naruto jumped off the fat guy's back grabbing Tsunami as he soared past. Gigi wasn't able to react and Naruto landed on his feet and slid backwards a few feet with Tsunami in his arms bridal style. "Little bastard," Abo yelled and dashed at Naruto. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 Naruto clones dashed at Abo at top speed. The first jumped up and kicked him in the face making him spin in a circle. The second clone hit him in the gut with a knee sending him flying into air. The third Naruto came down with his leg, making contact with the man's back. Abo flew at the ground where Naruto's last clone grinned wickedly as it cocked its fist back. Abo snarled as he was punched by the clone. Naruto's gaze went to Gigi then as the man drew out a giant club from his back. The clones ran at the man but after receiving a few hits he was able to destroy the clones and proceed to run at Naruto, who gently set Tsunami down and took on a fighting stance. "I'm going to kill you and your little friends, you little shit," the giant man roared. He was right in front of Naruto and swung his club down at him. The blonde dodged to the side and as the club slammed into the ground a foot connected with his face sending him rolling to the side. Naruto groaned as he got to his feet and saw Gigi running at him again. He drew out a new kunai and ran at the man also. They collided and Naruto put all of his strength into keeping the club from smashing his face in. Gigi laughed sadistically as he put more pressure onto his weapon. Naruto jumped to the side thinking he would dodge the club but Gigi quickly made it swing around and slam into the boy's chest. He was sent rolling head over heels until he caught himself and slid on his feet. "That little brat's next," Gigi yelled and ran at Naruto whose face settled into a cold mask. Naruto waited until Gigi was right in front of him and as the giant swung his club around at the blonde's head, he ducked under the club and cocked his fist back and struck straight out. Gigi gasped as Naruto's fist made contact with his groin. The giant man dropped his club and fell to his knees and Naruto grinned. "Don't underestimate me," he said and roundhouse kicked Gigi in the face sending him crashing to the side. "Ni-san," Naruto heard Inari yell and he turned to see a new enemy holding Inari in front of him with a sword pointed at his head. "Take one step and the boy loses this head," the man said darkly while glaring at Naruto. "Ni-san, help," Inari cried and Naruto frowned. "Inari, you can't be a ninja and use cool techniques like kawarimi if you're going to cry," Naruto said eyeing Inari carefully. Inari was horrified at what Naruto said until he realized what Naruto really meant. Nisan wants me to use the kawarimi, the boy thought and slowly brought his hands together, and the man holding him hostage didn't seem to notice. Fine, I won't take a step, Naruto yelled and brought his fist back just as Inari focused his chakra and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kawarimi no jutsu. There was two clouds of smoke and Inari and Naruto swapped places. The man that was holding Inari didn't expect it, but he was even more shocked when Naruto's fist smashed into his face and sent him skidding backwards on his side. Naruto stood glaring at the man as he got to his feet. Nice job, Inari, you're improving. With that, the blonde summoned 10 clones to his side. The man stood and swayed while the first Naruto clone ran at him. The man could only watch as Naruto's foot smashed into his chin, sending him rocketing into the air. The clones proceeded to jump off each other's backs, making a stepping ladder in the air. The real Naruto ran at full speed and jumped off each of the clones' backs and flipped up above the man as he watched Naruto bring his fist back. Take this, Naruto said as he descended on the man. My iron fist of justice. Naruto's fist smashed the man's chest in and he flew towards the ground. Naruto watched as he hit the ground with a bone-jarring crunch and laid still. Naruto began to free fall down into the soft cushioning made for him by his clones. There was a large cloud of smoke as he landed in them, destroying most of them. The last 3 that were okay helped him to his feet. Tie those losers up. Inari, go get Tejui from her room and get your mom indoors. I'm going to the bridge. With that, Naruto took off for the bridge. He arrived several minutes later and swore when he saw that his team had already engaged Haku and Zabuza. He could see Zabuza's mist technique obscuring a section of the bridge, and he began to run towards it. Damn it, why couldn't things go how I wanted them to? Naruto swore to himself. Fuck my life, he thought as he ran into the mist. He just kept running straight, not bothering to stop at all. He felt a whoosh as Zabuza's sword whizzed past his face. Naruto yelped and kept running straight until he crashed into someone. What the hell? Sakura muttered as she jumped to her feet, trying to see in her small area of visibility. Sakura, move, Naruto said as he shouldered past her. Naruto? She exclaimed. Naruto kept running forward, hoping that Haku would be further up ahead battling his retarded teammate. He kept running and soon he broke out of the mist and came across a sight. He wished he hadn't. Haku was battling against Sasuke using her Kekkai Genkai. Naruto saw a dome of ice mirrors surrounding the Uchiha, and he watched as the raven-haired boy shot a fireball at one of the mirrors, hoping to melt it. Naruto shook his head when it didn't work. Damn it, Sasuke. You're gonna get your gay ass killed. With that, Naruto took off to fight against his friend in a battle that neither of them wanted to transpire. Naruto dived through an opening in the mirrors and knocked Sasuke down just as a barrage of ice senbon whizzed by and clattered against the pavement. Sasuke grunted and saw who had just saved his life. Naruto rolled off of the boy and jumped to his feet and found that he could see an image of Haku in each and every mirror. Naruto gulped as he drew out a kunai and held it in front of him steadily. He heard Haku gasp as she realized who had joined the fight. I'm sorry, Naruto muttered and heard Sasuke jump to his feet. Why are you here, loser? The Uchiha demanded, and Naruto ignored his comment and started talking. We gotta figure out a way to get out of here, Naruto said, and Sasuke looked taken aback. Usually Naruto engaged in a fight with after he insulted him. I can handle this loser by myself, Sasuke said, taking on a fighting stance. Too bad they aren't our enemies, Naruto said as he looked directly at a random image of Haku. What do you mean? Sasuke said as he looked at Naruto, puzzled. Gato is just going to kill these two after they defeat us, Naruto said and charged his chakra into his fist. Naruto ran at a mirror, his fist glowing a bright blue as his chakra flowed from it freely. He slammed the chakra-infused punch into the mirror and was surprised when it didn't shatter under his assault. My ice mirrors are unbreakable, Haku said and disappeared for a split second. When she reappeared, Naruto fell to his knees with sunbon sticking from his back and legs. Sasuke hadn't fared much better and had sunbon sticking from his arms and legs. Damn, she is too strong for me, and the Uchiha isn't any help either. Naruto thought and looked back at Sasuke. Naruto jumped back and landed by Sasuke and growled. Now what? We have no choice but to work together. He muttered and glared at Haku. Why are you doing this? He thought and listened to what the Uchiha had to say. I hate to admit it, but you're right, Sasuke said, and Naruto shook his head. Okay, here's the plan. Use a fire attack and I'll try to attack her while she is avoiding the attack. Naruto said, and Sasuke looked at him quizzically. How do you know that she is a girl? The Uchiha asked, and Naruto shrugged. Her voice gave it away, he said, and shifted his feet into a better position. Please don't make me do this, Haku. Please don't make me do this, Naruto. Haku thought as Sasuke started making hand seals. It was then that she moved. Time seemed to slow down as she left the mirror with her hands full of senbon. Sasuke was almost done with the seals, but Naruto knew it would be too late. The blonde swore as he was able to see Haku throw the senbon at the Uchiha. Naruto acted in slow motion, not sure why he was doing what he was doing. He pushed Sasuke down to the ground and jumped in front of him and turned so that his back was to the senbon. Sasuke was about to breath a fireball when he saw what Naruto did. A small wisp of fire left his mouth as Naruto dropped to his knees in front of him, wincing in pain. Naruto, no, Haku thought as she re-entered her mirror. El loser, Sasuke asked as Naruto fell to his side. That hurt, Naruto muttered. Hundreds of ice senbon were sticking out of his back and neck now. His legs and arms were also littered with them, and Sasuke could only watch as the person that he and his team had disrespected for so long saved his life. You actually saved my life, Sasuke managed to ask, and Naruto snorted with the small amount of strength he had left. Don't get the wrong idea. First off, I had an ulterior motive, and saving your gay ass wasn't it. Second, my body moved of its own accord, Naruto said and slowly shut his eyes. Sasuke shook his head and slowly stood to his feet with his eyes closed. Haku watched Naruto's unmoving body and bit her lip. She hadn't meant to do that. She was actually going to just kill the Uchiha boy and let Naruto live, but now she had killed him anyways. You bitch, you're going to die now, Sasuke yelled, and his eyes shot open to reveal a Sharingan. One eye held 2 tomes while the other held 1. Haku gasped at the boy's Kekkei Genkai suddenly awakening. Shit, he can see my moves now, she though, and tried to attack him. She left her mirror and flew at him with a handful of senbon. Sasuke brought his fist back with a handful of shuriken to throw at the girl, and was about to do so when he felt something hit him in the back of his head hard. He slumped to the ground unconscious, and his shuriken clattered to the ground harmlessly. Haku was so surprised at the sudden betrayal and couldn't stop Naruto's fist from slamming into her face. She was sent flying backwards into one of her own mirrors and hit it with a crack and slumped to the ground. Naruto approached her just as her mask cracked and fell off her face. That hurt, he muttered and shook his fist out. But how? I thought you were dead, she exclaimed, and Naruto laughed. Didn't you listen to my story? Kyuubi accelerates my healing, and those senbon didn't do any heavy damage, so they healed relatively quick, Naruto said and held a hand out to the girl. Haku slowly took it, and Naruto pulled her to her feet just as her ice mirrors melted and splashed to the ground. So what you said, was it true? Haku asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I heard Gato's men talking about it, Naruto said, and they began to run towards where Zabuza was fighting. Naruto led the way and Haku followed until they reached the edge of the mist. Haku let out a low chirping sound, and in a matter of seconds Zabuza materialized out of nowhere in front of them. He was shocked to see Naruto with Haku, but his quick explanation changed the look on his face from shock to anger. That two-timing motherfucker. I'll kill him before he lays a hand on Haku, Zabuza muttered and looked at Haku. Let's go. He looked at Naruto and nodded in thanks. Thank you. I never got your name, Zabuza said, and Naruto grinned. It's Uzumaki Naruto, the greatest shinobi ever, Naruto exclaimed, giving Zabuza a thumbs up. Zabuza gasped and took a step back, dropping his sword to the ground. Haku and Naruto's eyes widened and he regained his composure again. Sorry, but are you sure your name is Uzumaki? Zabuza asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, it was my mom's surname, I guess. That's what Aji-san told me. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. What was your mother's name, do you know? Zabuza asked with a whisper. I think it was Kanashi or something, Naruto said and chuckled. Kushina, that was her name, Zabuza said and Naruto looked at the man. Yeah, that's it, that was her name, Naruto exclaimed. How did you know it? He asked and Zabuza looked at him sadly. Because Kushina was as far as he got when all of a sudden the mist started to disappear. Chapter 5. Peering into the past. Naruto and Haku gasped in shock and took a faltering step backwards, staring at Zabuza. The man was looking at them with shock written all over his face. His eyes slowly traveled down and found a blade sticking out of the right side of his chest. Naruto stared at the man as he slowly slid off the blade, and when the mist completely cleared he found out who had stabbed him. It was Kakashi and he was holding an ANBU-style blade with both hands. Naruto watched as Kakashi swung the blade in an arc, letting the blood fly off of it, and it sprayed the bridge next to them. One down, one to go, Kakashi muttered as he stepped over Zabuza's corpse and took a step towards Haku. Naruto was still staring at Zabuza's body, as was Haku, so neither of them could react when Kakashi's fist smashed into the girl's face, sending her flying backwards. She skipped across the cement and slid to a slow stop. Naruto was snapped out of his daze and glared at Kakashi. What the hell? I had them captured, he yelled, and Kakashi shook his head. They are Nuke Nin, they have bounties on their head, so they must be killed, Kakashi said and ran at Haku with his hand infused with lightning. Flashback: no jutsu begin. Naruto sat alone on a swing as he watched all of the other children play tag. He wanted to join so bad, but he knew that the kids would shun him if he tried to join, so he sat on his swing, content with the fact that all he ever did was watch. He was the watcher who was never watched. It hurt him, as it would any other 7-year-old child, but he learned to deal with it. Naruto sat there for about an hour watching his peers that ignored him without any hesitation, and when parents started to show up he quickly left. Their scorns and glares always seemed to be aimed at him and only him. Naruto ran down the steps from the park, ducking under people's arms as they walked, and they would yell at him in protest. He kept running until he was in the center of town near an alleyway. He looked around cautiously to make sure no one was following and ran down the dark alley and stopped in front of a wooden gate. He chuckled to himself and slowly pulled a large section of wood loose and ducked into it. On the other side of the alley was a boxed-in area with a large dumpster in it. He had about 2 feet of room between the gate and the dumpster, and since there was no windows overlooking this area, he was usually safe. He got down on his hands and knees and crawled under the dumpster and found a wooden platform that he pushed forward, and it revealed a large hole. Naruto quickly darted inside and pulled the wooden platform back into place, and he crawled down the small ladder that was near the hole. He dropped softly to his feet at the end of the ladder and grabbed his torch from the wall. He had this whole entrance set up nicely. He lit the torch with a pack of matches he always carried around and held it in front of him. He began to walk forwards for a while until he finally found what he was looking for, an entrance to the sewer systems. Naruto had found this spot when he was 2 years younger and on the run from a mob that was like usual trying to beat him. He had darted into an alleyway and found a small sewer cap, and he pulled it up with his small muscles and jumped inside. He had landed in the sewers and looked around in fear as a small stream of green water rushed by. Naruto heard shouts as people found the spot he had entered and began to run wildly down the tunnel until he found the entrance he was in. From there, he had figured out everything else. Naruto took steady strides through the murky water as he walked along. He hummed silently to himself like he usually did on this walk until he came to a fork in the tunnels. Both led to different houses he had set up, but he wanted a specific one today. He turned to the right one and started to run down it until he heard a roar up ahead of him. He slowed to a steadier yet brisk walk as he neared the house in anticipation. After about 5 minutes he came upon his house, and it was beautiful. When Naruto had first found this spot, he was surprised no one else had claimed it, but he quickly found out why no one else had really claimed it. The tunnel led out to a pit that was about 300 feet deep if Naruto guessed correctly, and the sewer water fell from the sewer into the pit from a height of maybe 100 feet. The effect was a beautiful green waterfall. Naruto stepped out on the ledge and balanced carefully as he scooted to his left. The pit was at the further edges of Konoha because they couldn't have the sewer water near the village for sanitary reasons. So the pit was actually 500 feet in depth, but the water only came up to the 300 mark. The waterfall was 100 feet up from the surface, so Naruto was properly protected from anyone above. Anyways, along the edge of the pit was a small ledge that Naruto had found one day. It protruded about 8 inches from the side of the rock pit, and Naruto had found that he could walk along it perfectly. Right now, he began to inch his way towards his destination. If one were to come to this pot and be brave enough to inch along the side of the pit, they would find that if they crept along the side for about 50 or so feet, they would find a large cave. And this was where Naruto had his special home. It was so special because of many reasons. First, it was rather big and roomy. Second was because it had a natural spring running through it and trickled down into the pit. Third was because it was connected to a large network of other caves along the pit. Naruto looked and saw the 2 other tunnels that connected to caves and tunnels that were all located inside of the pit, some of them actually going underneath the water and out far beyond the borders of Konoha. Naruto liked to come here as often as he could just to relax and enjoy himself. He could drink from the spring, and he could follow the tunnel for a couple minutes, and he would find a natural hot spring too. When he found this, the boy was excited. He could bath and everything in this area. The only downside to this place was the long journey to get here, but Naruto was working on a solution for that. He had stolen a pick from a construction area one day and had since been working on making a hole that led to his other home in the sewers. Naruto sighed as he laid back against the smooth wall of his home. Home, it was such a simple term yet held so much meaning. Naruto, only 7, had learned so many skills. Skills he wished he had not been forced to learn. He had learned to hunt animals, how to steal, how to build, how to survive on his own. No one was around to help him. Well, there was someone, but they didn't bother with his life too much. It was the Sandaime Hokage. The old man had really cared for him, but the council had banned the old man from really seeing Naruto. So the old man gave Naruto homes, but they always burned down, so soon Naruto just tried to cut off ties with everyone and live by himself. Naruto watched as the sun slowly set and pink light flooded his cave and tears watered in his eyes. If only he could watch the sun set with family. Family, such a simple term like home, but it meant so much to Naruto. Naruto picked himself up and walked from his cave and walked along the edge of the pit until he reached the main sewer line and began to jog steadily through the waters with his torch that he had set down on a rock in the sewers. Naruto soon reached the fork in the tunnels and ran down the left tunnel to his more permanent home. He soon arrived, and when he did, he sighed in relief. I had been another great day. He looked around the small cave and walked over to his fire pit. It was in a small part of the cave that had been burrowed out to test the depths of the pit for the use of the sewer, and Naruto was thankful it was there. He could have fires and the smoke would ventilate out through the hole and would harmlessly drift away. He walked over to the smoldering ashes and threw some of his logs on. The pile was getting small and he knew he would have to make another theft run. He looked around his cave again and took into stock everything he had. In one corner he had his bed, which was just a bunch of blankets piled on top of an old mattress he had found. He had a few pillows that he had managed to steal, but as far as a bed went, that was it. He moved on and found his ever-so-handy couch and chuckled. He had a hard time getting that one, to tell the truth. It took him about a month to even get it down into the cave to begin with, since he had to try and find another alternate route to the sewers. The couch was cozy to sleep on, but when he did, his neck would get sore. He looked at his growing pile of ninja gear and laughed. He had become the weapons shop worst nightmare in the last year and had earned himself the name King Stealer. The boy was rather skilled at stealing and was always able to outrun the ninja and people chasing him. He walked over to the weapons and looked at the notebook that told how many of each item he had. He had 300 kunai, 578 shuriken, 50k sealing scrolls, which were all sealed into one scroll of course, 34 rolls of ninja wire, 5 pairs of weights, 100 boxes of exploding notes, and about 24 came in each box, and he also had several daggers he had been able to steal. Naruto had earned himself a small bounty in the Konoha's bulletin. If anyone were to catch and bring him to the Hokage, they would receive about 10,000 yen. That was how much trouble he caused. Even though there were some ninja who were impressed by Naruto, there were some who actually liked to chase him because they learned new things from him. Naruto stretched as he remembered all of his past chases and walked over to his ever-growing pile of clothes. Here he mainly had the same stuff: orange jumpsuits, orange t-shirts, and black shorts. The clothing store owner was one of the only people nice to him and gave him all of the clothing that no one bought into Hat Month, and it always seemed to be the same thing. Naruto sighed as he pulled on his orange pajamas and crawled into his bed for another night of lonely sleep. He had to get up early tomorrow in order to start his route. First he had to hit up the food store and get some food for the week, then the weapon store, then the bookstore since he loved to read and was studying as much as he could, then he would go to the library. Naruto was dashing along the road as he left the last store on his list for the day. It was the best store to hit, and boy did he love getting it. It was the store that had placed the bounty on his head actually. It was the scroll store. It didn't seem like much, but Naruto had stolen over 10,000 scrolls just last week, and he now added another 12,000 to the list. He would only hit this store once a week or once every 2 weeks because he had a way to really get as many scrolls as he could. Naruto would always go into the store under disguise and seal as many scrolls as he could into one single scroll, and he always would hide it in a certain shelf. The bottom of the shelf could be pulled loose and replaced in a matter of seconds, so that is what he would do. The owner of the store never knew when Naruto would strike next, but when he saw the boy run from the store with a single scroll, he knew he had lost about 10 to 13k worth of scrolls in a matter of seconds. Of course, no one knew how the boy was doing this, but either way the store owner yelled out like he always did. "Catch that little brat!" He screamed, and everyone knew that Naruto had struck again. Naruto laughed wildly as his legs carried him across the pavement and towards his alley entrance. He then felt 3 people chasing after him, and he knew immediately who it was: Irika, Mizuka, and Fukaru. They were the 3 chunin that always seemed to be in the area he was when he stole stuff. "Naruto!" Irika screamed, and the blonde looked over his shoulder at the chunin. "NH!" he yelled and slipped into another crowd. He dived under legs and soon found himself running down an alleyway. Not his main one, but just a decoy one. He turned and found the 3 chunin chasing him down the alley, and he grinned wildly. He pulled the lid off the sewer entrance and slipped in and started running wildly. He heard the 3 ninja drop down behind him, and he turned and stopped running. "Naruto, get over here, we know all your tricks now," Irika yelled with his big head jutsu. "Irika, be careful," Fukaru warned, but the man paid him no heed and stepped forward. Swish. Wires sprang up all over, and soon the chunin were hanging upside down with their arms crossed over their chests. Naruto was laughing hysterically and ran off, leaving the 3 ninja alone like usual. "Damn it, Irika," Mizuka muttered. Naruto got to his home and threw the scroll into his ever-growing pile of them. He had also developed another skill in the last year or 2, and that was the ability to snare ninja in his crafty traps. He owned these sewers and knew them well. Naruto plopped down into his bed and sighed while he thought of today's haul. He had managed to garb the weapon he had wanted for a while now. In fact, he got a lot of weapons today and was almost caught because they weighed him down so bad. He had gotten a mace, a katana, an axe, and a really cool set of nunchucks. The boy looked over at the weapons and grinned evilly. He had tricked the owner today, since he usually never showed his face twice in a store after stealing from it. He had hit the store up and brought his load back here, and within a span of 3 hours had hit the store 3 times, which really made the owner mad. Naruto burst into a fit of little giggles, and his 7-year-old body wiggled on the bed. 2 years later. Naruto had already made major moderations to his home. He had finally connected the 2 caves with one tunnel and could travel between both, and had started making small chambers where he stored different things. He had a cave that made up his bedroom, a cave for his weapons, and a cave for him to sit back and read in on a nice futon he had stolen in the past year. He had actually stolen a lot of things, but he knew his stealing days were coming to an end. He only had 5 more years to go, and then he would become an official ninja. The Sandaime had located him one day and told him that ninja school had already been paid for, for him, and he was to start in 1 week. Naruto had been really excited at hearing that news. Naruto was now standing in the entrance to his spring cave and he was staring at the waterfall. The Hokage had told him all this 6 days ago. He was to start school tomorrow. Naruto sighed and walked back to his main cave and looked around. He had signs that pointed in the direction of each cave and he looked and saw the one he was looking for. He walked towards his supply cave and grabbed his backpack off the floor. He had many and the one he chose was a dull black one that was the basic bag for supplies. He didn't think that he would need any weapons since he would just be starting off in school, so he packed some basic stuff. A few books on chakra, sealing, and Konoha's history even though he didn't understand any of it. He also threw in some sealing scrolls just in case. He then made his way to his bedchambers to sleep. He had a big day ahead of him. The day came early and it was not as Naruto had expected. Flashback: no jutsu end. Naruto watched as Kakashi drew closer and closer to Haku with the lightning jutsu in his hand. Kakashi stretched the hand out towards Haku, as though to puncture her heart, and Naruto could only watch as he drew ever closer to doing so. What can I do? He asked himself as he stared at his sensei. He is my sensei, and if I attack him then I can be punished severely. But Haku is my first real friend, and if I let her die, he said to himself. Kami, you just hate fucking with me, eh? Naruto said as he tore at his hair in anger. Kakashi thrusted his arm at a now standing Haku. No! Haku screamed. Chapter 6. A Shinobi's Will. Naruto's eyes widened in horror and time seemed to slow down dramatically. Kakashi, who had the lightning jutsu in hand, had drew his arm back and lunged at Haku. Chidori. Haku's eyes widened and she screamed, but before the attack could hit her, Zabuza appeared out of nowhere and delivered a vicious kick to Kakashi's face and sent him flying. The silver-haired Jounin flew backwards and crashed heavily into the side of the bridge and slowly slumped to the ground. Naruto winced as he knew that an attack like that would hurt just about anyone. His eyes slowly wandered over to Zabuza and Haku, and he found that Haku was already on her feet and Zabuza was leaning heavily on her shoulder. Blood soaked through the tight sleeveless shirt we was wearing, and Naruto could see where Kakashi's blade had pierced his heart. Naruto ran towards the two but stopped and looked over his shoulder and saw that Sakura was too busy with Sasuke to notice him. He continued to run over to the two and stopped short as the panting Zabuza chuckled. "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto asked as he eyed the wound in fear. "Ha! Kid, you have a lot to learn," Zabuza said and coughed wildly. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza chuckled lightly again. "I don't have much time to talk right now since your bastard sensei wounded me like this, but I'll tell you what, Uzumaki hearts are located in the right side of their chests, not the normal spot," Zabuza said, and he and Haku were surrounded by a spiraling ice vortex. "Wait, what?" Naruto asked as he scratched his head. "We'll be in touch soon," Zabuza muttered, and he and Haku disappeared in an ice shunshin. Naruto stared at the spot they stood as soft flakes of ice floated down to the ground. Just as the first of them touched down, he heard a mass number of footsteps approaching the bridge, and he turned towards the sound. Naruto's face dropped in horror when he saw the sight before him. Gato had appeared on the bridge, and behind him stood hundreds of men, and there was only 5 of them to face the army. That wasn't including the fact that Kakashi was knocked out, Sakura was a wimp, Sasuke was also unconscious, and Tazuna was an old man that would break his hip if he tried to fight. Naruto growled in anger as he cursed the heavens. "Did you hear something?" Kami asked the man in front of him. "Nope, just deal the cards. I'm feeling lucky," Hades said as he went all in. The two entities were playing poker. Naruto took several steps forward and stood by Tazuna as the man stared at the army in fear. Naruto saw that the man was shaking, and the blonde knew he couldn't do anything to really help at the moment. Naruto slowly reached into his pocket and drew out 3 kunai. He handed one to Tazuna, who took it and held it awkwardly in front of him. Naruto held one kunai straight up in his right hand and the other straight down in his left. He settled into a fighting stance and Gato eyed him carefully. Naruto waited for the first move to be made, and he waited for a long time too. The two forces, or the force and the teen and man, stared at each other for what seemed like forever. Naruto felt a sweat drop slowly make its way down his face and dropped off his chin to the ground. As soon as it touched, he quickly crossed his hands and shouted, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." He poured as much chakra as he could into the effort, and suddenly about 100 clones appeared behind them in perfect formation, all holding kunai like Naruto was. Naruto watched as several of the men in front of him shifted on their feet uneasily. He turned his attention back towards Gato and smirked. "So, are we going to do this?" the blonde asked, and the man sneered at him. "If you want a job done, then I guess you gotta do it yourself," Gato said and pointed at a large section of the army. "Squad A, attack, kill them all," Gato said, and Naruto watched as about 50 men ran at him. Naruto let out a battle cry, and he and all of his clones rushed out to meet the oncoming forces. There was a lot of metal ringing noises, and Gato watched as orange blurs fought his men. A lot of Naruto's clones were dispelled right away, but he had managed to actually hold on to the upper hand for a long time. After 5 minutes of fighting, the two forces broke apart and Naruto took count of his clones. 34 were left, not including himself, while Gato's squad had been reduced to numbers of a mere and wimpy 20. Naruto swore at the expense of chakra, and he knew he couldn't afford to waste anymore. He had poured a lot into making those last clones, and he hadn't gotten a proper rest either, so he was still tired. Naruto flipped back and landed by Tazuna and landed on his knee, panting heavily. He turned and looked to see that his worthless team was still immobile. Well, Sakura had finally awoken Sasuke, but the boy wasn't moving very fast. Naruto shook his head and settled into a basic taijutsu stance, since that was all he knew. His clones followed his lead, and they all glared at Gato and his gang. Naruto knew that he wouldn't be able to last much longer, and he prayed for one miracle at least. Naruto let out a low growl as Gato began to laugh wildly. "I hired ninja for this task, and I still am doing it with my men that I can have do it for free," Gato bellowed, and Naruto snarled at him. "You're a sick, twisted bastard, and if I get my hands on you, I swear." Naruto let the threat hang, and he continued to glare at Gato. "Then let's go. Defeat my men and fight me," the short little man yelled, and Naruto let out a battle cry and took a step forward until he heard a buzzing sound. "Oh!" Gato screamed in agony as a small bolt buried itself in his shoulder. Naruto stopped as he ran and looked to see where the arrow had come from, and the sight he saw made him smile happily. Inari was standing about 30 feet from the army on the bridge, and he had his right hand loosely hanging at his side while he held a crossbow in the other. He smirked at the men before him, but Naruto sighed when he saw the boy's knees trembling. "He's about to piss his pants," Naruto thought. "Kill that kid," Gato screamed in fury as he tried to pull the bolt out of his back. Gato's men cheered and began to run at Inari, who dropped the crossbow in horror, but they all stopped when they heard an inhuman snarl come from Naruto. Slowly they all turned and found Naruto standing with his arms hanging at his sides with his head down. Tazuna had taken a few steps back in fear of the blonde boy. Naruto shook violently, and slowly he raised his head and made eye contact with the small army. His canines had grown out much longer and hung over his bottom lip, while his hair had grown a bit longer and seemed spikier and rough around the edges. The sight that scared them most of all, though, was Naruto's red eyes. The boy was glaring at the army in anger as he felt power flood through his veins. He snarled again, and all of his clones dispersed in a massive poof, covering his whole side of the bridge in a cloud. Gato tried grabbing at the bolt again and stared at the cloud in horror. "What is happening?" he asked himself as a sudden wave of chakra unleashed itself and washed across the bridge, bringing the weaker men in his group to their knees. "What power is this?" he muttered. "Ah!" He heard a sudden scream, and orange blurs began to shoot out of the smoke. Gato watched as hundreds of Naruto clones descended from the sky on his army. The Naruto clones landed right in front of them and growled evilly before attacking. They dashed in, crippling men left and right, evading attacks, and behaving more like an animal than human. Gato whimpered and scooted away from the turmoil towards the white cloud. As he scooted back, he soon ran into a pair of legs. He slowly turned to see Tazuna glaring at him wickedly, and he held out his hand as a Naruto clone hinged into a wooden club. Gato gulped as Tazuna grabbed the club and swung it wickedly at the man's chest. Wham! Gato was sent rolling as the club destroyed several of his ribs. Gato slowly sat up coughing, and Tazuna walked over to him and grabbed him by the neck and held him at eye level. "You bastard! You ordered your men to kill my grandchild!" Tazuna yelled as he glared at Gato, whose sneer was replaced by a look of horror. Tazuna shook his head and raised the club for the finishing blow, but suddenly changed his mind. He turned to look at the real Naruto, who was staring at him dully. "Take care if the trash boy," Tazuna said, and threw Gato at the blonde's feet. "Gladly," Naruto said in a feral voice and grabbed Gato by the shirt and yanked him up to eye level. "This is going to hurt," he said, and threw Gato up into the air. The man only flew up about 10 feet, but 2 Naruto clones ran at him, and before he could land, both clones, in perfect sync, spun in a circle to increase their momentum and hit Gato with a double rocket kick that sent him flying into the air. Naruto looked at Tazuna, who nodded his head. Naruto grinned darkly, and suddenly Narutos were leaping off each other's backs, climbing higher and higher into the air. Soon a clone jumped up above Gato and brought his foot down on the man's gut, sending him hurtling towards Earth. Actually towards a cement bridge. The man slammed into the bridge, and Tazuna winced from the sound. When the dust settled, Gato was laying in a small crater but was still alive, surprisingly. Only Naruto wasn't done yet. Tazuna saw a shadow pass over his head, and he looked up to see the real Naruto coming from the sky at insane speeds. His blood-red eyes were frightening with his evil snarl. His fist was brought back behind his head, and before Gato could blink, it was in his gut. Boom! Tazuna was knocked on his ass as wind and dust blew wildly, obscuring the vision of many. When it settled, Tazuna's jaw dropped in shock. Naruto stood panting over a large hole that went through the entire bridge. Tazuna crawled over to the hole just in time to see the small whirlpool that had showed where Gato was sent into the water at high speeds disappear. Tazuna started with shock and finally sighed with relief. Naruto swayed a little bit, and his features returned to normal, and all of his clones disappeared. "You're lucky, kid," Naruto heard as he crashed to his knees with a massive headache. "Holy shit," Naruto heard Sasuke mutter as he saw the result of the battle. Naruto's clones had done a rather good job with taking out many of the army, because now only about 35 stood tall, but they were panting. Naruto slowly stood to his feet with his hand on his head and turned to his teammate. "Go and finish up, fag," he said as he pushed past the Uchiha. "You attacked me in our battle, you loser," Sasuke snarled suddenly, and Naruto shook his head. "That was Haku, your Kekii Genkai isn't all-seeing, and even you have blind spots," Naruto muttered, and Sasuke growled but had to accept the lie. Naruto finally stopped in front of Tazuna and gave him a grin. "Your problems are now gone." Naruto slowly turned back towards the army and saw that many of them still planned on fighting. "Crap! I have almost no chakra left," he thought, and another wave of pain washed over his head. "Ni-san!" Inari yelled as the army slowly advanced on the ninja and his grandfather. All of a sudden, a lone rock whizzed through the air and struck a man in the head, causing him to fall to the ground, complaining about it. Naruto's gaze slowly drifted from the army to a larger group that was now behind Inari. Naruto sighed in relief at the sight he saw, and he heard Tazuna give a sigh of joy also. Naruto turned and looked at the man, who was grinning with tears flowing down his face. "Looks like your village has regained its courage," Naruto said, and heard the villagers began to chant. The small army of 35 were unnerved at the appearance of the village. There was at least 150 people there, and they were all armed and ready to use their weapons. The army made a split-second decision and ran towards a ladder on the bridge and jumped into the water and swam viciously for the shore, where they took off running in their own respective directions. Naruto sighed in relief and took a few staggering steps forward, but Tazuna caught him and slung his arm around his shoulder. "Easy now," the old man exclaimed, and helped Naruto slowly limp over to the villagers, who were all clapping for him. "Why are you clapping for that loser? I am the one who eliminated the threat," Sasuke shouted as he ran towards the villagers. "Stop it!" he yelled as the villagers cheered for Naruto. "Did you hear me?" I said. That was as far as he got when all of a sudden Tsunami's hand slapped him in the face and he stared at her in shock. "You are an arrogant fool," she said in a voice that said don't argue back. "All you have done since you have been here is jab and poke at Naruto along with your team. You are no hero," she said flatly and walked away from the Uchiha, leaving him speechless. "About time," Naruto thought as the crowd swept him away, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to arouse their sensei. "Nisan, please don't leave," two voices chorused, and Naruto sighed heavily as he bent down to look the two 8-year-olds in the eyes. "You guys will be fine. Inari, you're on the path to be a ninja and need to keep training until you're 10 so that you can join the academy in Konoha. Tejui, Tsunami, and Tazuna agreed to take you in to give you a home, so make the best of it and enjoy having a new brother," Naruto said, and the two sighed and nodded. "Fine, Nisan," Inari muttered. "If you say so," Tejui finished, and Naruto laughed as he shouldered his pack and dug into his pockets. "Here, Inari, this is for you. Use it wisely," Naruto said and handed Inari a pouch that Naruto always carried around in case of emergencies, but he had plenty more back at his home. In the pouch were several kunai and shuriken. "Tejui, I already have given you all I can, so all I can do now is give you this," Naruto said and reached into his bag and pulled out a scroll. "It's a taijutsu scroll. It has some basic forms that I have learned also, so if you want you can become a ninja too, and Inari can show you the basics, I guess." Naruto finished and Tejui hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Nisan," she said, and Naruto chuckled and saw Inari eyeing the scroll. "Yes, Inari, you can use it too, but I had one other thing for you," Naruto muttered and slowly pulled out a green scroll. It had some basic earth jutsu on here as well as some exercises to teach you to use jutsu. "Keep practicing it and you'll be a great shinobi in no time," Naruto said and took a couple steps back and waved at the four people smiling at him. "See you guys later," Naruto yelled, and Tsunami winked at him. "You have enough supplies to last for about a month and my recipe to make them," she yelled, and Naruto laughed. He and his team walked across the bridge and they ignored him like they usually did. Naruto looked back one last time at his new family in Wave Country. "So Tazuna, what are we going to name the bridge?" a man asked, and Tazuna chuckled. "I thought about the Great Naruto Bridge, but that doesn't explain what he has done for this town," Tazuna said and closed his eyes. "The name will be A Hero's Path, aka Naruto's Journey." With that, the town cheered. 2 days later. "So, mission report," the Sandaime said, and Kakashi nodded his head and stared to explain the mission from front to beginning, and Naruto knew that trouble was about to be dealt. "Well, we left the village and soon encountered Grass Ninja. Sasuke and Sakura engaged in fighting, and during their fights Naruto tried showing off and jumped in, almost killing them in the process. Then we were attacked by Zabuza of the Mist, and again Naruto disobeyed orders and attacked Sasuke after he saved our lives. When we got to the town, Naruto was punished by carrying our bags and he became rather angry, and the next day Sasuke politely asked for training from him and he attacked the Uchiha. Then Naruto began to spy on Sasuke as he trained hard to learn a special technique to make up for the fact that he didn't Kage Bunshin and Naruto stole it, and then mocked Sasuke with it. Then when Sasuke politely asked for training with Kage Bunshin, again Naruto laughed in his face. Also Naruto began to teach Inari, Tazuna's grandson, how to be a ninja after I told him not to. Then when we fought Zabuza and his partner on the bridge, Naruto didn't show up to aid us, and when he did he betrayed his team and attacked Sasuke. He then proceeded to converse with Zabuza, and that was when I attacked. Then Naruto tried to fight off an army by himself to seem cool without consulting his team first. Kakashi finished and Naruto was twitching with anger. "I see," the Sandaime said and looked at Naruto. "Would you like to tell your story?" he asked, already knowing that Kakashi had lied between his teeth. "Yeah. Okay, first, when the Grass Ninja attacked, I only interfered when Sakura and Sasuke were about to be killed. Then I left to help against Zabuza because my team needed me, that is why we have teams, right? And besides, I left a clone with Tazuna. Then as punishment I had to carry the bags all the way to his house, and then Sasuke threatened me when I said he didn't deserve to learn the Kage Bunshin. I attacked in self-defense, and then after that Sasuke assaulted Inari and I told him to apologize and he said no, so I said that he wasn't going to learn the Kage Bunshin ever. Then Kakashi tried to force me to do it and then banned me from doing the tree walking exercise with them. I ended up learning all by myself, and then I told Sasuke that if he did better at it than me I would teach him Kage Bunshin, and if I did better he had to catch the cat 25 times without chakra. I won and they got mad, so I went back to training Inari. Kakashi never said that I couldn't train the boy at all. Then my team went to the bridge and left me behind where I defended Inari and his mother and then went to aid them on the bridge. Then Sasuke was knocked out by Haku, not me. Also, I wasn't conversing with Zabuza, I had him submitting to me because I told him about how Gato was using him. Then when the small army came I found that Kakashi was knocked out. Sasuke was out and Sakura was fawning over him. How was I supposed to consult them when they were all beaten senseless? Naruto said, finishing his explanation. Kakashi, is this true? The Sandaime asked, and the silver-haired Jounin chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Well, some parts of it may be dash, he started. Case closed. Team 7 excluding Naruto, you are to be put on D-rank mission duty until further notice. You have to complete at least 200 missions in the next month or else. If you don't Kakashi, then you will not be allowed to enter the Chunin exams, which are in 6 months if you remember correctly. Hiruzen said, holding back anger. But you can't do that, Kakashi exclaimed, and Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Uchiha, you have to catch the cat 50 times without chakra now. Want to keep going Kakashi? The Sandaime asked. What did Sasuke have to do with this? Sakura demanded. Haruno Sakura, clean the whole river twice a week for 2 months, the Hokage said, and Team 7 stared at him in anger and shock. What about Pei Aji-san? Naruto asked, and the Hokage looked right at Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura before answering. Well, since it seems like you did mostly all of the work, Naruto, you receive all of the pay. Enjoy your time off. Dismissed, the Hokage said, and Team 7 marched out of the room. I hope you're happy, Naruto, Kakashi muttered. 25 more cat captures for Sasuke, the Hokage yelled, and Naruto walked away laughing. Naruto walked along the streets of Konoha, ignoring glares that came from fellow citizens. He had been gone for 3 weeks now. His first stop was the furniture store. He wanted to buy some more stuff for his home/cave. Naruto walked in with his mission pay in hand and immediately found what he had wanted. A new couch and desk for studying scrolls. He also got a bookshelf along with a new bed. Naruto bought all of the things to go with it, and when he was done buying, he had used all of his mission's money up and was left with none at all. He chuckled softly as the owner of the store asked him how he was going to move all of the stuff. By myself, of course, Naruto said, and formed a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto clones filled the street as they all picked up furniture and began to march away from the store with all of the furniture in hand. Naruto was going to the cave. He now used to transport his furniture into his cave. It was near the base of the Hokage monument, and from the entrance it was a short walk to his main cave. It took him about half an hour to get to the entrance, but when he did he was happy. It was dark out and he sensed no one's presence. It was a known fact that he lived in the underground area, but no one could ever find where. Naruto walked into the cave and marched towards his home. He arrived an hour later due to the fact that getting 100 clones to fit in a tightly packed area was rather hard. Right now he was standing in his home that he had remodeled yet again. Now the cave looked even nicer than it had 5 years ago. He now had rooms better distinguished and easier to find. He had narrowed his home down to one cave that branched off to 4 other caves. In the main cave was where he kept stuff like an extra couch and just a lounging room. Then leading down one tunnel was a cave that he had built for a study. He had 3 bookshelves that were overflowing with books and scrolls. Naruto had the clones with his bookshelf bring it there and start reorganizing the shelves so they were neater. Another tunnel led off to his bathing area. In one room was his hot spring he had found when he first started visiting here. Then from the hot springs another tunnel led to the wide open pit that he loved. Another tunnel in the hot springs led to a cave that was about 20 feet in diameter and held a small natural spring. It was 10 feet deep and Naruto could bath in it and drink from it since it was constantly flowing out into Konoha's water system. The third tunnel led to his training room. It was the largest of all the caves, reaching a diameter of over 200 feet. Naruto had been shocked that such a large cave could be found under Konoha, but either way he had quickly organized the cave to fit his needs. He had built a weapons room in the training area and had created wooden targets on the walls. He had also stolen wooden dummies a few years back and had been practicing on them. In the fourth and final room was his bedroom, where the rest of the stuff went pretty much. Naruto sighed heavily as he cracked his knuckles and stripped his clothing off in his room. He grabbed one of his towels and walked to his hot springs and got into the rock tub and soaked, enjoying the natural heat. As Naruto sat there pondering his thoughts and wondering about what had happened in Wave Country, the most random thing happened to him. Naruto was sitting and just enjoying his warm bath when suddenly a large water explosion drenched him and blinded him for a second. He sputtered and coughed for a little bit, and when he cleared his eyes, he saw someone sitting the opposite side of the rock tub. "Told you we would be in touch soon," Zabuza said, and Haku giggled wildly at Naruto's expression. Chapter 7. The Truth. "You know, privacy would be rather nice," Naruto yelled as he stormed from his room. Behind him sat a confused Haku and an amused Zabuza. "We just want to talk, boy," Zabuza said, and Naruto rounded on his with cold blue eyes. "Then, let me change," Naruto roared as he walked into his main cave. "Oh boy," Zabuza muttered, and Haku laughed. Naruto cursed as he quickly changed into the clothes he had been carrying around in his hand. After he was finally able to change in a somewhat peaceful realm, he plopped down onto a couch just as a swirl of water left a bored Zabuza sitting on one end of the couch and a swirl of ice left Haku sitting on the other side. Naruto was left sitting in the middle of the two as they stared straight ahead. "You know, you could just walk," Naruto said in a dark voice. "Yeah, but I am just showing off for you," Zabuza said with a chuckle. "How did you find out where I lived?" Naruto asked, getting straight to the point. "Well, that was simple. I now know that you're a Jinchuriki because I saw your little display on the bridge," Zabuza began. "Wait. You saw that but didn't help. I thought you were retreating to a safe location," Naruto said angrily. "Well, we did, and then we observed," Zabuza said and continued. "Now then, because I already knew that you were from Konoha, I just merely looked for a lonely outcast, and lo and behold I found you in a cave, since Haku kinda tracked your chakra," Zabuza said, chuckling lightly as he scratched the back of his head. "That it?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza shook his head, suddenly getting serious. "No, actually I came to tell you what I couldn't on the bridge," Zabuza said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, you were about to tell me about my mom," Naruto exclaimed, sitting up. "Yes, I was. Now sit the hell down and shut it," Zabuza said, and Naruto complied, eager to hear what the man had to say. "Okay, like I was saying on the bridge. Your mom. She was my sister," Zabuza said, and Naruto stared at Zabuza wide-eyed. "What?" the blonde shouted, and Zabuza shushed him. Yeah, you heard me, she was my sister," Zabuza said, and Naruto's socked face slowly slid away when he realized a crucial fact. "I have family," he said with tears in his eyes. "Yeah, and this family expects you to learn the ways of your clan," Zabuza said, standing to his feet. "Wait, what?" Naruto asked, shocked. "You heard me, brat. I am going to train you starting tomorrow," Zabuza said, and Naruto grinned. "So I am from a clan, eh?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza nodded. "The Uzumaki clan, one of the most powerful clan in Whirlpool. You deserve to learn what you should rightfully know," Zabuza said, and Naruto jumped in excitement. "So we are going to start training here?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza shook his head. "No, we are going to Whirlpool Country to train." Naruto stared at him in shock for a little bit. Why did he have to travel all the way to Whirlpool just to train? "Why?" was all he asked. "Well, first, all the stuff you're going to learn is there. Second, How the hell am I going to train you here? I am a missing nin for Kami's sake. Zabuza roared and Naruto nodded. Oh yeah. But wait, I can't just leave my village, Naruto exclaimed. So you're going to go and train for the Chunin exams? The Hokage said, eyeing Naruto carefully. Yeah. Naruto muttered and the Hokage nodded. Where are you going to train? Sarutobi asked curiously and Naruto looked nervous. Whirlpool Country, Naruto muttered after a while and the Hokage's eyebrows raised in shock. What do you mean? That country is impossible to enter, Sarutobi exclaimed and Naruto shook his head. I have a teacher who is going to teach me. Don't worry, Jisen, I will be fine, Naruto said and the Hokage sat and thought for a while. Fine. But first you need to know. In order to enter the Chunin exams you need to have a team. So Team 7 is going to enter despite my punishment. The council is very, very meddling, the Hokage said and Naruto nodded. That's fine. When I am done with my training I will be super strong, just you watch, Naruto said, giving the man a thumbs up. Very well, Naruto. You have 6 months before you have to return, the Hokage said and Naruto nodded. 6 months to get stronger and learn my clan's ways, Naruto thought to himself. Chapter 8 Chunin Exam. 6 months later. Sasuke and Sakura were walking down an alley hand in hand. The two had been dating for 5 months now and both were happy. Sakura filled the void in Sasuke's life and without Naruto getting in their way they were very happy. They had completed all of the missions they had to and they were now on their way to go and eat for a date. As they walked and talked they saw up ahead of them a scene. 3 ninja were harassing 3 kids and Sasuke rolled his eyes. Of course someone was going to bother them as they tried to go and eat. Annoying jerks, Sakura muttered as one of the ninja pushed the boy that she recognized as Konohamaru to the ground. Guess we should go and help, Sasuke muttered and began to walk forward. Haha, look at this twerp. Kankuro chuckled as he picked Konohamaru up by the back of his shirt and held the boy in front of him. You got my shoe dirty. Now lick it off, the sand ninja said to Konohamaru. Go eat poop and die, Konohamaru yelled and Kankuro laughed. You should learn to respect your elders. Guess I should teach you some manners, Kankuro said and cocked his fist back. He let it fly and right before it made contact with Konohamaru's face the boy was replaced by a log. Kankuro growled as he shook his hand and threw the log to the side. He looked ahead of him to see Sasuke and Sakura standing with Konohamaru sitting on the ground in front of them. The boy's teammates were standing against the gate in shock, watching the events unfold. You should learn to not disturb the peace, Sasuke muttered as his Sharingan spun wildly in both eyes. Who the hell are you? Kankuro muttered. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. The 2 Konoha ninja stared at the 3 sand ninja in a battle of looks. Sasuke looked upon the 3 ninja and took in their details. One was shorter than the other 2 and had red hair. On his forehead he had a tattoo of some sort and he carried a gourd on his back. Sasuke then looked at the blonde girl and rolled his eyes. She had a giant fan attached to her back and she wore a black skirt that came just a little bit above her knee. Over it she wore a black tight t-shirt with the symbol of love on it. Her blonde hair hung behind her and came just below her shoulders. Sasuke looked over Kankuro and wasn't impressed. The boy wore a pair of black pants with a black collared shirt. It hung open to reveal a white t-shirt underneath. On his back he carried 2 large scrolls side by side. Sasuke rolled his eyes before speaking again. So are you losers going to introduce yourselves? He said sarcastically. Humph. I'm Kankuro. This is Gaara, and she is Temari, Kankuro said and pointed at Konohamaru. And that brat is going to lick my shoe now, Kankuro taking a step forward. Sasuke reacted quickly and threw a kunai with lightning speed at Kankuro, who faltered. Sasuke then threw a shuriken which was stopped suddenly by Gaara, who had now stepped into the light so Sasuke could see him better. He wore a pair of black shorts with a red shirt over it. The shirt was low cut and Sasuke could see black metallic mesh underneath it. Sakura gasped when she saw Sand holding the shuriken inches away from Kankuro's grinning face. The sand suddenly whipped in a circle and threw the shuriken back at the unprepared Sasuke. Swish. The shuriken was suddenly pinned to the ground by a kunai that had appeared from nowhere. Everyone jumped at the appearance of the weapon and looked up into a tree that held the person who had thrown it. I would advise you to think wisely before attacking another Konoha ninja, the figure said as he stepped out of the shadows, and Sasuke and Sakura gasped. Sensei, Sakura exclaimed, and Sasuke smirked. I suggest you Suna ninja leave now before you get hurt, Kakashi said, releasing a wave of killing intent. It was suddenly washed away by a larger amount of killing intent, and Kakashi looked straight at Gaara, who was eyeing him seriously. If you threaten me or my siblings, I'll have to kill you, the redhead said. Kakashi shook his head and glared at the three Suna ninja. Team 7 stood their ground, and Kankuro shrugged. Let's go, you guys. We don't have time to waste on these losers. The exam starts in an hour, he said, and the three turned and walked away from the ninja. Sasuke grunted and Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Kakashi turned slowly to his team and smiled. We should get going. It's time for the exams almost, and you guys can't be late, he said, and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. So don't give us a lift at all, Sasuke muttered and began walking, leaving the three frightened children to cower against the gate. Sasuke and Sakura walked into the building that the exam was in and found it packed already. Ninjas from many different countries were there, and they were all conversing among their own teams. Sasuke and Sakura immediately located the area that the Konoha rookies were all standing and walked over to them. What's up, Sasuke? Kiba said, and Sasuke nodded. Sakura, Ino said darkly. Oh, Ino, hey, Sakura said and ticked Ino off. So we're all here then? Sasuke said, and Kiba shook his head. We're missing one person, the Inuzuka said, and Sasuke nodded, remembering there was one more genin that should be with them. Yeah, but he has been gone for 6 months now, Sakura said, and the 11 Konoha ninjas laughed. They became silent as they felt the glares of countless enemies on their back. Sasuke eyed the competition carefully and sighed after he found several ninja who looked like they could pose a threat. He reached over and pulled Sakura next to him as he sat down on the bench behind them, and he stroked her hair as she rested. The two sat there in silence until finally the official walked into the room, and Kiba couldn't help but make a gagging noise when he saw the man's scars. Listen up, maggots, he yelled. My name's Gunma, and your asses are mine for the first exam. Oh yeah, Sasuke muttered, and Gunma rounded on him. What was that? He asked darkly. Nothing, Sasuke muttered. Didn't think so, the Jounin said and pointed towards the room they were supposed to go to. Get your sorry asses in there and do not sit by your teammates. The genin marched into the room and sat down and were careful not to sit by their teammates. Sasuke sat in the middle of the room while Sakura sat in the very front. Sasuke and Sakura wondered how long they would get away with the fact that they didn't have a third teammate. They sat stock still as stared at Gunma, who was eyeing them carefully. Many genin flinched under his look as it passed over them. Suddenly it came to rest on someone in the back of the room, and Gunma gave a wicked smirk. Oh, so you think you're cool, huh? He said, and almost everyone in the room turned to see a genin in the back of the room with his feet up on his desk. He had a black heavy cloak on over his body so Sasuke couldn't see any of his features. Yeah, I guess I do. So are we going to start this test soon? The person said, and Sasuke saw many Jounin and Chunin in the room smirk at the genin's boldness. Hee pretty cocky, but I feel as though you're going to be the first one to go, Genma said and looked at the whole class. There are 10 questions on the test. For every question you get wrong, you lose a point. Your score is combined with your team's score, and it is a total out of 30. If your team misses more than 10, then you are all kicked out of the exam. The last question will be asked by me, Genma said, and the genin all fidgeted nervously. Anyone caught cheating will get docked 2 points, and if you are caught 3 times you get kicked out, along with the rest of your team. You start now, the man yelled, and suddenly papers appeared in front of every genin in the room. Sasuke looked over the questions and sighed. They were impossible, and he rubbed his eyes in thought as he thought about what Genma had said. No cheating. Wait, he said, if you get caught 3 times. He never said we would get kicked out the first time. Sasuke thought and saw that Sakura was writing furiously. Of course his girlfriend knew the answers. She was the smartest genin almost. Sasuke quietly activated his Sharingan and copied her hand movements, and soon he had every answer written down. As he was writing, he heard many people busted cheating and they all got docked. He saw several teams kicked out of the exam and they slowly walked out with gloomy looks. Sasuke laid his head down so no one could cheat off him, and he fell asleep. Genma's voice awoke him suddenly, and he sat up and found that 1/4 of the room's occupants had been kicked out by now. Okay, you little shits, time for the 10 question. First though, you have a choice. You can choose to answer the question, but if you get it wrong then you will be kicked out of the exam along with your whole team, and none of you can ever take the exam again. You could also choose to walk out of the exam now and try again next year. Genma said and waited. Slowly several genins stood and their teams groaned as they walked out of the room. Soon about half of the room was empty and Sasuke and Sakura were still there. Genma looked around and chuckled. Are you guys sure? I mean, if you get it wrong then dash. Just ask the damn question. Sasuke heard the person who was in the back yell. Sasuke and half the class turned and found the person in the same position they were in at the beginning of the exam. Hey, you didn't move an inch in the whole exam, Genma said angrily. Damn right I didn't. This is the only question that really matters, none of that bullshit on the test, so just ask the question. The person yelled and Genma smirked. Fine, anyone else want to leave? He asked and no one stood. Well, it seems that you all pass. Wait, what? Someone exclaimed and Genma chuckled. In the ninja world you will have to make tough choices, and they may not always be the right ones. This test was designed to test your courage, Genma said, and before he could continue the person in the black cloak stood and walked from the room. Hey, where the hell are you going? Genma shouted and the person raised a hand. I don't want to listen to your boring lecture anymore, the person said and began to walk away again. Not so fast, punk, a sudden shout said as someone crashed through the door and flew past the person grabbing their cloak as they went past. You have to stick around to find out where the next exam is, the woman said as she rolled to a stop and threw her hands up, ending her routine. She had her head back for more oomph. But when she looked at the genin, she saw that a lot of them were staring at the person who she had flown past in shock. She looked over and the sight surprised her as well. Loser, Sasuke said, standing to his feet suddenly. Naruto stood in front of everyone in the room with a sad frown on his face. Naruto, Kiba exclaimed. Naruto's appearance had really changed in the last 6 months. He now had on a pair of black pants with random blue slashes on them. He had on a black t-shirt and over that was a blue short-sleeved cloak that reached a little bit past his knees. Along the bottom of it were waves, and on the back of the cloak was a crescent moon, and in the small opening of the moon was a spiral. The moon was a light blue while the spiral was red. On his back was a slender scroll and a sword, both crossed to make an X. The sheath of the sword was completely black and the hilt was a pattern of black with blue diamonds along both sides of it. Naruto's hattai was tied to a belt loop on his pants and hung in front of his right pocket. His hair hung loosely in front of his face and it was much longer. It now covered his eyes almost, and everyone could see the tattoo on his right arm. The tattoo was really cool, as some people would explain. It showed the same symbol that was on Naruto's cloak, only this one seemed to shimmer when Naruto moved. Damn. You blew my cover, you crazy bitch, he muttered, and in that moment Naruto got his very own fan club. Whoa. Hinata muttered at Naruto's new appearance. He is, Temari said, raising an eyebrow. Really hot, Ino said beneath her breath. You're the little brat that was annoying me, Genma said with a look of shock across his face. No, it was the wall, Naruto said as he slowly walked back to his seat, ignoring all of the looks he got on the way there. He plopped down into his seat and watched Anko in anger. Ino and Temari acted quickly and were seated next to him, trying to talk to him. Hey Naruto, you know you look really cool, Ino said sweetly. Piggy say what? Naruto said beneath his breath and Ino sighed. Sasuke was glaring at Naruto with as much hatred as he could muster. The boy had simply stolen all of the attention in the room as though he wasn't trying. That loser, he thought as he slowly turned away from Naruto and his two new little stalkers. Well, Anko said as she tried to figure out what had just happened. Genma, it seems you have a lot of genin left in here. But no matter, Anko said and looked right at Sasuke. I'll cut that number in half. She laughed maniacally. You're crazy, Kiba said in a frightened tone, and Anko looked at him with a grin. I know, and I'm proud. Now everyone meet me at the Forest of Death, now. She bellowed and jumped out of the window and disappeared from view. Fuck my luck, Naruto said as he pushed Temari and Ino away from him. I don't like stalkers. With that, Naruto walked from the room and everyone slowly followed him. So it seems that you're all here, I see, Anko said, and the group of genin all nodded. Well then everyone get with their teams and get your asses in line. Now, she bellowed, and everyone complied. Soon there were 2 lines of genin and they all stood in front of Anko, who had lain 22 scrolls in front of her. 11 on one side and 11 on the other. She looked up again. All right maggots, your team needs to take one of these scrolls and go to your assigned gate number. The objective is to get a heaven scroll if you have a earth scroll and a earth scroll if you have a heaven scroll, got it? When you get your scrolls, go to the tower over there, she said and pointed into the distance at a tower that no one saw. You guys have 3 days, good luck. Slowly every team got their scrolls, and when Team 7 was about to pick their own up, Anko held it back and chuckled. Hope you don't get killed, Uzumaki, she said, and threw him a heaven scroll which he caught in his hand and walked off towards their gate number. Soon they arrived at gate 44 and slowly they walked in, being careful to watch their backs. Sasuke glared at Naruto while he held Sakura's hand. Naruto ignored both of his teammates as he walked through the forest. After 4 minutes silence, Naruto finally spoke up. Okay, we have to be careful in here. Everyone is an enemy, the blonde said, and Sasuke growled. Don't even think about coming in here and thinking that you are going to take over the team now, you loser, Sasuke said darkly, and Naruto turned to look at him. I don't care if you're the last Uchiha or not. If you make any move to mess me up, I will kill you and hang you from a tree branch by your intestines, Naruto said, letting a little wave of killing intent seep from him. You don't scare me, loser, Sasuke said as his fist shook from the killing intent. Then why are you shaking? Naruto said as he cocked his head to the side. I'm not here to fight you guys, but if you cross me, I will not hold back. And Sasuke, I am not as weak as I was before, Naruto said, and Sakura rolled her eyes. You think too highly of yourself, Naruto, she said, and Naruto shrugged. So does your boyfriend, he said, and turned and continued to walk along, hoping that his team would follow. He was surprised when they actually did. So where were you for 6 months? Sasuke asked, trying to pry some information out of Naruto. None of your business, Naruto replied. Sasuke growled when Naruto wouldn't answer his question. They continued to walk in silence through the forest, looking for anyone else that might have a scroll. Naruto looked down at the scroll in his hand and found that it was a heaven scroll, so they needed a earth scroll. Naruto sighed and put the scroll in his pocket and picked up his pace. He hoped that he could find someone that had an earth scroll fast and then get the hell out of the woods. Team 7 continued to walk along the path they were on until they came across a small stream. Okay, I guess we can stop here for now since we haven't found any other teams yet, Naruto said as he sat down and let his scroll roll off onto the ground. We need to keep moving, loser. Other ninja will want to attack us if we are not careful, Sasuke exclaimed, but even Sakura sighed and sat down. Oh, come on, Sasuke-ku, and just a little rest, pleasey, she whined, and Sasuke sighed and sat down next to her. Okay, so here is our game plan, Naruto said as they got comfortable. If we are attacked, you guys do what you want, I'll take care of myself, the blonde said, and Sasuke smirked. Then why don't you just go and do things yourself right now? The Uchiha asked, and Naruto shrugged. Because I don't feel like it, and besides, you guys need my help to survive, Naruto said as he stood to his feet. And why is that? Sasuke asked as he too stood to his feet. Because there are strong opponents out here, Naruto said as he ducked under a barrage of kunai. He quickly turned and threw his own kunai into the bush that the enemy was in and was happy to hear a grunt when the kunai hit home. A ninja walked out from the bush holding his now bleeding arm in agony. You little shit, the boy groaned as he stared at Naruto angrily. Get out of here before I hurt you, Naruto said, and the ninja laughed. Oh, you're tough, he said, and Naruto shook his head. Suit yourself, the blonde said as he disappeared in a small vortex of water. He reappeared behind the enemy ninja and spun his foot around and caught the boy in the injured arm. He put enough force into the kick to knock the boy to the ground, and he brought his foot around in another circle and then brought it down on the boy's stomach. Uzumaki taijutsu style, and that's not even the royal family style, Naruto said as he jumped back from the boy. Holy shit, Sakura muttered, and Sasuke seethed in anger. Loser, he growled. Naruto landed softly and slid his left foot behind him and his right foot forwards. He held his right hand down towards his left leg and crossed his left hand under it so that his arms made a figure 4. Naruto bent his knees slightly as he waited for the enemy to get up and fight. Lucky shot, the boy wheezed and got to his feet. Naruto ran at him and launched his right hand out and grabbed his neck while his left hand slammed into his gut. As he applied as much force as he could to his left hand, he pulled back with his right hand and flipped the boy up into the air. He then let go of the boy's neck and flipped him with his left arm while he was still in the air. He then brought his right hand around and grabbed the boy's neck and slammed him down into the ground where he lay unconscious. Naruto stood to his feet and looked at his shocked team. That is a basic move. I have mastered the regular and royal Uzumaki taijutsu style, and have also mastered the basics of the regular Uzumaki kenjutsu style, Naruto said, and Sasuke took a step back. Lead the way, Naruto, the Uchiha said fearfully. Yeah, Naruto, let's go and win, Sakura added in a squeaky voice. Chapter 9. Forest of Death. The trio walked silently as they started on the second day in the forest. After the incident with the enemy ninja, they hadn't been bothered again by another ninja. They were able to make it through the night, and Naruto had immediately taken on the role of the leader. It was mainly due to the fact that he had instilled fear into Sasuke and Sakura when he showed his sudden change in strength. The fear would eventually wear off though, so he wasn't going to let himself get used to it. The three walked in a straight line with Naruto in front, Sakura in the middle, and Sasuke in the back. Naruto had done this because as far as he knew he was the strongest one in the group, so he would take on frontal attacks while Sasuke scanned the area around them with his Sharingan. So far the plan was working well because they had managed to disarm most of the pathetic traps that they found set along their path. Naruto bit his lip as he listened to the unnaturally quiet environment. If there was one thing he learned in the 6 months that he was gone, it was that you should never trust silence. Flashback no jutsu begin. Naruto walked along the barren field that he was training in, trying to be alert for any surprise attacks. The wind had been blowing wildly, and he could hear the crash of the ocean waves as they battled the shore eternally. He slowly drew a kunai jumpy since he didn't know where Zabuza would strike from next. Suddenly the wind slowly stopped blowing and the waves began to settle down until everything was calm. Naruto sighed thankfully since he was able to focus on the task at hand easier. He sat down knowing he would hear if an enemy approached and then he would act. He had been out here for 3 days now and he was tired, so he was going to rest his feet for a while. He set the kunai down beside him and reached into the bag behind him. He pulled out a delicious purple apple that only grew on Whirlpool Country. It had a juicy taste to it and the inside was blue. Naruto opened his mouth to take a bite, and before he closed his eyes there was a white flash, and when the flash disappeared he found that he was holding on to half of an apple. He was shaking as his face displayed utter shock. Standing next to him was Zabuza with the other half of his apple in his hand, and the man was eating it. You let your guard down just because it got quiet and you thought you could hear me, the man said, taking another bite from the apple. Naruto still was shaking as he stared at the halved apple. Flashback no jutsu end. If there was one thing that Zabuza had always made sure he knew, it was that silence never meant good things. When it became silent, a ninja should be more alert because an enemy would expect you to let your guards down, having the mentality that you would be able to hear any ambushes easier. Naruto slowly drew out a two kunai and held them at his sides, and the points pointed back at his teammates. Kenjutsu, the art of sword fighting, techniques could be applied to many blade-like weapons, and Naruto had taken to using his kunai in tight places where swinging a sword would be rather stupid. Of course, the Uzumaki Kenjutsu style wasn't intended for kunai use, so when he fought with it, he couldn't use many of the more advanced attacks since the kunai didn't have the reach of his sword. He held the kunai at ready before he spoke very softly and let the wind carry his words back to his team. Careful, silence means surprise attack. Naruto's words said as they echoed in Sakura's and Sasuke's ears. Leave it to me, loser, Sasuke muttered, and Naruto sighed. He knew it wouldn't be long before Sasuke's ego got too big for the space it was intended for. You're going to commit an act of suicide from your stupidity, Naruto thought as he turned to the Uchiha. No, was all he said as he continued to walk. Sasuke grunted behind him angrily, but Naruto didn't really care. The three continued to walk along the forest path, hoping to come across an unaware team, hopefully one of the Konoha teams. Of course, they didn't come across any of them. Instead, they came across a team of weird-looking ninjas from Grass Country. They were all wearing gas masks for some reason, and they were breathing really heavy as though they had just ran for an hour. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all stopped and quickly formed a line as they found the three other ninja waiting for them in a clearing. Naruto sighed because he knew that he was right about the silence. He tightened his grip on his kunai as he thought about his possible move list. He could do some wicked combos with the small ninja weapons, or he could switch weapons in mid-fight, which would throw the enemies off completely. Hee-ha, we finally found the team that has been deactivating our traps. The person that Naruto quickly identified as the leader said, and Naruto groaned. The boy's voice was annoying, and Naruto wanted to stick a kunai in his voice box to end the suffering his ears had to endure. So that was you guys, eh? Naruto said as he dropped into the Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. He stood sideways looking at the enemy ninja. His knees were bent slightly and his right arm was slightly extended in front of him, and he held his hand sideways so that the kunai pointed to the left. His left hand was back near his leg with the kunai facing forward so that he could thrust it if need be. The style was made so that one could attack with a sword in one hand while being able to use their open hand to use jutsu, or if need be quickly grab their sword and add more force behind their blows, or to put more strength into their defense. All of the Uzumaki styles had one thought in mind, and that was to flow with the speed of battle and use your opponent's attack to your advantage. If they went right, then you should go left and spin around them and kill them, which was how the style went. Naruto had, of course, as he said, only mastered the basics of the regular Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. Unlike the Taijutsu style, Uzumaki Kenjutsu was very complicated, and it would take Naruto a couple years to actually master it to its fullest degree. As for the Taijutsu style, it was almost natural for his body, so it was much easier to learn, but he hadn't mastered the styles really. He just said that to get his team worked up. Zabuza had him practicing it, but he had only learned all of the moves in the regular style and was about halfway through learning the royal style, which was much more powerful than the regular style. Zabuza told Naruto that if he mastered both royal and regular taijutsu styles, he would teach him the final style of the Uzumaki Taijutsu. Naruto took a deep breath and let it out as he closed his eyes and thought about how they should handle this predicament. Flashback: no jutsu begin. You see, the benefits of having a three-man cell is that everyone covers everyone's weaknesses. So if you sucked at genjutsu, you could rely on one of your teammates to dispel any genjutsu cast on you, or vice versa. Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded as he stored the information in the back of his mind. Yeah, Naruto, let's say you're in a fight and you are only able to handle one enemy. You can rely on your teammates to stop any other potential threats to you, Haku added, and both Zabuza and Naruto nodded. So it really helps if you and your team can work together well, because if you have poor teamwork, then you can't get anywhere because there will always be confusion and no order. Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded. Right, need to have fluid work to make things work, the blonde said, and Zabuza nodded and ruffled his hair. Good, now go and do 250 water push-ups, and after that you need to practice your taijutsu for 3 hours. "Oh, come on," Naruto exclaimed. "Do it now, or else you'll be giving me double the amount," Zabuza said warningly. "Come on, Naruto-kun, I'll work with you," Haku said as she took his hand and the two left the house they were in. Flashback no jutsu end. Naruto hung his head in sadness. Team 7's teamwork was worse than 2 rabid cats and 3 rabid dogs. He turned and looked at Sasuke and Sakura and rolled his eyes as he finally came up with a solution. "How good is your teamwork?" he asked quietly, and Sasuke answered for him and his girlfriend. "Very good. Not that you'd understand something of that caliber," the Uchiha said, and Naruto held back an insult. "I want to kill you," he screamed in his head. "Fine then, you guys handle the wimps. I will take care of the leader," Naruto said as he settled back into his fighting stance. "Always taking the glory, huh?" Sasuke spit out, and Naruto shrugged. "Hey, this team needs at least one strong person, right?" he asked before charging in. It took the team by surprise that the blonde had just rushed at them out of nowhere. Naruto smirked and spun in a circle, bringing both arms out in front of him. He almost sliced the leader's face open had the boy not been able to pull up his own kunai in time. Naruto flipped away and landed back by his team and settled back into his fighting stance. Go!" he shouted, and it seemed to get everyone's attention. Sasuke and Sakura grinned at each other and took off running at the enemies, while the leader ran at Naruto. The boy jumped over Sasuke's head and landed and continued to run at Naruto with his arm outstretched in order to stab him. Naruto waited in his fighting stance, and as the boy drew closer, he closed his eyes and let time slow down around him. Flashback no jutsu begin. "This technique right here will help you greatly while using Uzumaki style," Zabuza said as he sat on top of a giant boulder. "How?" Naruto asked as he scrambled up onto his own. "When you meditate and play with your chakra, you become aware of things better. Most of the 7 swordsmen were taught this and used it in battles," Zabuza explained, and Naruto nodded. "So I just sit here and mediate?" he asked after a while, and Zabuza nodded. "Yes, just control your chakra and create shapes within your body, or try to enhance your senses with it," Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded. Flashback no jutsu end. Naruto took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He saw time moving slightly slower than usual due to his meditations. The technique went well with his style of fighting because it allowed him to see opening in his opponent's moves and use them to his advantage. The meditation thing wasn't a technique, it was more of a way to become more aware of your surroundings. So technically you could say Naruto just took in every detail faster than he usually could. As the boy lunged at him, Naruto slowly spun right and around the leader and delivered a vicious chop to the back of his shoulder. The boy stumbled from the sudden blow, but otherwise he regained his balance and did a quick spin trying to slash open Naruto's face. Naruto ducked under the blow and came up right behind it and grabbed the boy's arm and stopped it in mid-flight. He swung his left leg around to crush the boy's ribs, but unfortunately, he had only gotten a hold of the boy's left arm and not his right. The leader stopped Naruto's kick with his right hand, and the two stood there holding back one another's blows. Naruto put more force behind his foot until the leader had no choice but to jump backwards. Naruto watched as the boy landed and ran through some sloppy hand seals, until he landed on the last one and slammed his palms into the ground. "Raitun, Dendu Underi," the boy exclaimed as a wave of lightning flew across the ground at Naruto. The blonde jumped over the wave and landed lightly on the ground again and took on his fighting stance again. "Is that it?" he asked, and the leader smirked. Naruto frowned until suddenly he felt a sharp jolt travel throughout his whole body, and he collapsed to his knee, breathing heavily. He growled at the leader who was smirking at him. Naruto put 2 and 2 together and realized that the boy had just redirected his attack, and Naruto had foolishly thought that he had dodged the attack but forgot that Raitun users could actually control the lightning they formed. "Well, I bet you have already found out that your nervous system is messed up," the leader said as he stood to his feet. "But don't be ashamed, you're not at first to fall victim to that technique. It is very common in our village among Raitun users. We simply have lightning mess up the electric pulses your brain sends to your muscles, and boom, you no longer can control your own actions. The boy said, grinned wildly. You're good, well somewhat. But you forgot, just because you know a big technique doesn't mean it always works the same way on different people. You only messed up my body functions, so for example, Naruto said and slowly got to his feet. When I try to move my arms, I move my legs, and when I try to blink, I actually wiggled my toes. So now that I have figured out basic motor movements, then this should be my battle, Naruto said as he took on a sloppy fighting stance. The leader stared at him in shock before bursting out laughing. Are you serious? Give up your scroll. You can't fight me, you idiot, I'll kill you. Naruto took a deep breath, and after a while he managed to make a cross seal with his hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones appeared by his side, and they all stood awkwardly, trying to figure out how to use their muscles even though Naruto had shared that information with them. The leader watched as Naruto slowly went through another set of seals and ended on the serpent seal before grinning at him. Well, you see, if you are going to take my movements, then that means I will have to take your vision. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Slowly mist began to surround the area they were all standing in, and Naruto saw the leader's shocked expression. Naruto knew that Sasuke could see due to his Sharingan, and so he had no need to worry about that fag. He slowly moved his head around as he tried to step out of the mist. After a minute, he finally achieved his goal, and then he made his way over to a tree. It wouldn't be long until he regained control over his body. Thanks to the Kyuubi and his rapid healing, the problem should be fixed in no time. He knew that the idiot in the mist was panicking because he could sense it. Zabuza had taught him this jutsu because he could use it almost as good as the man himself. Flashback no Jutsu begin. Yo Naruto, come here. Zabuza shouted, and Naruto nodded and ran from his spar with Haku. Yeah, Zabuza-sensei? He asked, and Zabuza cracked his knuckles. I'm going to teach you your 3rd jutsu today, the man said, and Naruto pumped his fist in excitement. Alright, what will it be? Another cool water technique or some lame thing? Naruto trailed off, but Zabuza shook his head. Nope. I'm going to teach you the mist technique actually, Zabuza said, and Naruto's eyes widened. He had wanted to learn the technique for a long time. Seriously, but why? Naruto asked, and Zabuza chuckled. Because you have the potential to use it to extreme capabilities, Zabuza said, and continued on explaining his reasoning. With the technique, you know that you blind people well. Since the mist is really your chakra, you can easily find out where people are in the mist, and you can somewhat see clearly. Now, if you were to use a technique like Kage Bunshin with this attack, Zabuza said, and allowed Naruto to try and think of the rest. I'll be able to strike from almost any area and the enemy would never know. Or I could just send in shadow clones and stay safely outside the mist, Naruto said happily, and Zabuza nodded. Now you got it. But here are the hand seals you need to use. Zabuza aids starting to teach Naruto the technique. Flashback no Jutsu end. Naruto leaned against the tree while thinking wildly. Should he go all out now, send his shadow clones in to finish the job? Or should he just allow his control to return and do the dirty work himself? He sighed and felt most of his control finally returning to himself. He clenched his hands together and grinned. He was back in control. He took a step forward and found that his leg listened to him again. He made a quick hand seal and dismissed the mist. As it faded, he saw the leader standing in the center of the clearing, panting slightly. Naruto cocked his head at him and grinned. Oh, your ass is mine now, Naruto said as he slowly drew out his sword. Kukuku, now we wouldn't want that now, would we, Uzumaki? A cold voice suddenly said from up in a tree. What the? Naruto muttered and gasped as a snake erupted from the ground, swallowing the boy he had been fighting. The snake closed its mouth and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, taking the boy with him. Oh my god, Naruto thought, and he slowly turned to where the voice had come from. Please, I don't want to waste any time on you. I have someone else I want. A snake-like man suddenly said from behind him, and Naruto turned and saw a face that he recognized from being with Zabuza. Orochimaru, I should have guessed you would be here, Naruto muttered as he flipped away from the snake man and held his sword in the kenjutsu position. It was the same as the one he used with his kunai, only his left hand was empty now. Oh, please, as much as I want to kill you because of our last encounter, I really do have more important matters to attend to, Orochimaru said, letting his tongue roll out. Naruto shuddered at the disgusting thing and ran at Orochimaru. I asked please, Orochimaru said as a snake appeared in front of Naruto as he ran. The blonde wasn't able to slow himself down and ran right into the gaping maw of the snake that clamped its mouth shut as soon as he was in it. Damn it! Naruto cursed as he was surrounded in darkness. He clenched his fist and pushed his sword against the snake's insides but found he couldn't put enough force behind cut and gave up. He managed to somehow get the blade back in its sheath before he stood completely still. He had promised Zabuza that he would only use the fifth jutsu he had taught him when necessary. Naruto thought that this would qualify as necessary. He began to run through a sequence of seals until he landed on the last one and shouted, Suetun! Daibakufu no Jutsu! The water and moisture inside of the snake began to slowly pull towards Naruto as it created a large ball of spinning water around him. His clothes were soaked as the water spun faster and faster. Soon the water sphere began to enlarge and expand. On the outside of the snake one would see that it was getting slightly bigger. Suddenly the snake got really big and instead of being long and skinny it blew up like a balloon and began to shake. The snake's eyes opened wide in horror as suddenly it blew apart in every direction, sending red and green water splashing across all of the exposed surfaces around the group of ninjas. Naruto stood panting in a small crater. His clothes were sticking to him and his hair had a steady stream running from it. Damn snake! He cursed and looked up and found a sight that shocked him beyond belief. Orochimaru had a sword in his hand, and the sword was rammed into Sasuke's chest, and Orochimaru was elevating him in the air in front of him. Sasuke struggled on the end of the blade, and Naruto stared on with shock. /n well, hope you enjoyed. I have finally awakened my new writing style, But oh well, I decided to have Naruto already know Orochimaru. Now to answer some questions that people may have. Naruto is a water element user, not wind in this story. He may get a secondary element in later chapters but not right now. Naruto is not like godlike either. He is just rather smart now and can use his techniques to his advantage thanks to the training the Zabuza put him through. I may make a chapter about the training he did, but that wouldn't be until the last round of the exams or something, so yeah. Please review because I can't make the story better without your guys' input. Suetun. Daibakufu no Jutsu equals water release. Great water ball explosion technique. Kagebunshin no Jutsu equals shadow clone technique. Raitun. Dendu Underi equals lightning release. Lightning wave. Kirigakure no Jutsu equals hidden mist technique. Omake, mission classified capture cat. Okay, so this Omake right here is from my story Gifted, which is on hiatus for now, but I'll continue it later. This is a scene where Team 7 has to capture the annoying cat. Originally I planned on changing things around and making it the mission that Sasuke had to complete, but then I realized that I should show you guys which way this story, as in my one that you just read, was really gonna go minus all the gifts and stuff. So yeah, here we go. And if you don't like, my bad, and if you do, awesome, because I hope to write other stuff like this for fun. Anyways, I hope you enjoy it because I know that when I wrote it I was laughing harder than hell. So here it is, but I guess I'm going to explain one more thing real quick. In this Omake, Team 7 are all friends pretty much, but Naruto and Sasuke still have their little rivalry going on, so anyways, enjoy the Omake and yeah, enjoy it. There she is heading for the gate, Naruto said into his headset, and he saw Sasuke run towards the gate in an attempt to catch the cat. How long till she reaches the gate? Sasuke yelled, and Naruto made a rough guess. Maybe 4 seconds at least, he said, and Sasuke grunted and picked up the speed. Sakura took off in the other direction, trying to run around the building to cut the cat off. Even if she was separated from Sasuke for a little bit, she knew she had no chance of making it in time, but she had to try anyways. As she turned the corner, she slipped and grazed her knee on a rock and winced as she got to her feet. She wasted no time in bringing her index finger down and touching the wound, and it began to glow a light shade of emerald green. In about 3 seconds, the wound was healed and Sakura was on her way again. Naruto jumped down from the building he was on and jumped off the side of the building opposite of him and landed gently on the ground and raced after Sasuke. If he caught the cat, he would have 3 catches on it and Sasuke only 1. Naruto watched as the cat ran up the wooden gate and jumped over, and Sasuke vaulted over the fence. Naruto picked up his speed and jumped before he reached the gate and landed on the top of it. He teetered for a bit before he caught his balance and launched himself high into the air. He made a hand seal and shouted, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." In a cloud of light smoke, 3 clones appeared by him, and they all soared through the air and landed on the dirt path behind Sasuke, who turned and grunted at his appearance. The Uchiha picked up speed and ran at the cat in order to catch it first. Naruto frowned, and him and his clones took off in hot pursuit. Along the way, the cat ran under a ladder that was holding a man who was putting up a giant mirror over his store. Beneath the man was a large salt cart and its owner. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock and he veered left to avoid the obstacles, but Naruto was not so lucky. His first clone crashed into the ladder and it crashed onto his back, destroying it. The man fell and crushed another clone, while the mirror he was holding fell and shattered, stabbing another clone. The last clone plowed into the salt cart and the air was filled with whiteness. As the salt drifted downwards, the clone sat in the middle of the salt field, and Naruto watched as a man flicked his cigarette, and instantly the salt ignited and his clone blew up in an extraordinary display of fireworks. Naruto sighed. He had committed 3 of the most famous superstitious acts and his clones had paid for it. He began to run again and didn't notice the black cat that walked in front of him as he jumped up high. Sasuke ran after the cat that had made a quick turn before the forest and turned into another ally. The Uchiha was dodging trash bins and hissed at the annoying feline and remembered something Kakashi had told them the first time. "Do not kill the client," the silver-haired man said. "I can't kill the client." Sasuke muttered to himself and continued chasing the cat that jumped up a garbage bin and pushed off of it, knocking it over. Sasuke wasn't prepared for it, and his eyes opened in horror as he hit the rolling object and time seemed to slow. He was knocked off his feet and was sent sailing forward as Naruto ran past him, laughing his ass off. Sasuke started to say something, but he wasn't able to finish the statement because suddenly his face was buried in the ground. He slid a couple feet on his face and slowly got to his feet and rubbed dirt from his face and mouth. Naruto had already cornered the cat and was about to get his 3rd catch. "Damn it!" Sasuke swore and ran at the cat. Naruto bent over to grab the cat and dodged a swipe at his hands. He darted in and grabbed the cat around the chest and held it up in front of him. He stared into the cat's eyes and the cat stared back at him. The cat's eyes looked at him lazily and it raised a paw and slashed downwards. "Zoom out and look at the trees around Konoha." "H. The blonde screamed and tons of birds took off in an early migration south. Zoom in on the scene in the alley. Naruto was on his back rolling back and forth while Sasuke was hunched over in uncontrollable laughter. "That's what you get dobe," Sasuke wheezed out as he fell to his knees. Naruto pulled his hands away from his face and felt blood running down it. "Damn cat, I will kill you," he screamed and jumped to his feet. 3 long scratch marks stretched from the left side of his forehead to the bottom of the right side of his cheek. Naruto looked around wildly for the cat and he passed over it, but his gaze shot back to it. The cat was sitting on a trash can, licking its paw nonchalantly. Naruto advanced, already drawing his katana, while Sasuke slowly regained his composure and wheezed something out. "You can't kill the client, dumbass," he said, and Naruto shrugged. "It's about time this damn pussy was sent to the afterlife. It has lived for too damn long," Naruto said, and Sasuke rolled his eyes at the blonde. "It's your neck," the Uchiha muttered as he watched the actions take place. Naruto got closer to the cat and smirked as he brought his sword back. He was about to swing when a shadow suddenly appeared above him. He looked down at the shadow that was increasing in size and looked up just as Sakura's foot smashed into his face, and he was laid out with enough force to create a gust that billowed Sasuke's clothes wildly. "You blockhead! You were going to kill the damn cat!" she screamed as she stepped off Naruto, who lay in an awkward angle, his eyes boggling and his mouth wide open, drooling like an idiot. "No, Sakura-chan, I was just he began. "Don't lie, baka!" she yelled and kicked him in the stomach, and then proceeded to walk over to the cat and held her arms out to it. "Come here, kitty kitty," She purred and picked the cat up. The cat raised its paw and 3 sharp claws flew out of it. "Oh," Sakura said. Zoom out to the trees of Konoha. The pink-haired girl's scream made the birds migrating south fly faster. Zoom in on the scene taking place. Sasuke was holding both Sakura and Naruto back as they tried to kill the cat that sat on the trash can, again watching them with a mocking look in its eye. "Calm down, you guys," he said coolly and walked over to the cat and smirked at it. "Not so tough, huh?" he said as he bent down to pick it up. The cat slashed down across his face twice and Sakura and Naruto gasped. Sasuke's eye twitched in anger. Zoom out on Konoha. A small black shape detached itself from a random alley and rocketed into the sky. "Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Oh, Naruto began. Shit, Sasuke finished as he lost sight of the cat. All three teens looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to do now. How high do you think it went? Naruto whispered. Well beyond the clouds, Sasuke whispered back in horror. It will fall to earth and hit the ground like an asteroid. There will be damage, Sakura uttered as she squinted to find the yowling cat. Did you use your gift, Sasuke? Naruto muttered. Yeah, my bad, the Uchiha responded. It was then that they heard a strange and horrifying sound. Naruto looked in the distance and saw a flaming black mass rocketing towards the center of town. All they heard was MWWWRRRGGRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR Holy shit! They heard many people screaming in horror. Was that? Naruto asked. The cat, Sakura finished. Sasuke didn't answer and took off running towards the center of town, and Naruto and Sakura were right behind him. They passed many concerned villagers who talked about the screaming comet. When they arrived to the center of town, the scene was not pretty. Many people were around the 50-foot wide crater that was in the middle square. Detaching itself from the crater was a 20-foot long trench that was streaked in red and white tufts of fur. At the end sat the smoking remains of the cat, if that was what you would call it now. It looked more like some mutated crossbreed between a frog and a crushed squirrel. Naruto groaned as they got closer to the smoking remains, and he gagged at the smell of the cooking cat. Talk about a hot pussy, Naruto said, and Sasuke nodded his head in agreement. Should we just leave it here? Sakura asked as she prodded at the dead cat with her foot. I don't know, but I don't know how we are going to explain this to Sensei, Naruto muttered. Naruto, what the hell happened? A familiar voice shouted as it got closer. Naruto turned and saw Hinata and Kiba running up behind him, and he grinned weakly and pointed to the cat. Is that some kind of cooked frog squirrel? Hinata muttered, and Naruto turned red. You guys know that one annoying cat that everyone has to catch? Naruto asked shyly. Yeah, we just caught it the other day, Kiba said, and then looked at the smoking remains in horror. Naruto, don't you tell me. Yeah, the cat kind of fucked with the wrong people today, Naruto said, scratching his head. Naruto-kun, how could you do such a thing? Hinata yelled, but you could tell she was holding back a laugh. I cannot believe you killed the cat, dude. The objective of a mission is to not kill your client unless you're on an assassination mission, and the last time I checked, genin don't get many of those, Kiba muttered. Hey, it wasn't me. It was Sasuke here who did the deed, Naruto said, pointing at Sasuke. Hey, you were about to cut the little shit in half before Sakura stopped you, Sasuke accused. And she was about to strangle it 3 seconds later. But at least she didn't throw the little shit to the moon, Naruto said, glaring at Sasuke. Both teens burst out laughing suddenly and fell on the ground, convulsing in laughter. Do you think it reached the moon? Sasuke asked, and Naruto nodded as tears streamed down his cheeks. Wait, you guys mean Sasuke, you hurled this little prick? Kiba said, and soon all 3 boys were on the ground rolling in laughter, while Sakura and Hinata looked at them in amusement. I wonder if any other villages found out about it? Naruto gasped. Lord Raikage, we have just received reports of a yowling meteor streaking across the sky towards Konoha. A man yelled, running into the Raikage's office. A screaming what? The Raikage asked, shocked. As the cat entered the atmosphere. What the hell is that? A man who looked like a snake asked. It looks and sounds like a screaming comet, a gray-haired teen replied. Did you just see that? A blonde-haired woman said, jumping to her feet. Yeah, what was it? A raven-haired woman replied as she squeezed her pig tightly against her chest. I think it was a screaming comet, the blonde woman replied and returned to drinking her sake. A white-haired man was interrupted as the cat streaked across the sky yowling. What the hell was that? He muttered to himself. He looked off into the distance and saw that all of the girls he was spying on were jumping around when they saw the comet. Oh, thank you whatever it was, the white-hair man said and refocused his telescope. Kakashi was turning his page when he heard the screaming comet make contact with Konoha. Oh dear, he muttered and jumped to his feet. You arrogant bastard, do you have any idea what you have done? Iruka screamed using his giant head jutsu. Naruto's and Sasuke's hair blew behind their ears as they were scorned. We made some fried cat? Naruto asked and both boys snickered. We have been getting reports like crazy, and all of them are talking about a screaming comet that made contact with Konoha. Iruka screamed and Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, at least we cleared that problem for future generations. The blonde muttered and Sasuke nodded his head. Yeah, that thing was like 40 years old anyways. It was time to die, the Uchiha said and Iruka's vein burst. You created a national holiday, you too. People are calling this day Screaming Comet Day. Iruka screamed and Naruto pumped his fist happily. That rocks, he said and Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Iruka groaned and plopped into his desk and the Sandaime Hokage eyed the two boys carefully. What do you guys have to say for yourselves? The old man asked. That using catological warfare can be dangerous, Naruto said and Sasuke's cheeks puffed out as the two boys started cracking up. The Hokage sighed and dismissed them. Your punishment would originally have been to collect all of the stray cats in the village, but potential future. What is going on? A ninja screamed. It is raining screaming comets again, another man replied. Naruto kicked another cat high into the air, and as it fell back down towards Earth, Sasuke smacked it with a baseball bat and it was sent yowling into the atmosphere. Home run, my turn, Naruto said and made 1,000 clones and they began to make a giant structure, and when it was finished Naruto stood in the clouds with a cat in his hand. The cat looked at Naruto and tried to scratch him, but the blonde dropped the cat to earth and it began to yowl the whole way down. Potential future end. Yeah. I am going to have to pass on that, the Hokage sighed. Your punishment will be to work at the academic dash, the Hokage began, but he thought about how Naruto would most likely teach the kids how to chuck cats into the atmosphere to make a cat nuke. Your punishment will be to hold a funeral for the cat, and you will give a speech for it also, the Hokage said, and Naruto and Sasuke looked at him in shock. Okay, Sasuke, let's make a rocket ship out of the casket this time, Naruto said suddenly, and Hokage pinched his nose. Fine, you will both clean the Hokage monument and no chucking cats off of it. I mean it, the Hokage said, and both boys bowed to him and began to walk away before Naruto turned around. Do we get paid? End of Omake. Well, peace out, guys. Chapter 10. Meeting your match. Naruto sat in disbelief as Orochimaru held body of the person he hated the most in front of him. Naruto watched in shock as Sasuke continued to struggle for a while and Sakura screamed in horror. How had this happened? He was in the snake 1 second and then the next he had stumbled across the scene, but something was not right at all. Naruto looked around after snapping out of it and took a step forward and found that no one paid attention to his movements. They are so focused on the fag that they don't even notice me, he thought in his head and clenched his fist in anger. Wait, he muttered as he looked closer. He found that something seriously was out of line, and it was that he felt a foreign chakra in his body. Damn it, he got me with genjutsu right before I went into the snake. Or maybe it was before then. He cursed and brought his hand up with his first two fingers pointing up. Kai, release! He yelled and the world around him shattered as he came back to reality. Well, it seems that you're back, Orochimaru said, flicking his tongue at Naruto. Naruto looked around and found a battered and bruised Sasuke leaning against a tree with an unconscious Sakura behind him. Naruto clenched his fists together again as he swore silently. How was he going to fight this man? Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin in Konoha. He was too strong for Naruto to beat no matter how strong he had gotten, and it had been proved last time they had met. Of course, back then neither knew each other, and he wasn't killed in the battle for one simple fact. Haku and Zabuza had been there with him, and together they had managed to hold Orochimaru off. Just barely, though. Naruto had delivered a rather dirty attack and had crippled the man long enough for Haku to get them out of there. So not only was he outmatched as he was then, he also had one more question left in mind. Why was Orochimaru in a Chunin exam? What are you doing here? Naruto demanded as he took on a fighting stance. Oh, you know, Orochimaru said and flicked his tongue out. Just dropping by, he said and swung his head around, letting his tongue whip out at Naruto. The blonde cursed and jumped up into the air, only for the tongue to change direction and swing up and grab him around the torso. Naruto tried to break free, but Orochimaru acted quickly. He jerked his tongue down and Naruto was sent hurtling into the ground below him. He landed with a loud boom, and when the dust cleared, he was standing weakly in the crater. He wiped away a line of blood that was running down his lip and glared at the snake Sannin. There was no way anyone in the forest could beat this bastard. Son of a bitch, Naruto yelled as he made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 9 clones appeared next to Naruto and he and the clones ran at Orochimaru. The snake man grinned evilly as he drew out a single kunai and started to destroy clones left and right. Soon Naruto was left panting and bloody 10 feet away from the man. He spit out a glob of blood and looked over at Sasuke, who was leaning against the tree heavily holding his right arm. What the hell have you been doing these last 6 months? Don't you know anything that could help? Naruto shouted and Sasuke shook his head. I've tried everything, you loser. While you were caught by the snake and then the genjutsu, I was fighting with all of my strength. Sasuke wheezed and Naruto shook his head at Kakashi's laziness. Only he wouldn't see it fit to teach his team any good moves or any ninjutsu. Well, we can't take this sick bastard, we're too weak, Naruto muttered as Orochimaru laughed wildly. Naruto-kun, just because you hate my sadistic nature doesn't mean you have to enforce your beliefs on poor Sasuke, Orochimaru said as he flicked his tongue again. I hope you burn in hell, Naruto muttered as he settled into the Uzumaki regular taijutsu stance. From here on out, when I am talking about the regular Uzumaki taijutsu style, I'll just say URT, and for the royal family one I'll say RU. Naruto took a deep breath and Orochimaru shook his head. Your little team isn't here to help you this time, huh, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru taunted and Naruto growled at the man. I don't need them to beat your ass, Naruto said as he took off running towards Orochimaru. He went on the offensive and threw a roundhouse kick at the man's face. Orochimaru ducked under the blow and launched his tongue out at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped it and grabbed the nasty thing. He slammed it down on the ground and stomped on it with as much force as he could muster. Orochimaru yelled at the sudden pain lancing through his weakest body part. Naruto smeared his foot around on the tongue before jumping at the snake man and throwing his right fist around to break his neck. Orochimaru, who was still retracting his injured tongue, ducked under the blow, but Naruto brought his left knee around and managed to drive it into Orochimaru's exposed shoulder. The snake man was sent skidding back a few inches but otherwise seemed unharmed. Naruto stood panting heavily and clenched his fist again to keep the blood moving to them. He charged at Orochimaru again, but this time the man went on to the offensive. Orochimaru launched his arm straight out so that his hand was like a dagger and was aimed right at Naruto's face. Naruto was able to spin out of the way, but Orochimaru quickly changed the direction of his hand, and it crashed into Naruto's skull, sending him rolling to his left. As he came to a stop, the blonde slowly got to his feet and coughed up some blood. He was at a serious disadvantage right now and he knew it. Sasuke and Sakura were again no help to him since they were already injured and probably too scared to join in. "You can't beat me by yourself, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said sadistically as he launched himself at Naruto again. Said blonde ran at the man and both met with a crash. Naruto held Orochimaru's dagger hand in one of his hands while Orochimaru held his fist with his free hand. Naruto felt Orochimaru starting to apply pressure to his fist, so he jerked back some and landed heavily and skidded. He was breathing heavily and he knew that he wouldn't last much longer, not at the rate he was going. Naruto sighed as he realized that the battle was lost. He coughed and reached into his pocket, drawing out the heaven scroll he was carrying. "Take it and leave," he said, throwing the scroll at Orochimaru, who caught it with one hand. "Thanks, but that's not what I really wanted," Orochimaru said with a wide grin. Slowly his gaze shifted over to Sasuke, who was glaring at him with onyx eyes. "Well, Sasuke, it seems that you don't want to join me yet, so I'll leave you with this little present," Orochimaru said, and suddenly his neck stretched out and his head flew at a surprised and frozen Sasuke. Orochimaru bit down on the left side of Sasuke's neck, and when he released the boy, a black mark appeared. I was a black circle with a triangle in the middle. In the areas between the triangle and the circle were 3 tomes. Sasuke gasped and fell to the ground in pain before slipping away into unconscious. "What did you do?" Naruto screamed when he saw Sasuke fall to the ground. "I merely gave him a mean to be the most powerful," Orochimaru said as he walked towards a tree and stepped into it. "We will meet again, Uzumaki," Orochimaru said before disappearing into the tree. Naruto cursed and he looked up to heaven. "Why, Kami, what have I done?" he asked. Naruto stood where he stood for a while, staring at Sasuke and Sakura's unmoving bodies. He was too tired to really carry them too far, but he knew he should be able to get them to a different location so they were safe. Naruto limped over to the 2 teens and grabbed one of their legs and started to use the last of his strength to drag them away. He should have just let them sit there, but that wouldn't be very acceptable if his whole team was killed in the exams. The council would have him banished for not protecting the precious prodigy. Naruto rolled his eyes in disgust and continued walking, and after a while he stopped. His cloak was starting to bug him since it was still slightly wet and was also torn on numerous places. He had arrived at a small clearing that was next to a large tree, and to the right was a long stream that was about 3 feet deep. He laid Sasuke and Sakura against the tree and began to pull his sword and scroll off. After he did so, he slowly pulled his cloak from his aching body. Even with Kyuubi's accelerated healing, he was still sore. Naruto threw the cloak away since it was torn beyond repair, and he also had a few others sealed away. He stretched out his cramped muscles before pulling his bloody shirt from his body and inspected his chest. Dried blood caked it now, and the wounds that were the source of the bleeding had already healed and were now just purplish bruises. He winced as he poked one and sighed heavily. He pulled off his pants to reveal a pair of shorts that he wore underneath the pants in case of times like these. He untied the headband from his pants and emptied the pockets. He walked over to the stream, and before he went in, he dropped the clothes to the ground and pulled off his ANBU-styled gloves and threw them next to his headband. He then proceeded to slowly lower himself into the stream with his clothes in hand. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as the cold water washed over his body, numbing the pain he was feeling. He set his pants on the ledge and began to scrub his shirt off under the water. After he did this for a while, he worked on his pants, which were a bit harder to get since they were somewhat waterproof. After he finished washing his clothes, he set them on the ledge and then submerged himself in the water. Yeah, it wasn't a good time to be relaxing, but he had just fought with one of the strongest ninja known to Konoha, one of the strongest ninja known to the world. He completely went under and felt the cold water washing over his face and through his hair. After a while, he began to scrub his hair and wash off his body. When he finished, he hauled himself out of the stream and got to his feet and jumped up and down a couple times to get rid of the numbness. He ran his hands over his hair and body, and soon all of the water that had clung to him was floating in a spherical form. He played with the water ball for a while, spinning it on his finger, making it hover, and making different intricate patterns with it. Zabuza had taught him the water users always practiced when they could, and the man had showed Naruto how to practice properly. Naruto practiced whenever he got wet since he usually didn't dry off, and this was a perfect way to get the water off. Naruto finally cocked his hand back and threw the water sphere up into the air and watched as it blew apart and rained into the stream. He walked over to his clothes and slowly pulled the water from them and let it splash back into the stream. When he was done, he pulled his shirt back on along with his pants. He grabbed his gloves and pulled them on and flexed his fingers to loosen the cloth up some. He grabbed his headband and tied it back onto the right belt loop and sauntered over to his teammates who were still knocked out. Naruto stopped in front of them and held his head in frustration. If they were to be attacked now, he might not be able to handle all of the competition since he was still sore. Naruto crouched down in front of Sasuke and eyed the mark on his neck carefully. It looked like some kind of seal that he never had seen before. Naruto touched the mark, and before his finger made contact with it, red chakra shot from his finger and purple chakra shot from the mark. Both collided, and Naruto jerked his hand back at the sudden reaction between chakras. He eyed the mark warily before standing to his feet. He would have to let someone know about this, but when would he do so? Naruto grabbed his head in anger and stormed off from the teams and sat by the stream. He eyed the water and slowly moved his eyes in circles and made the water create small whirlpools. Zabuza had also showed Naruto this little technique. Flashback: no jutsu begin. So what is this supposed to do? Naruto asked as he traced little whirlpools in the pond before him. It helps improve your control over your chakra, concentration, and also control over the water element. Zabuza said as he held his hand out, and the center of the pond began to spin faster and faster until a raging whirlpool was in it. When you have good control, you can create many whirlpools or giant ones like this. Zabuza explained, and Naruto nodded. So when can I learn to do that? Naruto asked in awe. When you learn to bend water to your will, Zabuza said with a sweat drop. Flashback: no jutsu end. Naruto could make a grand total of 6 whirlpools now, and they were all large enough to spin a human around, and if he focused on making only one, he could make one that was about 10 feet in diameter. It wasn't much compared to Zabuza, or for that matter former residents of Whirlpool Country. Naruto sighed as he waved his hand over the part of the stream he was messing with. The whirlpools stopped spinning and came to a stop, sending ripples across the entire surface. Naruto stood to his feet and walked over to a dead tree and started pulling branches off of it. Hopefully he would be able to build a fire by the time night fell, since Sasuke and Sakura weren't up to doing anything. After about 10 minutes, Naruto had a decent-sized amount of sticks and twigs and proceeded to pick up logs that were scattered across the ground. After he piled up some sticks and a couple logs, he stared at the pile of wood for a little bit. It wouldn't be wise to have a large fire right now in the middle of the day because everyone could see the smoke, while at night they could see the light. Naruto scratched his head, trying to figure out what he should do. Sasuke? Naruto heard Sakura's weak voice behind him, and he slowly turned and found her sitting up. She was looking at Naruto, but her eyes really said, "Where the hell is Sasuke?" "He's fine. Kind of Orochimaru kicked his ass," Naruto said, pointing at the boy who was on the other side of the tree she was near. "Why didn't you protect him?" Sakura almost screamed, but Naruto stood to his feet and his face was contorted in rage immediately. "Why didn't I?" He screamed at her, and she cringed from the killing intent he allowed himself to leak. "Why didn't you?" he screamed at her. Only Sakura would start complaining about the Uchiha and not even take the time to thank the person who had actually saved both of their asses. Naruto glared at her. The rage in his eyes was visible. Sakura stared at the ground in shame. She had ridiculed the person that she knew had most likely saved her and Sasuke from certain death. Naruto shook his head in disgust and pointed at the fire. "Get it started. You need to do something for this team," he said, and walked away into the forest. "Where are you going?" Sakura exclaimed, worried about what would happen if they were attacked. "Well, since I couldn't take on Orochimaru by myself, I had to give the scroll to him so he'd back off. So I'm going to go and get some scrolls for us. How's that sound?" Naruto said angrily as he disappeared from view and into the woods. "What was that?" Zaku exclaimed as he brought his hands up in front of him to use his sound projection waves. "I didn't hear anything." Karen muttered as she continued to play with her hair. You're hearing stuff, Gofuru muttered as he adjusted his heavy jacket. They had just beaten the last team they had to and got their Earth Scroll. They were getting ready to complete the mission the Orochimaru assigned to them earlier. Find Uzumaki Naruto and kill him no matter what the cost. So at the moment they were getting ready to depart from the team they had beaten so they could fulfill the request from their superior. The team they had just beaten was a weak one. They had put up somewhat of a fight, but they were no match for them still. There was a blonde girl, a black-haired boy, and some fat kid. Gofuru sighed as he kicked the fat kid's gut again, making him groan. Stop it, Chuji mumbled as he burped out loud and falling unconscious. Chuji! Shikamaru! Ino exclaimed weakly as she pulled herself into a sitting position against a tree and had tears coming down her face because of her pain. Shut up, you annoying wimps! Zaku yelled and kicked Ino in the side. Ino whimpered and held her side in pain. Zaku brought his fist back to finish her off when suddenly a vortex of water appeared in front of him, and a bored-looking Naruto stared at him blankly. Who the hell are you? Zaku exclaimed, but Gofuru immediately knew who it was. The person who is going to kick your ass. Naruto muttered and swung his leg around in a roundhouse kick. Before his foot hit Zaku's head, the other boy quickly ducked and back flipped away from Naruto, landing near Karen and Gofuru. So who is this punk? Zaku asked and Gofuru grunted. Our mission, the other boy said, and Zaku's eyes widened. This idiot is our target, no way? Zaku exclaimed and looked at Naruto, who was standing in front of Ino. Let me handle him, Zaku said and ran at Naruto. Naruto watched him as he got near, and when the boy swung his fist at Naruto, the blonde ducked under the punch and brought his foot straight up so that it plowed into Zaku's chin. The boy was sent flying up and backward and crashed onto the ground next to Gofuru. Naruto stared at the three blankly while he slowly settled back into his fighting stance. He drew out a kunai and waited for the three to attack him. We have orders from Orochimaru to kill you, Uzumaki Naruto, Gofuru said as he pulled his arms from his coat. When they hugged down at his side, Naruto could see metal gauntlets with holes on both sides of his arms. Naruto then looked over at the girl in the group and saw nothing impressive about her, so he moved on to look at Zaku. The boy had brown spiky hair, and when he stood he held his palms facing up towards Naruto. Naruto could see a hole in each of the boy's hands and he couldn't deduce what they were for. Naruto finally sighed and turned his back to the three and looked down at Ino, who gasped when she saw who was standing in front of her. Naruto reached out an arm, and when he did, Ino saw his tattoo shimmer again and she turned pink. You okay? He asked, and she nodded weakly but winced, giving away how she really felt. Why yeah, but Chuji and Shikamaru are hurt a lot worse than me, she muttered, and Naruto nodded, looking over at his two semi-friends from the academy. I'll take care of this small problem real quick, he whispered to her and turned back around. Well, usually I would have ended this much quicker, but since you already know about how strong Orochimaru is, and you undoubtedly know about our run-in, then you know I am somewhat injured, so I'll try to finish this to the best of my abilities, Naruto said as he slowly unsheathed his sword and fell into his kenjutsu stance. Oh, you're cocky. I should dash, Zaku started to say, but was cut off when he felt the cold bite of Naruto's blade slice his arm up. When he looked, he saw that there were shallow yet painful X marks going up his entire right arm. Blood was already pouring down the arm now, and when Zaku looked up he found Naruto standing in front of him again, only 5 feet away. You were saying? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow at the overconfident boy. Of course, Zabuza had Naruto work on his speed. Naruto was already incredibly fast, and Zabuza said that when he was done with his training, he would be able to run at the same speed one could Shunshin. How did you? Zaku muttered as he let his arm fall limply to his side. Do this? Naruto said as he took off running at Zaku. The boy brought out a kunai and blocked Naruto's sword, but the blade pressed down and Zaku had to jump back in order to dodge the swing that broke through his defense. Naruto ran at Zaku again and spun in a circle, swinging his sword at the boy's ribs in order to make a shallow cut that would prohibit movement. Zaku was able to bring his kunai up in time to defend himself though, and he grunted as he held back Naruto's attack. Naruto sighed and jumped backwards and slid to a stop. He found that the two other teammates were simply watching the fight carefully, interested in the blonde's talent. Naruto shook his head and turned back to Zaku to see him standing sideways and holding his good arm straight out in front of him. Naruto took a step forward when suddenly the air around Zaku's hand compressed and then launched at Naruto. The blonde was suddenly sent flying backwards into the tree, not knowing what had just hit him. "What the hell?" he muttered as he pulled himself from the crater. "It's sound and air placement technique," Zaku said as he looked at Naruto. "I'll give it to you, you messed my good arm up, but I can still fight with this arm," Zaku said, and Naruto nodded. Well, it seems that you are stronger than I thought," the blonde said as he took his fighting stance. "But I'm stronger, I mean, you should see this jutsu that I am about to use." Naruto ran at Zaku, and before he was hit by another one of Zaku's sound replacement techniques, he did a water shunshin and reappeared behind the boy. Zaku turned and thrusted his arm out, but Naruto's sword tip was inside of the hole in his palm. Zaku was terrified now. He felt the tip sitting in his hole, but what could he do? One move and Naruto could shove his sword through his entire arm. "I can still kill you from right here," Zaku said, and Naruto shook his head. "No, you're right where I want you actually," Naruto said and made 5 one-handed seals. Suetun. Mizu Funsha Kazui. His blade suddenly absorbed all of the surrounding moisture in the air and enveloped his sword. Naruto chuckled darkly as he flicked his wrist and the water shot forward in a straight and thin line. Everyone froze as a straight stream of water shot from Zaku's left shoulder. Naruto jumped back and the water dissipated and Zaku screamed in agony. Naruto had the water make a perfect tunnel like wound through his entire arm, rendering it useless. Zaku couldn't even move it because Naruto had managed to destroy the nerve that controlled his muscle movement. And even if Naruto had missed the nerve, he also made the water destroy the joint in Zaku's arm. Zaku was on his knees holding his left arm with his right injured one. Naruto had rendered both arms useless to a certain degree. Yeah, Zaku definitely couldn't use his left arm anymore, but he could still use the right one and feel just a bit of pain. Zaku must have thought about this because he held his arm up and pointed it at Naruto in anger. "I'm going to finish this fight," Zaku screamed. Naruto shook his head and ran at Zaku, jumping over the sound and air wave. He landed right in front of Zaku and the boy's eyes widened as Naruto brought his foot down really hard. Zaku screamed as Naruto crushed the metal tube that ran through his arm. The metal was pinched together about halfway into his arm, and if Zaku tried to use his arm, he would only manage to blow his arm off. "I win," Naruto said and sheathed his sword and looked over at the remaining 2 teammates. "I'll hurt you guys a lot worse if you don't hand over your scrolls." Gofuru chuckled as he brought his hands up in front of his face and clenched his fists. "Not going to happen, boy," he said and swung his arms out so that they made a large arc. Naruto saw the air that was coming towards him rippling and he knew he had to dodge the attack. He tried to jump up but was still caught by the attack. He felt his ears start ringing loudly and he hit the ground groaning in pain. Blood was trickling down from his ears as he stood shakingly to his feet. Before he came here, he hadn't fully rested and his fight with Zaku had taken a lot out of him. As he stared Gofuru down, he tried to come up with a strategy. He racked his mind for ideas but had nothing, he was just too tired. Naruto slowly brought his hands up in front of him, prepared to finish the fight when he heard a cold voice behind him. It seems as though you're in a pickle." Naruto turned and saw someone that he recognized standing there. More precisely, he saw 3 people standing there and they were all looking at him with an amused look. "Well, this may not be good," Naruto thought as he became surrounded by more enemies. Chapter 11. Spilled Blood. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked as he slowly turned his body so that he could face both parties. "Oh no, Naruto-kun," Temari said as she stared at him wide-eyed. "We want to help you." "Right?" Naruto muttered as he teetered back and forth. "Shit, that attack really hurt me," he thought as he kept his eyes on all 5 ninja. "It's true, Naruto. I don't want you to die just yet," Gaara said as a small stream of sand began to rise out of his gourd. "May I ask why?" Naruto asked as he drew a kunai shakingly. Because I want to fight you. I can tell you're strong. Gaara said with a small sadistic grin that suited his features perfectly. Naruto was becoming rather nervous about the circumstances. He had a girl who was in love with him, her shady teammate, and her cold-blooded teammate, and two sound ninjas assigned to kill him. Things didn't look too bright for him. Naruto wiped some blood that was trickling down his neck and looked at Gaara seriously. How can you tell that? Naruto asked, and Gaara chuckled slightly. Because you and me were alike in many ways, Gaara said, and Naruto stiffened. You don't mean? Naruto muttered. Yes, I do, Gaara said as the sand that had emptied from his gourd began to swirl around him. Well, then I'll fight you, Naruto said as he turned to fight the two-sound ninja. If you tell me your number, Naruto finished, and Gaara chuckled. 1, and you? Gaara asked, and Naruto chuckled. 9, he replied, and Gaara raised an eyebrow. How peculiar, Gaara muttered. Naruto chuckled lightly as he brought his hands up into his fighting stance. As he got ready to rush at Gufuru, though, he suddenly staggered and fell down to one knee and coughed up some blood. What the hell? Why am I not healing? Naruto yelled in his mind angrily. You better let me handle this, Gaara said, and then another feminine voice chipped in. Yeah, Naruto-kun, I'll help out Gaara too, Temari said as she unfurled her fan. Naruto sighed as he stood to his feet shakingly and limped away from the battle scene and stood protectively next to Ino. Gaara waited until the coast was clear and then looked at Gufuru with a sick smile. Don't worry, it will all be over quick, the redhead said coldly. Don't make me laugh, you pathetic loser, Gufuru said as he rushed at Gaara. He threw a punch at Gaara's face, but the red-haired boy just smirked as Gufuru's fist slammed into a shield of sand. The sand rippled wildly like water from Gufuru's arm amplifiers, but other than that it stood solid. The sound ninja jumped backwards as a spike of sand shot up from the ground, threatening to impale his body. You're gonna have to try harder than that, Gufuru said as he charged at Gaara again. Gaara smirked and settled into a fighting stance. Oh, he's dead, Kankuro muttered and watched as Gaara began his rare taijutsu fight. Gaara dodged a punch from Gufuru and swung his leg around and caught the teen in the arm, but behind his kick was a pillar of sand which made his foot propel forward at an even faster speed. The kick connected with Gufuru's arm, and Naruto heard a sickening snap as the arm was destroyed from the hit. Gufuru groaned as he jumped back and his arm hung at his side uselessly. Any last words? Gaara asked as he dropped his fighting stance and held his hand straight out in front of him. You think it's over so soon? Gufuru asked coldly, and Gaara smirked. Those were a waste of oxygen, the redhead said, and suddenly sand erupted from the ground beneath Gufuru and ensnared his legs tightly despite the teen's attempts at moving. What the hell? Gufuru roared as he tried to dig himself out. He looked up at Gaara evilly and swung his good arm around, and Naruto saw the air shimmer as the sound wave flew at Gaara. The red-haired boy simply flicked his hand up and a wall of sand crashed into the sand and blew it apart, stopping the track dead. A storm of sand blew around Gaara but suddenly and swirled around him in a tornado and redirected itself at Gufuru, whose eyes widened as the sand shot towards him. He held up his arm in defense, but that made it easier for Gaara to get his target. The sand began to go into Gufuru's amplifiers, and soon sand was pouring out of them both. Your arms are a nuisance, so I hope you don't mind if I just… Bakuhasana. The sand that was inside of the amplifiers exploded suddenly, taking most of Gufuru's arms with it. Red sand splattered the ground around Gaara, and Naruto watched with wide eyes as Gufuru screamed in agony as he waved his now useless stumps around. Get rid of them. Gaara finished his sentence as he slowly raised his hand, and the sand began to creep up Gufuru's body. No! Gufuru screamed as the sand made it to his neck. Wait! He tried to scream, but sand poured into his open mouth. You're done, Gaara said as sand completely enveloped Gufuru. Naruto watched with horror as Gaara let a slow smile cross his face. The red-haired boy glanced at Naruto as though issuing a silent challenge. Sabakukyu. The sand suddenly hardened and imploded on itself. Naruto watched as blood began to pour from the cracks in the sand tomb, and he knew right away that the boy inside was dead. He let his eyes travel over to Gaara, who was already walking back towards Kankuro, and didn't even gaze at his sister's fight. He flicked his hand out and a spear of sand suddenly impaled Karen through the heart and nailed her to a tree. Gaara let the girl hang there as Temari looked at the dead body with horror. He kills with ease, Naruto thought, and Gaara turned towards him. Here you go, he said, and reached down and grabbed toe scrolls from Zaku's pouch. I want to fight you, so be prepared. That was just an example of my strength, Gaara said, and threw the scrolls at Naruto and they landed at his feet. The boy smirked as he walked away with Kankuro behind him. Bye Naruto Keikuin, Temari said, a bit shaken up. Bye, Naruto said as he leaned back against the tree and slowly sank to his knees. The Chunin exams, eh? He thought as he stared at the horrific scene before him. Zabuza-sensei, you never prepared me for this, he muttered, and he heard the steady drip of Karen's blood hitting the ground. I'm back, Naruto said as he approached Sakura, who was standing protectively in front of an unconscious Sasuke, with a kunai pointed at Naruto's chest. You ass, where have you been? Sakura screamed, and Naruto rubbed his temples. I am not in the mood, he said while releasing a bit of killing intent that froze Sakura in her tracks. I am sorry, Sakura muttered, and Naruto ceased the flow of killer intent. He walked over to a tree and pulled his scroll from his back with a sigh. He sat against the tree heavily as he opened the scroll up and saw a bunch of small seals on it. He had prepared for his journey back to Konoha, and so he had almost all of his belongings packed away in this scroll. He found a small seal that looked like a triangle with a star overlapping it, and bit his thumb and pressed it against the seal, and in a cloud of smoke a bowl of steaming ramen appeared in front of him. Naruto re-rolled the scroll again and set it next to him before clapping his hands together and saying, Itida Kamasu. Naruto began to slurp down the noodles with a weariness that usually wouldn't affect him while he was eating the heavenly food. Gaara, he kills without hesitation, and not only that, but he is also a Jinchuriki like myself. He is strong, there is no doubt. Probably stronger than I am at that, Naruto thought inside his head, and he sighed when he thought about when the time came to fight the boy. How can you just sit there and eat that in front of us? Sakura demanded, and Naruto looked up to her. I do it very easily, Naruto said in between a bite. We are you comrades. Sasuke needs help, Sakura exclaimed, and Naruto snorted. Then go get some. Why should I stick my neck out for that sorry bastard? Naruto said and showed Sakura the 2 scrolls that were in his cloak. I have the scrolls here, so I no longer need you too, Naruto said as he finished the bowl of ramen and tossed the useless ceramic bowl to the side where it hit a rock and shattered. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed when the boy rejected her and Sasuke. Sakura, Naruto said, mocking Naruto's voice. Sakura glared at Naruto angrily as he stood to his feet and stretched slowly. Naruto looked up and saw that the sun was already rising, and he knew that they should get out of the forest before any more enemies found them. He was in no condition to fight, and since the idiot Sasuke was also knocked out, he would have no choice but to carry the sorry bastard. Naruto walked over to Sasuke and sneered. Look at the great Uchiha, Naruto muttered as he made a cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared next to Naruto and had the same look that its creator had. A look of frustration. Why should it have to carry the faggot? Let's go, Naruto said as the clone grabbed Sasuke and slung him over his shoulder. The clone's face twisted in concentration as it tried to carry the boy. Naruto muttered and made another clone that helped the first clone out and carried Sasuke like a long log. Be careful, Sakura muttered as she walked behind the clones. I don't see you doing the work, so shut up, all 3 Narutos yelled at once. Sakura became silent as the group of 5 walked towards the large tower on the border of the training ground. Naruto kept his attention focused straight ahead of him and kept muttering under his breath as his eyelids drooped down heavily. He was tired, there was no doubt about that, but he had to make sure he got to the tower safe fully lest he end up like the sound team. Naruto's thoughts immediately went to the team and their death, well, all but Zaku's death. Naruto thought that the shock of finding his team slaughtered would do Zaku over more than being killed. Naruto shook his head and continued walking. It took about an hour for them to reach the tower, and they did so without any surprise attacks, though they did find a few nasty traps set, but Sakura was finally able to do something for once and deactivated them. As they walked along the path with the tower maybe 20 feet from them, a form stepped onto the path and blocked their way. Naruto looked over the person and sighed heavily when he realized who it was. "You killed my team," Zaku said as he staggered back and forth. "No, I didn't," Naruto said as he watched Zaku lift his hand to attack, but a sharp pain went through it. "I'm going to kill you," Zaku said and spit some blood at Naruto. "Get out of the way," Naruto muttered as they began walking again. "Don't just ignore me," Zaku said and made to punch Naruto, but he fell face down in the dirt. "Idiot," Naruto muttered and kicked the boy in the leg as they walked by. "Who was that?" Sakura demanded, and Naruto rubbed his hair before answering. "Someone I ran into last night," he replied as they neared the doors to the tower. As they got closer, Naruto saw 3 forms leaning against the door and he sighed heavily. Kami really did hate him. Naruto stopped walking when they were within 10 feet of the door and saw the people blocking it. It was none other than the team from Suna. Gaara was grinning at Naruto while Temari was smiling. Kankuro had his eyes closed and was humming to himself softly while tracing patterns on his pants with his finger. Gaara stepped away from the wall and walked towards Naruto. "Good to see you're still alive," he said, and Naruto nodded. "You too, but somehow I doubt that anyone in there could kill you," Naruto said, and Gaara smirked. "Maybe you," he muttered, and Sakura spoke up. "Well, I know Sasuke-kun could kill you without blinking," the pink-haired girl said, and everyone turned to look at her. "Well, what do we have here?" Gaara muttered and took a step forward. "A rare specimen. Pink hair, giant forehead, loud mouth, no skills." Sakura glared at Gaara and was about to say something when she felt sand suddenly shuffling over her feet. "Now I remember you. You're that annoying bitch from the other day. What was your name?" Gaara muttered but returned his attention to Naruto. "No matter. But in any case, good luck, my friend. I hope to fight you soon." "Yeah. I can't bring myself to say the same though," Naruto muttered, and Gaara chuckled. Temari, seeing that the exchange was over, walked up to Naruto and smiled and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "That is for good luck, Naruto-kun. That is for good luck, Naruto-kun," Sakura mimicked under her breath. "Ugly bitch says what?" Temari said, glancing at Sakura, who reddened at the call-out. "Nothing," she said while looking away. "That's what I thought," Temari said, and turned around and looked back at Naruto with a wink. "Girls," Naruto thought as the sand team suddenly disappeared in a sand shunshin. He continued walking forward, and his clones carried Sasuke with them until they reached the steps, where suddenly each clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke dropped to the ground and started to roll down the steps before Sakura caught him. "You idiot!" Sakura began to scream, but she saw Naruto on the ground unconscious. "Naruto!" "Chakra exhaustion," she heard a voice suddenly say, and she turned to find Irika standing behind her. "He hasn't had a proper amount of rest, and I'm sure that he had his hands full in the forest," Irika said and spoke into his microphone on his vest. "Irika-sensei, I'm so glad to see you. Sasuke, he is hurt and needs medical attention," Sakura said, and Irika looked at her. "Sakura," he muttered, then closed his eyes and shook his head. "When teams get here, they are supposed to open up the scrolls, and then someone important in their life would appear and tell them something, but since none of you opened the scroll, I had to just appear like this, but nonetheless I see that I can alter my message so that it makes sense for you," Irika said, and Sakura cocked her head at him. "What is it?" she said impatiently. "A team is made up of 3 members. Each member should care for each other no matter what," Irika said, and then looked at her seriously. "You and Sasuke don't deserve to be on the same team as Naruto if you won't recognize his strength and struggles." "What do you mean? We can't recognize his strength because he doesn't have any," Sakura said and waved an arm at Naruto wildly. Sakura! Irika yelled and the cringed. Stop letting the things Sasuke says delude your vision. Who just carried your team through the forest and who retrieved the scrolls? Now who was unconscious the entire time? Irika asked and Sakura stopped talking. Who can perform a Jounin-level technique and not only that but can take it to levels that not even a Sannin can achieve? Who saved Wave Country back on their first C-ranked mission? And when I ask this I mean who really did it? Who had a bridge named after them? Irika said and Sakura looked down in shame. Naruto. She muttered softly and looked up at the blonde Ian the doorsteps. Irika-sensei, Naruto needs treatment quick. Irika nodded his head as 4 shapes appeared around them. You 4 get Sasuke to the hospital stat. I will take care of Naruto. Sensei, Sakura muttered and stood. Sasuke, his neck. Sakura said and Irika looked down and saw a sight that shocked him. It's just a bruise, don't worry about it, he said and Sakura nodded. Naruto, you have some explaining to do, Irika thought as he picked up the blonde boy. Naruto was dreaming happily of ramen when a peculiar smell awoke him. He shot straight up and found a table with ramen on it waiting for him. All right, he exclaimed and dug into the bowl. Whoa, slow down Naruto, a voice said and Naruto turned around slowly and found someone who shocked him greatly. Irika-sensei, he said happily and Irika smiled. What's up? He asked and Naruto shrugged. You know, Chunin exams, Naruto muttered and Irika smiled before looking away. So I take it you're here to find out why you found 2 dead bodies brutally murdered in the forest. Naruto asked and Irika sighed. If you would, he asked and nodded. Well, the 2 ninja were of a sound team. Their names were Gufuru and Karen. Gaara of the Sand killed them both after I had engaged them in battle. I only injured Zaku, the 3rd teammate though, and didn't kill him. Gaara ended up giving me their scrolls and from there I proceeded here, but that is not the main part of the story, Naruto said as he trailed off. Naruto, please, we need to know, Irika said as he sat on the edge of Naruto's bed. That team was assigned to kill me by Orochimaru, Naruto whispered and Irika gasped. Hokage! He yelled and ran out of the room. Seconds later Hiruzen barged into the room with a shocked and angry look on his face. Naruto, tell me what happened, he demanded and Naruto sighed. My team was attacked by Orochimaru and we fought with him, but Sasuke was bitten and suddenly got that mark on his neck, Naruto said. The cursed seal. He mastered it, the Hokage whispered and Naruto proceeded. We escaped and then I found his sound team plotting to kill me and from there yeah, Naruto said and the Hokage nodded. Irika, let the Jounin know that Orochimaru is in the village and call back Jiraiya, the Hokage said and Irika nodded and dashed off. Naruto, is there anything else I should know? The old man asked. Naruto thought about Gaara and the one-tailed demon for a little bit before answering. No, sir. Okay, the Hokage said and left the room. Man, Naruto muttered to himself. 3 days later. Naruto stood in the balcony of an underground arena watching a fight proceed. All of the passing teams had been herded into the arena in order to narrow the passing teams down to even smaller numbers. There was every team from Konoha including the Ino Shikacho squad. They had been able to get their last scroll surprisingly, so they were able to pass. Of course they still could fail and probably would. Naruto let his gaze travel over everyone who had passed. Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Sasuke, Sakura, himself, 3 sound ninja, and 2 other Konoha ninja whom Naruto didn't know. Naruto eyed everyone carefully trying to find out who would be the best person to fight. In the arena was the first match already. It was between Kiba and one of the sound ninja. Naruto could already see that Kiba was about to pass on into the final round of the exams since he had hit the other teen several times already. Naruto watched as the Inuzuka ended the match with a quick headbutt and the sound ninja fell to the ground unconscious. Kiba pumped his fist triumphantly and walked up the stairs as the other ninja was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. Next match, Temari vs Sakura Haruno. The Hokage announced and Sakura grinned as she walked into the arena. She is going to lose, Naruto muttered and Kakashi turned on him. Don't disrespect your team members, the silver-haired man said and Naruto snorted. It's true, I have seen Temari fight. That team is ruthless. Temari vs Sakura. Temari jumped down from the balcony and landed lightly in front of Sakura with a large grin. You're the bitch that annoys my Naruto-kun, Temari said and Sakura rolled her eyes. That's cute, she said and the Hokage sighed and covered his eyes and dropped his hand, signaling the start of the match. Temari hopped away from Sakura as the girl threw a weak punch at her. Temari slid to a stop and pulled out her giant fan and leaned on it and stared at Sakura with a bored expression. Sakura growled and ran at Temari and used a basic academy-style taijutsu to fight her. She threw a punch at Temari, but Sandgirl brought her fan in front of Sakura's fist, and when it made contact with the metal, Naruto heard a sickening crunch as Sakura's knuckle bones were destroyed. Sakura yelped as she hopped backwards and nursed her injured hand. Do you give up? Temari asked and Sakura shook her head in anger. Bring it, you stupid blonde! The pink-haired girl screamed and Temari shook her head. Coming from the girl with pink hair, she muttered and unfurled her fan. What are you going to do now? Sakura sneered and Temari smirked. Finish this match, you bore me, Temari said and brought her fan back behind her back and swung it in one fluid motion. Kami no Kaze. Sakura didn't have a chance as a sudden gust of wind slammed into her. She was sent hurtling back and slammed into the wall, and the wind kept pressing against her, and soon she made a small crater in the wall. Temari ended the attack and Sakura fell limply to the ground and remained there. Winner Temari, the Hokage said tediously. Shino vs Rock Lee. Naruto watched as the bug user stepped into the ring and the boy known as Lee dropped into the ring and yelled. Naruto didn't even bother watching the match because he knew who would ultimately win. He had heard about Lee and his extreme taijutsu skills, but there was no way that he would be able to outsmart Shino. The boy was one of the smartest genin that there was. Sure enough, in a matter of seconds Shino had Lee covered with his chakra beetles, but surprisingly nothing happened. Lee continued to attack Shino unrelentingly and soon he landed just one hit on the boy, but that was enough. Lee hit Shino in the jaw with a roundhouse kick and sent the boy skittering across the floor unconscious. Winner Rock Lee, the Hokage said with a surprised look on his face as the beetles left Lee's body. Neji vs Kankuro. Naruto saw Kankuro walked into the ring nonchalantly and stare at the pale-eyed boy. Are you blind or something? He asked and Neji smirked. Your fate is to lose, Neji said and Kankuro shrugged. You're a cocky bastard, he muttered and grabbed one scroll from his back and threw it into the air, and in a cloud of smoke a puppet appeared. It was shaped like a man with 6 arms and had a shattering mouth. Neji watched as Kankuro flicked his hand and the puppet flew at him, only Neji settled into the Hyuga fighting stance and spun quickly. A dome of blue chakra surrounded him and the puppet ricocheted off it and flew upwards. Kankuro snarled and redirected the puppet, but Neji brought his hand around and slammed his open palm into the puppet's chest. The puppet was sent flying back at Kankuro with a large crack in the chest. Kankuro spit on the ground as he started to attack Neji again. Neji dodged the puppet and with a kick sent it flying straight into the air. He then infused chakra into his hand and brought it down in front of him for some reason. Naruto watched as Kankuro swore and the puppet fell to the ground. Neji spun again, and this time when the puppet hit the blue chakra dome it shattered and skittered across the floor. Neji stopped spinning and ran at Kankuro, who was reaching behind his back for his second scroll that held a puppet probably. Neji stopped in front of him and shouted. 8 trigrams, 65 palms. /n, if someone could tell me what this is really called, I'd be happy. Kankuro couldn't react as Neji's hands turned into blurs and struck points all around Kankuro's body. After about 10 seconds, Niji ceased striking Kankuro and the boy fell to the ground panting. "What the hell did you do to me?" Kankuro gasped. "Closed all but a few of your chakra points, you can't go on," Niji said. "Winner Niji," the Hokage said, and medics carried Kankuro from the room. Gaara versus Hinata. The two stepped into the ring and faced each other. Gaara smirked when he saw Hinata shaking in fear. He emitted bloodlust and she could feel it. The Hokage felt this also, but he had to start the match and he did so. As soon as his hand dropped, though, something happened. The doors to the bunker exploded inwards and a form charged in at Gaara. Zaku was running at Gaara with a savage look on his face and his entire body was covered in exploding tags. He roared as he drew closer to Gaara and he ignited the tags. "This is for my team!" he screamed as he was within 10 feet of Gaara. Everyone was too shocked at the sudden attack to do anything, but Gaara wasn't. The red-haired boy raised his hand and sand erupted from the ground and Zaku was emerged in a hollow sand dome. The outside of the dome was smooth and hard and Naruto looked on with horror as Gaara smirked. Boom! It was a muffled noise but still audible and Naruto could see the sand bulge in some spots. Gaara looked at the Hokage and dropped his hand and the sand settled out, letting a large pool of blood and body parts splash across the arena. Naruto watched as an arm floated towards Gaara on a stream of blood. "I withdraw!" Hinata screamed as she ran as quickly as she could from Gaara. "Winner Gaara," the Hokage said. There was nothing he could do. Gaara had acted in self-defense and hadn't really killed the boy in cold blood, but had actually saved people in the room from the explosion. "Due to the mess, we will freeze the exams for a couple minutes. The next match will be," the Hokage said and pointed at the large electric board that displayed the names. Naruto watched with anticipation. He hoped he got an easy fight. Naruto versus Sasuke. The room became deathly silent as all eyes were directed at the Uzumaki and Uchiha. Naruto looked over at Sasuke and grinned. "Oh, your ass is mine," he said, and Sasuke shook his head. "This is too easy," he muttered. Chapter 12. The anticipated moment. Naruto cracked his knuckles as he walked towards the steps in excitement. He may have wanted an easy match, but he still wanted to beat the hell out of Sasuke. Naruto glanced over and saw Sasuke muttering to Kakashi about something, probably about how he could beat Naruto. Naruto walked down the steps as the last of the blood and mess was cleaned up. As he walked down the steps, he passed by Gaara and time seemed to slow down as they walked by each other. "Good luck," Gaara muttered. "You didn't have to show everyone the mess," Naruto muttered back, and time seemed to resume itself and the two boys continued on. Naruto got to the center of the arena and looked at the ground before making a split-second decision. He grabbed the scroll on his back and tossed it to the Hokage lightly. "Can you hold on to that, please?" he asked, and the old man nodded and set it on the table beside him. Sasuke made his way down to the arena with his hands in his pockets, but Naruto could tell that the boy was nervous. Sasuke stopped about 5 feet from Naruto and eyed him carefully, and Naruto sighed. "I shouldn't use any strong techniques because of his pesky Sharingan," Naruto thought, and then the Hokage interrupted his thoughts. "Okay guys, I want a clean match," he said, and Sasuke smirked and Naruto rolled his eyes. Hiruzen raised his hand and dropped it and signaled the start of the match. "Get ready to lose, loser," Sasuke said as he jumped backwards, and Naruto rolled his eyes. "This won't take too long, I hope," Naruto said as he settled into a basic taijutsu stance when Sasuke activated his Sharingan. There was no way in hell that he was about to let the boy copy his clan's taijutsu style. Sasuke must have realized that Naruto wasn't going to let him copy the style because he cursed silently and settled into the Uchiha fighting stance. Both boys sat completely still and didn't move a muscle. Everyone could sense the tension in the air, straight as a rubber band stretched tight. It was Sasuke who made the first move though. He went through a set of hand seals quickly and landed on a tiger seal. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu." Sasuke reared his head back and blew a giant fireball at Naruto. Naruto sighed as he made 3 quick hand seals. "Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu." Water swirled around Naruto before it shot out in a sphere that rivaled the fireball in size. Naruto watched as the two jutsu collided and exploded in an explosion of steam. Naruto felt the sudden rush of heat around him, and soon small raindrops showered him lightly, and he made another set of hand seals. Suetun, Mizu Hashira. The rain droplets suddenly began to whirl around and came together and flew at Sasuke. The Uchiha jumped out of the way when a pillar of water crashed into the ground where he was just standing. Naruto cursed when his attack missed its target. Shit, I just showed of one of my last ace cards. Zabuza didn't teach me that many jutsu yet, Naruto thought as he ducked under a barrage of kunai that Sasuke threw. Naruto ran at Sasuke and threw a kick at the boy. Sasuke ducked under the kick, but Naruto quickly spun around and dropped to the floor and hit Sasuke in the shoulder with the kick. With the added momentum, Sasuke was sent rolling across the floor before he jumped to his feet and came to a stop. He glared at Naruto before charging again. Screw this, I can't use this basic taijutsu crap, I have to use my clan way, Naruto thought and settled into his regular style. Sasuke smirked when he saw this and knew that he was about to gain a very good taijutsu style. He threw a punch at Naruto, but the blonde ducked under it and came up with an uppercut. Sasuke flinched backwards and swung his leg around at Naruto's head, but the teen ducked under it and back flipped backwards. He tried to catch Sasuke in the jaw with a kick while he was flipping, but Sasuke managed to bring his arms up to defend himself. Naruto landed and slid back a few feet before he ran at Sasuke again. He threw a right hook at the boy's face, but before he hit it, he changed the direction of his fist and grabbed Sasuke's right shoulder. The Uchiha wasn't expecting this, so he didn't see Naruto's left fist coming around at his face. The punch collided with Sasuke's face and sent him flying backwards. He hit the ground and skipped backwards a couple times before coming to a halt. How'd that feel? Naruto asked as Sasuke got to his feet. You're gonna pay for that one, Sasuke said and charged at Naruto. The Uchiha threw a kick around at Naruto's head, and when it missed its target, Sasuke came around with a right hook that caught Naruto in the jaw. The blonde was knocked to the ground and rolled out of the way when Sasuke brought his other fist down on the spot where his head was just at. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm and flipped him backwards, but the Uchiha landed on his feet and swung Naruto around on the ground and into the wall that they were near. Naruto hit the wall and groaned when he felt his left arm take most of the damage. Sasuke jumped backwards when Naruto kicked upwards at his leg. The Uchiha landed about 30 feet from Naruto and stood panting. Naruto got to his feet and held his left arm in pain as he panted heavily. Neither boy was back at full strength after the fight with Orochimaru, but they knew that if they didn't fight, they couldn't become Chunin. You're pretty good loser, but I'm better, Sasuke said and ran through a set of hand seals again. Katan. Daibakahana Fushicho no Jutsu. Naruto watched as Sasuke held his hands to his sides and fire began to gather in them. The Uchiha looked up at him and grinned. You're not the only one who has been learning new techniques in the last 6 months, Sasuke said and slammed his hands together and then thrust them outward. The fire in his hands began to shoot at Naruto in the form of 7 small fireballs, and they all seemed to change color from red to pink. Naruto jumped out of the way as they began to collide with the wall and explode, resulting in decent-sized craters with black soot in them to form. Naruto ducked out of the way of every fireball but one. He didn't have enough time to duck, so he quickly flicked his wrists and some water shot up from the floor and gave him a half-assed shield. The fire exploded and the concussion hit him in the chest and slammed him against the wall. He slumped to the ground as his vision flashed red and white and he cursed. Damn fire, he thought as he shook his head. He cleared his vision just in time to see Sasuke swinging his hand at his face. His hand was encased in fire and Naruto knew that the outcome would not be good if he was hit by that special little attack. Katan. Hanakaji Tebyukuro. Naruto managed to throw himself to the side just as Sasuke's fire-encased hand hit the wall where his head just was. After the fire glove passed by the wall, there was a black gouge in the wall and Naruto sighed in relief. If he had gotten hit by that jutsu, he would literally be toast. He rolled away from Sasuke as the boy slammed his fire-encased hand palm down on the floor where he just was. The fire on his hand shot out in the form of a star before burning away. It left a blackened star on the floor and Naruto shook his head at Sasuke's abilities. And here I thought you were just being a lazy bastard the whole time. You were just hiding your skills until the final part of the exams came around, Naruto said, and Sasuke smirked. You would have done better had you done the same, Sasuke said, and Naruto shrugged. You haven't seen everything I can do yet, Naruto said as he made a cross-hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a large cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, 20 Narutos stood surrounding Sasuke. The Uchiha swore and backed up against the wall as he eyed the problem in front of him. Besides, you still can't learn this technique, am I right? Every Naruto chorused at the same time. They all began to charge at Sasuke, and the Uchiha formed some hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A fireball roared across the center of the small army, destroying most of the clones and sending up a large cloud of smoke. Naruto smirked as Sasuke played right into the trap. The fight was over now. As smoke filled the entire arena, the people above could only see black and white smoke obscuring their vision. What is going on? Kiba yelled. Naruto-kun, Temari yelled at the smoke. How troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he put his hands behind his head. Suddenly a black shape detached itself from the smoke and was sent hurtling up towards the ceiling. People gasped when they saw Sasuke flipping head over heels. Suddenly they saw 4 Narutos jump from the smoke, only they were jumping off each other's backs in order to get higher than Sasuke. Soon Naruto was flying above Sasuke, who was looking at him in shock. Oh shit! Sasuke muttered as Naruto hurtled down towards him, only the blonde was running through hand seals. When he finished, a pillar of water shot up from the cloud of smoke and flew behind Naruto and then went over his head and flew directly at Sasuke. Suetun, Mizu Hashira. Sasuke crossed his arms in front of his chest as the pillar of water slammed into his body and sent him hurtling towards the ground. Everyone watched with shock as Sasuke was slammed into the ground by the water pillar. They heard a loud boom as Sasuke made contact with the ground, but they couldn't see the boy due to the smoke that was slowly starting to fade now. Is it over? Hinata asked quietly as the room became completely silent. Naruto fell into the smoke and landed softly and looked around for Sasuke and found him crouching in a crater. The Uchiha was panting heavily and Naruto was shocked to actually see him conscious. Naruto fell into a fighting stance and Sasuke looked up. What have you been doing for the last 6 months? The Uchiha asked, and Naruto grinned. Becoming stronger than you, Naruto said, and Sasuke shook his head. I can beat you, I'm just not at full power, Sasuke said, trying to make an excuse for his weakness. Neither am I, you dumbass. I battled Orochimaru 3 days ago, then fought off Zaku, then carried your ass through the forest of death, Naruto said as he fell out of fighting stance. Face it, Sasuke. I have surpassed you a long time ago, Naruto said and turned his back. Don't turn your back on me, Sasuke yelled, and Naruto shook his head. You're finished, he said and began to walk away as the smoke finally cleared. Whoa, they're both still standing, Chuji muttered. Naruto kept walking and then he heard footsteps running at him. He stopped and time seemed to slow for him as he slowly turned and caught Sasuke's outstretched fist in his left hand. He then brought his right hand around and slammed it into Sasuke's face and then brought it back and slammed it into his gut. Sasuke doubled over in pain, but Naruto wasn't done. He grabbed Sasuke by the collar of his shirt with his right hand and the top of his pants with his left hand. He picked Sasuke up and slipped him through the air and slammed him down onto the ground on his back. The ground cracked under the force of the attack and everyone became silent as Sasuke's eyes widened and he coughed up some blood. I told you, it's over, Naruto whispered only for Sasuke to hear. Winner Naruto, the Hokage yelled and everything was silent. Naruto looked up and then suddenly everyone bursted into applause. He chuckled to himself and waved lightly before accepting his scroll from the Hokage. He put the scroll back on his back and began to walk towards the stairway when Kakashi sunshined into the arena. Sasuke, he said in concern. Naruto rolled his eyes as Kakashi helped Sasuke to his feet and looked at Naruto disapprovingly. The two disappeared in a whirl of leaves, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk up the steps on his way. He saw many people staring at him in awe. He clenched his fists and sat back against the wall. He didn't have much anything else to do. Naruto ignored the remaining matches because it didn't really matter to him who won them. After a while, though, he heard the Hokage announce the final match. It was between Tenten and some random sound ninja, but he could care less who won that match. After about 5 minutes, he heard the Hokage's voice. "Congratulations to all who have passed the prelims." The old man began. "If I could have all those who passed please make their way down to table right here." Naruto got to his feet and walked down the steps just as all those who passed did the same. He looked around and found everyone who passed. Gaara, Temari, Neji, Lee, Tenten himself, Kiba, an unknown Konoha ninja who had blackish hair that hung down low in his face, a sound ninja who had short brown hair, and another sound ninja who had red hair that hung down in her face. Naruto eyed the sound ninja carefully before turning his attention towards the Hokage, who was preparing to speak again. "Now we need all of your names real quick," the Hokage said, and Genma stepped forward. "Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said. "Yamanaka Ino," Ino said and smiled at Naruto. "Nara Shikimaru," Shikimaru said lazily. "Inazuka Kiba," Kiba said lazily. "Temari," Temari said and then pointed at her brother. "Gaara." "Hyuga Neji," the Hyuga said. "Tenten," the girl said and stood next to Neji. "Rock Lee," the overexcited boy said. "Showcase Hirako," the boy from Konoha said and turned around and stood next to Naruto. "I haven't seen you around here," Naruto muttered. "That's because I came from a different village about 3 months ago," Hirako said and became silent. "Matsuda Tayuya." "Hashiba Koto," the sound ninja said with a small frown and stood next to Gaara, who eyed him carefully. "I can't wait to kill you," Gaara said, and the sound ninja sorted. "Right?" Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone turned to find Sasuke standing at the doors of the arena with his hands in his pockets. Behind him was Kakashi and the council members, Hamura and Koharu. The Hokage walked ahead angry as the group advanced and made their way towards him. "What is the meaning of this?" the Hokage said, outraged. "Chunin rules specifically say that team members may not fight each other until the final round of the Chunin exams," Koharu said and held out a piece of paper so that Hiruzen could read it. "Which means that Sasuke passes on to the second round in Naruto's place," Hamura said with a satisfied look on her face. Naruto looked at the woman in shock before he regained his composure. "Oh hell no! I earned my spot!" he shouted, and Kakashi shook his head. "No, you went against the rules, so you are disqualified," the silver-haired man said, and Naruto threw his hands into the air randomly. "How did I go against the rules?" he yelled. "Sasuke fought in the same damn match." "Yes, but Koharu began. "But nothing," Naruto shouted. "We are equally to blame then, which would mean that we're both disqualified." "That is true," the Hokage muttered. "No, Uchiha Sasuke passes on to the final round of the exams due to the neglecting of the rules," Hamura said defiantly. "Fine. Uchiha Sasuke passes on the final round of exams," the Hokage said and walked away, along with Uzumaki Naruto. "No, Kakashi began." "Shut the hell up," Naruto said and turned his back on the shocked Jounin. "You can't talk to me like that. I am your sensei," Kakashi said, bewildered. "No, you were my sensei," Naruto said and walked away from the man. "You are just another ninja to me now." After the events took place and Sasuke was unfairly passed into the final round of the exams, the Hokage proceeded with the next set of events. "Now, we have to choose your opponents. Please step forward and draw a card from this box here. On it will be a number," Hokage said, and each ninja did so. "Now read off your numbers," the Hokage said. "I'm number 1, Gaara said. "I'm number 2, Neji said. "I'm 3, Koto said. I'm number 4, Ino said and winked at Naruto. I'm 5, Temari said. I'm 6, Tayuya muttered. 7, Naruto said. I'm number 8, Kiba said with a grin. I'm 9, Shikamaru said. I'm 10, Tenten said, totally by accident. Right here is 11, Sasuke said with a smirk. 12, Shino said in his shady voice. Okay then, so these are the pair-ups for the first round of the final matches. The Hokage said and looked at the paper. Gaara versus Neji, Kodo versus Ino, Temari versus Tayuya, Naruto versus Kiba, Shikamaru versus Tenten, and Sasuke versus Shino. The matches will happen in that order, so be prepared everyone. You have the next 2 months to train and event new surprises and analyze the data you got from watching your opponents fight today. And with that, the old man disappeared in a whirl of leaves along with the other jounin who didn't have teams in the exams. Well, it's going to be fun to kick your ass, Kiba, Naruto said to the Inuzuka before he disappeared in a water shunshin. This sucks, Kiba muttered. So we have 2 months to train for our final matches. I can't travel all the way to Whirlpool just for a little bit of training, so I guess I'll just have to train here, Naruto thought as he walked down a bus street. He was heading to the hot springs for a nice dip after all of his adventures in the last week. As he walked towards the men's hot springs, he found a sight that shocked him. Outside of the women's hot springs was a giggling old man who was scribbling stuff down on a notepad and peeping in a hole. Naruto shook his head and sighed heavily. Perverts. Oh ho ho, this is the good stuff, the man said and laughed softly. Yo, pervy man, what are you doing? Naruto yelled, and the man froze and slowly turned towards Naruto. Oh, it's just a genin. I'm okay, the man muttered and continued his work. Naruto crossed his arms and a vein bulged in his head. I said, what are you doing? Naruto yelled and yanked the man's ponytail down. YOWWWWWW. The man screamed and covered his mouth, realizing his mistake. Hey, did you guys hear that? A woman said. Hey there, S a hole in the wall. Another one screamed. Wait, hold on, IDS Gyarea. Another woman screamed and Naruto looked around and jumped into a bush as a mob of angry women charged out of the hot springs. Hey ladies, Gyarea said and scratched the back of his head. L lovely W whether were H having a? Bam. Boom. Crash. Bang bang. Screech. Splurt. Crunch. The mob of women entered the hot springs again, leaving a bloody Gyarea on the sidewalk. Naruto walked out of his hiding place and looked at Gyarea lazily. How'd that feel, you perv? I'm no regular PRV. Gyarea screamed as he suddenly jumped up. What the hell? Naruto thought. I'm a super perv. Gyarea cackled with a maniacally looking face. So you're Gyarea, huh? Naruto asked as he poked the man. Yeah. I am, so stop treating me like a rare doll, the Sannin said as he brushed himself off. I need your help, Naruto said. Maybe this man can train me. He did train the 4th after all, and he has a Sannin, Naruto thought. With what? Gyarea asked as he fixed his ponytail. I need you to train me, Naruto said with a shrug. No, Gyarea said as he turned his back and walked away. I have important matters to attend to. Like what? Finding Orochimaru inside the village? Naruto asked with his hands in his pockets. Gyarea stopped dead in his tracks and turned towards Naruto. Who told you that? The man said with a small hint of anger in his voice. I'm the kid who fought against the damn sadist, Naruto exclaimed. And he marked my team mate with that curse seal of his, so now he has that damn trick up his sleeve. I need the help of a Sannin, Naruto said, and Gyarea stared at him. Why should I help you? Gyarea asked with a bored tone. Because you already know who I am, right? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya snorted and shook his head. Why would I know? He asked and turned his back on the blonde. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, and Jiraiya stopped dead in his tracks again. And Naruto? Kyuubi no Kitsune's jailer. Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Yup, the blonde replied, and Jiraiya sighed and turned towards Naruto. Okay kid, you got my help. Now what do you need help with? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto shrugged. I need to get stronger, Naruto muttered, and Jiraiya snorted. Can't you use Kyuubi's chakra? That should make you as strong as any ninja, Jiraiya exclaimed. No, I can do that? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya stared at him in shock. You never used the demon's chakra before? The Sannin asked. Well, once, but that was different. I had no choice, it just kinda happened, Naruto said, and the man nodded. Very well. Come with me, I will train you and take you on as my apprentice, Jiraiya said and held out his hand. Naruto stared at it before sighing. He walked past the Sannin and down the road. This should be fun, he thought. Chapter 13, Training and Dates. Part 1-3. Okay kid, your first exercise, Jiraiya said and pointed at the small pond in front of them. What the hell is this? Naruto said, and Jiraiya chuckled. Do you want to learn how to walk on water? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto slapped his forehead. I know how to do that, the blonde said, and Jiraiya opened his eyes shocked. Oh well, then on to exercise B, Jiraiya said and pulled out a large scroll. I'll let you sign this contract as long as you agree to. I have a summoning contract. I'm the master of it too, Naruto said as he picked at his ear. Then what the hell can I teach you, kid? Jiraiya roared, and Naruto looked at him. Well, how about how to use Kyuubi's chakra? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya sighed. Well, that's about the only thing. The old man trailed off as he thought about something. On second thought, what if I taught you a super cool jutsu? Jiraiya said, spreading his arms out wide. I know a bunch already, Naruto muttered. This one tops them all, Jiraiya said with his arms across his chest. Oh really? Naruto asked and raised his eyebrows. Prove it. Jiraiya chuckled as he held out his hand to Naruto. Naruto stared at it until suddenly he saw chakra begin to spin in it in the form of a perfect sphere. It was pinkish white, and Naruto was transfixed by it. This is Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's original jutsu. Pure, raw, destructive chakra, Jiraiya said and slammed the jutsu into a tree. The jutsu bore into the wood, and when it faded there was a hole that went through the entire tree, perfectly smoothed out and perfectly circular. That was only at half power, Jiraiya said and turned to Naruto. That was awesome, Naruto muttered and looked at Jiraiya in a new light. Please teach me, Ero-sensei. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled. That was a week and a half ago. Focus, Jiraiya yelled as he hit Naruto with a small pebble. This is hard, Naruto yelled right back. Focus, Jiraiya yelled back. Naruto shook his head as he held the water balloon in front of him again. Jiraiya told him that learning the technique was a 6-step process. Naruto had completed the first 3 steps and was on the 4th one, but he was stuck. It had taken him an entire 6 days to complete the first 3 steps, but this one just wouldn't get over and done with. The first step was to be able to concentrate chakra into your hand, which Naruto mastered after a day. On the 2nd day, he had to try and channel the chakra out of his hand, which took him 2 days to learn. Then the 3rd step was to hold a solid spherical object in your hand and rotate it with chakra. It took Naruto 3 days to get that step down, but here he was 4.5 days later, stuck on the 4th step. He had to channel his chakra into the water balloon and rotate the water without making the balloon burst. He had already gone through 150 balloons now, and the number was still climbing. I can't make my chakra go into the water and spin it in a perfect circle for some reason, which is weird because I have great control over water, Naruto said as he threw the balloon, which had just popped, into the ever-growing pile of balloon remains. That is because you have water-based chakra. With this technique you use raw chakra and channel it through your hand, then make it rotate before it expands beyond your control. Jiraiya said as he took a sip from his pop. Damn, Naruto said and grabbed another water balloon from a trash bin full. How long did it take the fourth to complete this technique? I told you it has not yet been completed. This step here is only the first of 6 stages. The fourth only made it to 4th stage and was starting to work on the 5th stage before he died. Even then, he didn't have a complete grasp on the 4th stage. Besides, it took him about 2 years to make this first stage here. It took me about a year to learn it and master the first stage, Jiraiya said, and Naruto sighed. So I won't have this technique for the exams, he cursed. Not if you keep whining, you won't, Jiraiya yelled and threw another rock at him. Naruto grumbled as he began to focus more chakra into the water balloon, urging it to spin. It was then that he felt something. It was slight, but he felt it. He felt the water slosh around in the water balloon for a few seconds before it exploded. I did it, I made it spin, Naruto exclaimed as he jumped up and down. I doubt it, kid. I bet it'll take you at least these next 2 months to get to the 5th stage at least, Jiraiya said as he sighed impatiently. I thought he would be better. Oh really? Naruto said and threw the destroyed balloon at Jiraiya's face. I bet I can finish it in the next 11 days, he yelled, and Jiraiya snorted. Kid, if you can do that, I will personally teach you another cool technique, Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What is it? He asked, and Jiraiya shook his head. Only if you finish this technique, because it builds off this, Jiraiya said, and Naruto rubbed his hands together greedily. You got yourself a deal, Naruto said, but Jiraiya raised up a hand. But if you lose this bet, you have to do something for me, Jiraiya said, and Naruto scratched his head. What? The blonde asked. Jiraiya got a shy and perverted face as he poked his index fingers together. You have to go around all day using your sexy jutsu. Pervert, Naruto yelled. I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya screamed. You're pathetic, Naruto said as he went back to work. Elsewhere. Come on Sasuke, focus the chakra into your hand like this and hold it there, Kakashi said as he pointed at a spot on Sasuke's hand. I do, but every time I try I can't control the lightning, and it shocks me and messes up my control in this hand, Sasuke said as he shook his head. Yes, I had that same problem when I first started out, but you learn how to do it right eventually, Kakashi said, and Sasuke groaned. Can we take a break from this? My arm is tingly and I can't feel it, Sasuke said as he rubbed his arm. Fine. I want to teach you something else anyways, Kakashi said, and Sasuke cocked his head. What? He asked, and Kakashi sighed. Well, it's a technique that seals chakra, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Why should I learn about that? The Uchiha asked, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Naruto. Not just him but all of your opponents. If you can get them with this seal, then they can't use chakra properly, Kakashi said and held his hand out. This seal is a bit complicated and only a few can use it. Kakashi then went through some hand seals and then held his hand back out, only now his fingertips were all glowing a different color. His thumb was a yellowish white, his index finger was red, middle finger was blue, ring finger was brown, and his pinky was pure white. It's called a 5-prong elemental seal. It is handy when fighting against people who can use elemental chakra sufficiently. So it is meant to be used on Naruto, Sasuke said and shrugged. Oh well. Okay, I want you to copy my hand seals with your Sharingan, Kakashi said, and Sasuke nodded. The next day Naruto was walking down the street taking a little break from training. In his hand was a metal ball that was the size of a baseball, and inside was a small metal marble. Jiraiya had given it to Naruto and told him that if he could make the marble spin around in circles in the larger ball, then he would have a better chance at excelling at the 4th step. Naruto immediately went to work on the small thing all night and all this morning. As he walked, he felt the small metal ball bouncing around, not spinning in smooth circles yet. Naruto swore as he continued to concentrate on making the ball spin. As he focused, he suddenly felt some leeway and began to work on it and felt the marble begin to spin when all of a sudden, Naruto Kyuin, a voice rang out and Naruto lost his concentration. Kyuso, Naruto yelled and gained a couple looks from strangers. Hey Naruto-kun, what's up? Naruto turned to see Temari bounding toward him happily. She had on a short black skirt that came down low enough to hide her panties from sight yet high enough that she wouldn't have to even drop the skirt to go to the bathroom. Over that she was wearing a tight pink t-shirt that showed off her chest, and despite Naruto's best attempts his gaze kept traveling down to it. Curse you pervy sage, Naruto swore in his mind. Temari also had on a pair of pink and black striped socks that came up to her knees, and she wore a simple pair of sandals for shoes. Her hair billowed freely behind her and came down to her shoulders. Hey Temari, Naruto muttered and waved lightly. Damn it, he thought. Hey, we match today, she squealed and Naruto sighed. He had only adorned himself with a pair of black pants, a tight black t-shirt that showed off his Uzumaki crest tattoo, and a pair of black shoes. His headband was still tied at his belt loop and he let his hair fall freely in front of his eyes. His sword and scroll were strapped onto his back, only he carried them a different way. He carried his scroll like Jiraiya did because he found that it let him move with the scroll easier. It was down at his lower back and vertical while his sword was strapped on his back diagonally. Naruto eyed Temari carefully and then sighed before giving her a grin. Maybe if I am just nice to her today, he thought. You look pretty cute today, he said, and Temari stared at him before a small blush made its way across her face, right under her eyes. Thanks, Naruto-kun, she said as she toed the ground. She looks kind of cute, right? And oh, I need to focus, Naruto said as he mentally straightened himself out. So what's up? He asked as he shifted his weight slightly and leaned against a building next to him. Well, I saw you and then I kind of thought that maybe we could hang out or something, Temari asked, looking at him sincerely. Naruto sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Why not? I could use some company, he said, and Temari squealed again. Thank you so much. So what do you want to do? She asked, and Naruto rubbed his head. Well, I'm kind of hungry, he began. Let's get some ramen, she said immediately, and Naruto looked at her. How did you know I liked ramen? He asked, and Temari blushed. Well, I kind of did some digging up on you, but also it is because of Gaara. He likes ramen a lot for some unknown reason, and well, he has an insatiable urge to eat a lot of ramen, and you guys are somewhat the same, Temari said, and Naruto shook his head. That's not true, we just have good taste, it has nothing to do with, Naruto said, and Temari nodded. She obviously got the meaning of what he and Gaara were talking about back in the forest. Fu smiled as a bowl of steaming hot ramen was set in front of her. All right, she said and smacked her hands together. Ite de ak imasuu, she sung out and dug in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. With this ramen there is no need to pout, Killer Bee said as he slurped some miso ramen down. Come on Bee, slow down, Yujito said as she finished her 10th bowl. Look who's talking, yo, Bee accused. Gaara looked around his room and shut the curtains and walked over to his bag. He slowly pulled a cup of his favorite instant ramen from it and smiled evilly. And they said I wouldn't get you past them, he said, and poured some boiling hot water into the container. Roku looked around before he snuck out of the giant fancy restaurant and ran across the street. He opened the curtain to his favorite ramen stall and took a deep breath. Oh Miso-chan, I'm back. Roku, stop having fantasies about the ramen, the chef yelled, and Roku blushed as he sat down. Natsumi smiled as she slurped from a bowl politely. She set the empty bowl down and then her entire demeanor changed. Hit me up, baby, she yelled, and the chef slammed 3 bowls down on the table. Come on, break the record. 25 seconds, Natsumi. Do it, do it, do it. The crowd began to chant as Natsumi downed the ramen in split seconds. Yeah, she roared. Oki burped loudly after he finished his 15th bowl of ramen and then looked around. "It's been a good day today, my friends," he said and sauntered out of the ramen shop. Jikoru stretched happily as he fell asleep in his bed. Around him was a castle of empty instant ramen cups. "I love ramen," every Jinchuriki chorused at the same time, unbeknownst to them. Naruto shuddered as he got a weird feeling. "Weird," he said, and Temari smiled at him. "Come on, let's go get some ramen right now," she said and grabbed his hand and led him down the street. After about 10 minutes, though, she stopped and turned towards him with a nervous smile. "Where is the shop?" she asked, and Naruto laughed at her, and it was a real laugh and it felt good. "It's this way," he said and pulled her along lightly. "Oh my Kami, he's holding my hand," Temari thought, and she blushed. "What am I doing?" Naruto thought as he saw the blonde girl blush. He continued walking, weaving in and out of the crowd and ignoring the hateful glares that came his way. Temari saw the glares and shook her head in anger. She had seen people give Gaara these looks when the boy went into town, which was rare, very rare. "Here we are," Naruto said with a grin as he grabbed the curtain and pulled it aside, letting Temari duck in. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Temari said with a smile as she sat in a chair and spun in a circle on it. "Oh, Naruto-kun, who is this?" a girl's voice said, and Temari turned. This is Temari. I am. Temari, this is I am and that," Naruto said, pointing at the chef. "Is Ichiraku?" "Naruto, you said that I would be your first date," I am said, raising an eyebrow at him. I am, that was like 6 years ago," Naruto said with a grin and sat down. "So what do you guys want?" I am said as she laughed about her and Naruto's joke. "I want the usual, Temari?" he asked and looked at the blonde girl. Said blonde was zoned out while staring at Naruto's face. "Temari?" Naruto asked again, and she jumped when her concentration is broken. "Huh, what?" she said, and I am laughed. "What do you want to eat?" Naruto asked again, and Temari blushed. "Oh, just a bowl of miso/deer ramen, if that's okay?" she asked, and I am nodded. "No problem," she said, and walked into the kitchen and joined her father. Naruto sighed as he leaned on the counter and turned his head so that he could eye Temari carefully. She wasn't paying attention and was letting her gaze wander around the shop. She is kind of cute and a lot more developed than some of the other girls around here," Naruto thought as his gaze traveled downward. "And oh," he thought, "I am not like the pervy sage." "Achoo!" Jiraiya sneezed and was blasted off the building that he was crouching on. "What was that?" he asked himself. "So Temari, tell me, why aren't you training?" he asked casually, and Temari glanced at him with another small blush. "Oh, well, I mean, my team is already strong enough, you see, and besides I like to train at night," she said quickly, and Naruto grinned. "That sounds cool. So you primarily are a wind user then?" he asked, and Temari eyed him carefully. "Are you digging information out of me?" she asked playfully, and Naruto couldn't help himself. He smiled at her. "Nah, just curious," he said, and the blonde girl nodded. "Well, yeah, I am really good with wind. In fact, I'm inventing my own technique finally," she whispered with a large smile. "That sounds awesome," Naruto exclaimed. "I have yet to do so. I just have learned stuff my sensei has taught me," Naruto said as he wiped his nose in embarrassment. "So what element do you use, besides water?" Temari asked curiously. "Oh, that's it. I haven't discovered if I have any other affinities," he explained, and Temari nodded. "But that doesn't mean I'm not any weaker," he said as he thought about the technique he was working on. "Oh no, you're not weak," Temari said as she held her hands up defensively. "I never meant that," she finished. "Relax, I know," Naruto muttered and rolled his eyes. "Girls," he thought. "That was close," Temari thought as she blushed again and looked down and saw Naruto's tattoo. "Hey, why do you have a tattoo and what does the symbol stand for?" she asked curiously. While it wasn't uncommon for many ninja to have tattoos, it was an uncommon symbol she never saw before. "Oh, this?" Naruto asked as he held up his arm. The tattoo seemed to glow as though it was in moonlight. "It's my clan's symbol," Naruto said, obviously not wanting to explain it anymore. "Oh, what clan are you from?" Temari asked curiously. "Uzumaki," Naruto said simply and then cut her off before she could ask another questions. "My turn to ask questions," Naruto said and tapped his forehead. "So are you and Gaara and Kankuro actually siblings?" he asked, and Temari nodded. "Yeah. Our dad is the Kazekage," Temari muttered, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh really, so you guys must have it good?" he asked, and Temari snorted louder than she hoped and then covered her face with a blush. Sorry, but no. Our dad neglects us because, well, you know about Gaara already, and well, he hates Gaara, but me and Kankuro, we don't share those feelings, and so he hates us all," Temari explained and then looked away from Naruto. "He has sent us on several dangerous A and B-ranked missions along with one S-rank, all in hopes that we would die, but we never did, and his congratulations were always curses in disguise," Temari said, and Naruto shook his head. He could feel for the three kids, his life sucked just as bad growing up. "So why did he send you guys here?" Naruto asked, and Temari snorted. "You know that there may be an invasion or, well, whatever they are assuming, right?" Temari asked, and Naruto nodded. Jiraiya had talked to him about this several times when they trained together. "Yeah, what about it?" Naruto asked. "Well, our dad caught whiff of it, and well, he sent us over here as reinforcements for Konoha," Temari said and shook her head. "He just hopes that at least one of us will die, hopefully Gaara," she said with disgust. "So I take it you don't really like you, Dad?" Naruto asked, and Temari laughed. "Like him? We hate him. It took everything me and Kankuro had to stop Gaara from killing him one day," Temari said, and Naruto looked away, and Temari caught this. "Gaara? He isn't as sadistic as you think. It's the seal that's on him. My dad screwed with the original one, tampering with its effects so that he could make the perfect weapon out of Gaara, but it didn't work," Temari whispered. "Instead, Gaara, he gained an insanity that would surface when adrenaline was within him. But if he is outside of battle, he is a typical boy. Somewhat," Temari said, and Naruto nodded. "I can understand his pain," Naruto said and laid a hand on Temari's shoulder, and the blonde girl blushed like crazy. "But I still have to kick his ass in the finals," Naruto said, and Temari let herself laugh by accident. "In case you haven't noticed, Gaara has the ultimate defense. Sand protects him automatically, he has a layer of sand skin, and he also has his deadly sandstorm taijutsu style," Temari said and covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. She had just given Naruto information about her brother. "It's cool. I already deduced a lot about him when he battled," the blonde boy said, and that was when Ayam popped into the front of the shop again. "Here you guys go," she said and set bowls of ramen down in front of the two. "Ita de Kamasu," both Temari and Naruto chorused at the same time. "Man, that ramen was awesome," Temari said as they left the shop half an hour later. "Yeah, it is the best ramen ever," Naruto said with a grin. He was starting to grow rather fond of Temari. "So?" Temari sighed and looked up at the sky and then back at Naruto. "Well, it's been fun, Naruto-kun, but I guess I should go if that's all," she said, and Naruto heard some hope in her voice. "Well, I guess dash," his sentence was never finished. Ino saw both blondes walk out of the ramen shop, and immediately she became angry. Naruto was going to be hers. She had always secretly been infatuated with the boy after she heard about his actions in Wave Country. She also heard about the way Sasuke was treating him, and she realized how big of a dick he was and regretted ever really chasing him. So that being the case, Ino wasn't going to just give Naruto away to the dumb sand bitch. "Naruto Kun," she yelled and hugged him tightly. "How are you?" she asked sweetly, and Naruto looked at her in shock for a moment. "What the hell?" he thought, and Ino blushed at his look. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" Ino asked as she held her hands behind her back nervously and toed the ground in front of her. And nothing, Ino. Naruto muttered and shook his head. Okay, any guy in Konoha would kill to have Ino hanging on them, he thought and shrugged. What do you need? He asked and watched as Ino blushed slightly, a small red haze making its way across her cheeks and over the bridge of her nose. She's even cuter than Temari, Naruto thought before mentally kicking himself. Oh, well, you see. Can we go on a date? The words spilled out of her mouth before she could stop them and her blush reddened. Naruto and Temari were both taken aback. Naruto because he never saw those words coming and Temari because she knew that Ino would be competition. Naruto looked at Ino closely with his eye that he gained form Jiraiya by accident. The girl was wearing more civilized clothing, but that didn't mean that it wasn't seductive. She had on a pair of short shorts that were black, a pink halter top that cut off a little bit above her belly button and showed her chest, which was just a bit smaller than Temari's mental smack, and a pair of purple sandals. Her long blonde ponytail hung down her back and ended just a bit before it touched her butt. She is actually pretty cute. This could work. The hottest girl in Konoha. What seems to be the hottest girl in Suna? Naruto thought. Maybe I have to train though, he said, and both girls' jaws dropped. Okay, Naruto-kun. Maybe I'll stop by and watch you train, Ino said happily, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. Not to learn anything from you though, Ino said, and Naruto smiled. If you want to, that's cool, he said and turned around and started walking. Both girls stared at him happily before he turned around and, using as much of his charm as possible, he winked with his right eye. Bye Temari-chan, bye Ino-chan. Both girls dropped unconscious and Naruto continued walking with a smile. He had done Jiraiya proud. Jiraiya looked up from his notebook and looked around dismayed. Why is it that I feel as though I did something reckless? He asked himself, but then suddenly an odd feeling came over him. But why am I so happy and full of pride suddenly? Jiraiya looked around and couldn't find any reason, so he went back to his research. Come on Fuki-chan, just a little bit closer to Nakomi-chan, and you guys will have made the perfect position, Jiraiya muttered while he scribbled quickly.